All right, what up, guys? We are live, so we have a fun stream for you today. We got Kyla, NotsoErudite, joining us, and in a few minutes we'll have Nina. So she is the chick from the Crucible debate. Remember the girl that I debated while Andrew was moderating? So she's coming on, and I don't know. It's going to be like a little bit of a free flow debate. I think we're going to get into gender abolitionism and just discuss things. I want to keep it related to things like in this community, red pill, manosphere, dating ish, at least type of topics. So no quantum physics debates or anything like that. So that's going to be a good time. Also, the don't be a little bitch rule is still in effect. So if you guys are not familiar, the don't be a bitch rule works like this. So if all you do is talk shit in the chat and you're just constantly being a negative little bitch, then we will give you the option of coming on and you can say whatever it is you guys say. We'll give you a fair shake. But if you're not willing to do that, then you either have to stop talking shit or you're going to get blocked basically or banned because and just to be clear, also, I'm not talking about people being critical. If you're like, oh, I really disagree with this, okay, that's totally fine. Like, I'm talking about the people, and you know who they are, the people who all they do, just their whole existence is just dedicated to just being negative little bitches, right? And I think you guys know who you are. So we got rid of a few of them. There's still a few more to go. And also, we're not going to be it's not going to be like an all or nothing thing. It's not like you don't have to worry about, like, for example, that you say something, you're just going to get banned. Like, we always will give you a warning first. Right? If you ignore the warning, we'll put you in timeout for 5 minutes. It's only after that they will put you in timeout. So it's not like, don't worry that like, oh my God, I hope that like I just say something. It's not going to be like that. We will always give you a warning and we'll always lean on the side of caution when it comes to that. All right, let's bring on Nina. What's up?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you just fine. How you doing?
Awesome. I'm good. How are you?
I got your bestie on the other line.
Hi.
What's going on? All right, cool. So let's start off, Nina. Just introduce yourself for my audience because some of them probably not familiar with you.
I am Nina. I stream on Twitch, mostly talk politics, and apparently I'm the feminist.
The ultimate feminist boss.
The ultimate one.
You have to be this boss, and then you get to like be a true manosphere slayer. But you have to be the final boss. Yeah, cool. So if you guys are not familiar, Nina was on about a week ago. We had a really good discussion. Again, a little heated from time to time, but I think overall it was a fairly productive debate / discussion. So yeah, it's going to be a good time. I think this mainly is going to be Kyla versus you, and I'll step in too. And I think I just don't want it to be like a 2-on-1, but I'll give my thoughts as well, as long as it's like balanced. Okay, so I think the one thing that we have disagreement between you and Kyla is gender abolitionism, and also with me. I also think that's a bunch of nonsense. But so yeah, why don't we just kick it off with that, and then we'll just see where the discussion goes. So I guess maybe we'll just kick it off to you, Nina, and you can explain why you think gender abolitionism is a good idea, why do you believe in that, and then we'll just build on that.
Just to do like kind of a general summary of what gender abolition is, if people are not familiar, it's a concept that advocates to just eliminate gender as a social and cultural construct. So what that would mean is there's varying degrees of it, depending on how radical you are. But one of the main things is to eliminate gender roles, and along with like the binary, where like the toxic rules of like men have to act this way, women have to act this way, all of that bullshit, like we're over it. That's basically a very simplistic version of what a lot of gender abolitionists like myself find very compelling about gender abolition, is getting rid of that like societal expectation and social expectation, as much as it's basically the same thing, to behave a certain way. And I believe that gives us more freedom to be able to express ourselves in other ways, as well as I think it's kind of outdated. I don't really think that anything or gender itself really serves that much of a utility at this point in time, because it really kind of creates an otherizing, like, oh, women are so different, or oh, men are so different, like, where I think that is not really the case, and I think that it's harmful to have that mindset.
Okay, just a clarifying question. So you're not talking about legally because there's no law. So you're not talking about through legislation or through lobbying or anything like that. So how would you envision, like, I make you president of the United States? How would you go about gender abolition?
Well, it's not like a law-based thing. Like even like if we're talking about like any sort of legal wording is already being changed in a lot of ways because of like the existence of like intersex people and because it's more medically accurate. For example, when we look at like the language, I don't know if you are familiar with TYT. Oh, okay. So Anna Kasparian is from TYT.
Oh, the Young Turks? Yeah, I know the Young Turks.
Yeah. She got in a lot of shit because she got all like triggered for some reason about like being referred to as like a pregnant person instead of like a woman.
Think,
yeah. Birthing person. Sorry.
No.
Yeah, you're right.
No, you're good.
Birthing person. And that's just because it's more medically accurate and like legally accurate to use that type of language because of either genetic abnormalities or obviously trans people. Because there is a difference obviously between, gender and sex and like, bodily, like obviously there are plenty of like biological females that like can't, give birth or whatever. So it's just more medically accurate to go about that. So we're already doing that when it comes to changing like languages to be more accommodating to a gender abolitionist society. But if you're talking about making laws that would like, I don't know, what are you thinking that like I'm not like trying to ban like if you want to call yourself a man or you want to identify as like any like I don't find any reason.
Well, I'm just trying to envision
legislate against that.
How exactly this would look like, right? Because for example, one of the things I like to do is legalize marijuana. So how I would do that is by changing, moving it down from regulated substance to making it something that's not on the FDA on the whatever illegal drugs act, right? Or making some kind of legislation. I don't know. I would like to give more healthcare to people and better stuff for veterans. So that would be, again, you would do that through legal things. The stuff you're talking about cannot be done through legal things, unless, of course, there's some idea you envision. It has to be done. I'm just not really clear how that would even like be done. Also, I just want to quickly comment on the birthing thing. I feel like that's like the pinnacle of weirdness, where instead of like being able to say, "Oh, this young lady over here, this young birthing person over here," I feel like it's kind of a little bizarre.
Well, that was actually kind of her argument, which was not what was happening. We're talking about like legislation language and also like medical text. So it's not like, oh, we're referring to something because you don't know like if somebody is a birthing person based off of like looking at them. Obviously, it's not a thing that you would call somebody directly. It's just a reference that you would have in some sort of either legislation or like medical text, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Does the birthing person in the top right have anything they want to comment on?
Yeah, sure. I mean, so I will apologize. I didn't expect that we were going to be talking about gender abolition at all. I was actually expecting a more facilitated conversation between Alex and Nina because I suspect that I'm somewhere like in between you guys on like
okay.
topics like gender.
I wasn't going to think that we were going to disagree with that.
Yeah, so like gender abolition, the issue that I think maybe won't be very good content for like Alex's viewers specifically is there's a number of parts of gender abolition that I do agree with. I call myself like a pseudo gender abolitionist because I think there's a lot of like stretching of the genders that I would like to happen. I've just basically accepted that I don't think the gender paradigm is ever going anywhere. I think it's existed universally and I just don't suspect that will happen. So what I want instead is gender paradigms that are like healthy for as many people as possible. And as flexible, right? So that's why I would say like men can be masculine and feminine, and that's based, right? And non-binary people can be masculine and feminine, and that's based, right? So that would be my approach. So like the areas where Nina and I might disagree is going to be like probably like
all right,
like a 1% difference rather than like a 40%.
All right, I'll take on Nina then. You can take more of the moderating role because I have quite a few thoughts on that. Okay, so first of all, I find the concept of gender abolitionism like really, really cringe. I see it almost as like, well, it's not really that good that women prefer tall guys, so let's just abolish that. Let's get rid of it. Let's make it so that height doesn't matter. It may sound good in theory, but you're talking about doing something that's literally like involves denying reality. You're never going to get people to change like the way they think and the way they are. And I think to try, and especially nor should you when it comes to this, because there are some substantial differences between men and women. They're not maybe as great as some of the red pillars and manospheres make them out to me, but there are differences. And I think to ignore those differences, pretend like men and women are the same, is not doing anyone any favors. And furthermore, also, when it comes to dating, sexual polarity is very attractive. So the type of guys who do pretty well with women are the guys who are more masculine. right? And if you want to be just like, oh, I'm a whatever type of guy, that's your prerogative, but you're going to struggle a lot in the dating pool. Same thing for women. The women who do better are, women who are more feminine. So there's something in sexual polarity that makes you attracted to the opposite sex. And just to ignore that and pretend like that's not the case is just like living in a fantasy land.
Well, I mean, nobody is going to say getting rid of people's preferences. That would be very silly, right? I think we would both agree on that. Like, it's not at all what that means. It just means that if maybe you're not as tall, like, talk like a tall guy, don't you? But if you're not as tall, shouldn't be looked at as like less masculine or less of like a man.
You shouldn't, but you are, because women prefer
Right, but that's a
taller guys.
societal.
But how are you going to get women to not prefer taller guys?
Well, I think a lot of women don't really care. Like, I don't know what you mean, like preferring. There's always going to be people preferring one or the other.
But
in some ways, because they're individuals. Like, you have different preferences. The reason why that there is like this height hyper focus is because it's honestly kind of like people like you kind of perpetuate it, and it's not very helpful in my opinion. I mean, I think like a tall is always like a fun because it's like,
dude, I'm not that tall. I wish that wasn't the case. I wish me being 5'10.5", I was as attractive as the guy who's 6'3". It has nothing to do with me. Way before I came along on the scene, women have preferred tall guys. It has to do with our biology and genetics. There's something about taller guy that makes it basically your biology is like, oh, my children would like to come out taller. Oh, he's able to protect me more, right? That's the stuff that's.
Well, if anything, I would think it would be standing out.
So I think it's beyond disgenuine to think that I had anything to do with women preferring taller guys.
Well, I mean, you can obviously add in a lot of other factors to it. Like, obviously, tall people are going to stand out more, so they're going to get more, have a bigger presence in a room, so to say. So, like, a little bit of like kind of passive charisma in that way, where you just kind of stand out.
Yeah, it's multifaceted.
Right, but I don't think that is because of just like people making that noise. You want to hear that? Or... Sorry, I was hearing like a buzzing. That might have just been my headphones being stupid. Sorry. But I don't agree with this aspect that you have where it seems that you're under the impression that just like, again, like biologically women just like tall guy.
We're talking about averages, right? So for some women, it's not as important. It seems like for Kyla, it's not really an important thing. Although it would be interesting to see if Nick was like 5'2", where that relationship would have happened. I would speculate probably not, or at least it would have been less probable. But yes, on average, and of course there are exceptions, women prefer taller guys. And the taller you are, the more of an advantage you have in a dating marketplace. I mean, if we're talking about online dating apps, I can give you some specific studies, but even outside from that, you don't often see a tall girl walking around with a shorter guy. It's typically the guy's taller. Now, of course, part of that is because, men on average are taller, but typically the guys who are shorter, they date shorter girls. So the guy who's like 5'4", he's not dating a chick who's 5'8". He's dating a chick who's like 5 feet tall. And that's typically how it works because, again, any woman I've talked to is always like, I like the guy to be at least my height at the very least. But the last thing I want is to be able to look down on him as he kisses me because it feels very feminine, right? She wants to feel feminine when she's with a guy. And if the guy's shorter than you, then she doesn't feel feminine.
Well, what do you think that is?
What?
Why do you think that being short is feminine just because it's on average shorter? Like, you don't think that's kind of like
I'm talking about how a girl feels. So if a girl's with and this is coming also not just like based on my own like wild conjecture. This is like interviewed like hundreds of girls. Because if the guy's taller and he's like, he's shorter and he's holding the girl, she doesn't feel like she's the chick in that situation, right? She doesn't feel like she's the submissive one in that situation. She feels like she's the dominant one just from her perception. Versus if that guy's taller than her and he has some muscles, she feels like very feminine in that situation, right? So I think it's as simple as that. And women, like generally speaking, like to feel feminine, right? And men, generally speaking, like to feel masculine. Especially when it comes to anything sexual or dating related. Outside of that, maybe not so much. But when it comes to anything sex or dating, yes. Largely, it's predominated by sexual polarity.
So what about the
gays? It might be helpful to maybe figure out because I think what happens a lot in these conversations is there gets this mix-up between something that we're essentializing, as in we're saying it's inherent to the trait, right? So I might say being male, one of the essential features of it, more or less, is having testes or having the capacity, having XY chromosomes, right? We call these like essential traits to maleness. But there's another characterization which would be like something that's like normatively very often occurring. So it's not fundamental. It's not like it cannot exist without it. So like women wearing skirts, normatively in our society, and specifically North America, skirts are worn by women most of the time, right? But it's not like an essential feature, but we would broadly like associate it with the feminine, or it seems like society would associate it with the feminine. So I think it's really important to like separate these two things. I'm not sure, Alex, if you would agree that these two things are separate, but I suspect that you would agree that they are. And then which things are we talking about?
Yeah, well, I think height, I don't know where height would fall into, because I understand your analogy about the dresser, sure, but height, like, because all men have testes or whatever, pretty much every single man, but not all men are tall. Some men are average height, in fact, most men are average height by default, and some men are shorter and some men are taller, right? So it's not like inherent that just because you're a man, you're going to be tall, right? But I do think it is inherent that, or largely inherent, that if you're a woman, you're going to prefer a guy who's at least equally your height, if not taller. You're not going to prefer a guy who's shorter than you.
Yeah, so height is like normative. Like on average, men tend to be taller and bigger. So we associate body size with masculinity to some degree, or larger body size with masculinity.
There's a lot of
Is
things.
that what you're saying? I just want to make sure that that's what you're saying, because when I'm hearing Nina respond to you, there's a bit of this question of like, she's asking you, are you essentializing this? Are you saying that this is inherent to the gender itself?
Well, it can be, because there's shorter guys out there, right? So it can't be essential, because there's a lot of people who are not in that category. And again, most people are average height. That's the word average. But again, just to go back to what I was saying, is like, okay, like once again, like I feel a lot of this is just like empty platitudes. It sounds nice in theory. If we could get rid of these, let's just say, very, what's the term when you're like, superficial dating, biases that people have. Like, it sounds nice if we, instead of as men, if we stop caring about huge tits and huge asses, right, and just appreciate a woman's any body, right? That sounds nice in theory. It sounds nice in theory if women stop caring about a man's height and are just willing to give any guy a shot regardless of his height. The problem is that it's completely uninlined with reality. At the end of the day, the vast majority of women are going to prefer guys equal to their height or taller, and there's nothing you can do about that. And denying that is simply just denying reality, which I don't think is productive in any way. I think it's much better to understand reality, be conscious of it, and then control the things that you can't control. So if you're a shorter guy, you can't really change your height unless you do that crazy surgery, which I probably
breaking your leg shit. Yeah.
I wouldn't recommend that. But what you can do is you can control your muscle mass, right? So you can put on more muscle, and thus you compensate for your lack of height by having more muscle, and thus you still have a more masculine presence, and thus you become more attractive to women.
So Alex, to ask you a question that I think it was more about what Nina's talking about from what I'm understanding. The question is, do you think that it should be this way? So I know that you're saying descriptively, this is how it is right now. And I'm going to guess that Nina would probably agree about the descriptives, but Nina talks a lot about shoulds, like where should we move society towards? How should we try to view these things? So my question would be, the way that you've described things now, do you believe that that's also how these things should be? That it's the most ideal situation?
No, I don't think they should be that, because it's unfair. Because height is basically like purely genetic. It's like winning the lottery, right? That person who's tall, he didn't do anything to become tall, right? I think muscle is a lot more of a fair metric than height, but height is like completely outside of your control. So no, I don't think it's fair, right? But the thing is, like, can we move things in a different direction? No, that's just how people are wired. We can't change people's wiring. Try to change that is just a pure waste of time. So do I think it should be like that? No, I don't think that's the most fair system. I think a more fair system would be like women being attracted to men based on, like, I don't know, their like kindness or their accomplishments, or even like fitness would be a better metric, because you can work on your fitness. Height, no, it's not really a fair thing, but just the way it is.
That kind of seems very doomer, in my opinion. I mean, like, it seems like you're like, oh, we can't change it, so let's not try. Like, really? Come on. You know that, like, standards for, like, attractiveness have changed so much throughout human history. Like, you're really going to sit here and tell me, like, it's been like this since the beginning of time?
There was never a point in history of this universe where women preferred shorter guys. There has been some things that have changed, sure, but there has never been anything about women preferring shorter guys. There has never been a trend, no country, no government, no time in history where that has been the case. So why don't you tell me how you would change this? How would you make women attracted to shorter guys?
Well, I mean, generally, from at least women that I know and people that are in, like, relationships, like, it doesn't really matter that much. Like, I think a lot of what my problem with you and you got, like was it pick up PUA? I was gonna say POS. I wouldn't say that. Sorry, a PUA brain, where you're just constantly thinking about like just going on dates and like doing like just hooking up with people. Like we're talking about.
I mean, I have a girlfriend, so I'm obviously not.
No,
doing
but
that.
I'm saying just like what your content mostly is around for obvious, because that's kind of like the, the content that you do, unless I'm inaccurate on that.
No, you're largely correct.
Okay, so I think that you might get a little bit distracted in a way where like because you're just so used to like having that type of like world and like talking to people that are looking to do stuff like I assume if you're doing the PUA stuff, that's kind of like the mentality is like, oh, how can you attract somebody to like hook up with them? But if we're talking about like a relationship, like a meaningful relationship, like finding a partner, I don't really think that women tend to really care about height. Like it is more to them than that I've seen. Obviously, would be something like stability. Oh my God, that's gonna show me stability. Financial independence, like motivation, creativity.
No one is
passion.
discounting any of those factors. They're all those things that you mentioned important. But what you're saying is like not backed up by science at all. You're basically your proof is that, well, I have one friend who says she doesn't care about height, right? But if you actually look at the studies out, this is Psychology Today, I would say fairly reputable.
Okay.
A study on women and men's height preferences found that women were mostly satisfied when their partner was 8 inches taller. Women prefer to date taller men. Tall men attract more desirable partners. On average, women have a strong preference for tall men. In fact, women care more about dating taller men than men care about shorter women. A study on women and men's height preferences found that women are most satisfied when their partner was 8 inches taller, right? So yeah, and there's studies like this for days. So what you're saying is just like not backed up by an ounce of science.
It's an article. It's not a study.
I literally showed you that. Do you want to go through the study?
Let's clarify two things. When you're saying women don't care about height, are you saying that it's not the most important preference for women? Or are you saying women literally do not have a preference around height?
Oh no, it's spoken earlier that I said that like of course people have preferences, but I'm not saying that it doesn't matter. But it really just seems like that's really important. Obviously, you're the one that brought the height up, so it seems like that is in your mind what you find very or what you think all women like really care about. And I just don't think in general that like
you're strawmanning my position. That's not on this channel. I literally have 0 videos talking about like the importance of height or blah 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 because it's not something you can control. I picked that because it's the most silly thing to go after, right? So it was literally the weakest link I found in your argument. But just to quickly dismiss this, you were saying, oh, that was just an article, it's not a study. So it links the study, and you can go through this, by yourself if you want, or we can go through it together, I guess. But yeah, like this is backed up by like a legit study. Okay, so let's just clarify that. The second thing is that no, I'm not obsessed with height, right? I think that there's no point to even be obsessed with height because you can't control it. I'm obsessed with things that you can control. But at the same time, I think it's disgenuine to deny reality. And what you were saying earlier, it seems like you're changing your position a little bit because now you're saying it kind of matters. But in the beginning, it seemed like you were saying, no, like women don't care about height, or most women don't care about height. And
no, I literally said people have preferences, of course.
So, okay, so you will acknowledge that most women do care about height.
That's not what I'm saying.
So will you acknowledge that most women care about height?
I don't know. If that's what your study says. If you link it to me, we can look at it. I'm not going to necessarily say that I don't think that's the case, but why do they care about height?
Well, I don't even really care about the why. The question is, do women care about height?
Okay, no, but that's the important part. The why is the important part.
Okay,
like because it could be socially conditioned that women want to be with taller guys because taller guys are seen socially as being like higher status or whatever, or being seen as more attractive in like in society. Like I don't know what you're not getting about that. Like,
do you think it's all?
That's why the why is important.
Do you think that there's no biological factor? It's just all social. It's all just socially programmed.
What, like tall guys give off like pheromones or some shit? Like, what do you mean?
No. Do you think that there's something inherent in women that makes them just primarily attracted to taller guys, or do you think it's purely social programming? And if left to their own devices, women would not care about height.
I think that it is completely. I mean, I don't know what you mean by left to their own devices, but yeah, it's obviously a very social thing. Like, because you need to give me why you think it's inherently biological or whatever. What do you mean by that?
I think what I think he's saying is, I think there's two things going on here. So what I'm understanding Alex to be saying is, descriptively, women tend to prefer taller men. There's a strong preference for height. In general, women prefer taller men. In fact, there probably seems to be, I think he also suggested, if they might be okay with same height, but they're definitely not going to be okay with a guy shorter than him. Almost always. So I don't know how we put that. Would you say that's 95% of women that you would assume would have that preference?
Yeah, the
Alex?
vast majority, like 95, maybe even more. Maybe
So he's
they're
not
like-
saying height is the most important thing that women
I'm
prefer.
not.
He's saying it's just when women are talking about height, they always prefer a taller guy, 95% of them. So that's kind of the first thing that he's describing. So there's one question of describing reality that we have to agree on. And then there's also, of course, the ideology conversation. Do you agree with his assessment about like 95% of women probably prefer a guy same height or taller?
Well, is he just saying that, or is that what the study said?
That's what he's saying.
Well, also, I just showed you a study. I could show you studies for days, but yes, like the study was
Right.
saying.
No, I mean the
women
study was going to
are
do
happy-
it's going to give you a percentage at some point. So I'm just curious what the study says. Just link it to me. I'll skim it on the other side. We don't have to like literally go through it.
I can report about 3% of women will date a guy shorter than her. It's exceedingly rare. It seems like in general, women don't want to date men that are shorter than them. That's like retroactive reports that I've read through.
3%. That seems crazy.
Yeah,
I'm
it is
just
really low.
surprised that this is
Generally
even like a
don't tend to
controversial
date
point.
guys
I mean,
that
this
are
is like common sense anywhere.
I'm
outside
just
the
curious at
United
this point. We don't have to have a fucking argument about this. I'm just like
No, that's okay.
really honestly curious of like because that just seems so like I can't imagine like if I really liked somebody that I would really give a shit about like how tall they were.
The thing is that you're not even gonna get to the point where you really like the guy who's really short because you're not even gonna give him a chance because you're gonna dismiss him automatically. Most likely, not always, but most likely that's what's gonna happen unless you meet him through like your social circle, in which case you might give him more of a chance. But if a short guy approaches you on the street, or at least I don't know about you, you might be one in a million type of girl, but for most girls, and he's shorter than her, the girl will just kind of dismiss him. You know, not in a rude way, in a polite way, but she probably won't even give him the chance to get to the point where she could potentially really like him.
I think this is actually a good issue that occurs a lot of times when like male-centric spaces and female-centric spaces or feminine-centric spaces or like leftists and rightists run into each other is like the descriptive realities that they like don't really like care about. For example, just like you didn't know about like the 3%, which is totally fine. Why would you? It's such a like random fact to know. But in the PUA space for short men, like hearing only 3% when you're a guy who's like 5'2" is like awful. Like it's gut wrenching because you're like, well, fuck, right? I have very minimal hope. Whereas similarly, most guys in these spaces have no idea about vaginismus rates or rates of orgasm in women, right? Because it's just like, not something that they care about. Okay, what is the rate of orgasm in stranger like one night stands for women?
I think most women 0, like they don't have
It's
an orgasm.
11%. Do you know the vaginismus rates in marriage?
Well, so I was right. Most women don't have an orgasm the first time around, right?
Yeah. No.
Okay.
Do you know that-
Vaginismus means when like your vagina is like too tight and it hurts, right?
Yeah, it's really painful.
That I'm not. I actually learned about that when you first talked about it, so that one I'm not sure about. But if I take a guess, I would say it's probably just we're talking all women or a certain percentage of women.
All women.
I would say like 30% seems reasonable.
Yeah, it's about 40%.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see that.
I think this is one thing that's probably because it's really hard to have debates when descriptive realities are disagreed upon, right? Which is where issues can rise up. So I think one thing that's really interesting to hear from like both sides is when you report them stats and you're like, I had no idea about that. I think that's a super fair place to be in. But it gives a little bit of weight to like why certain like men's spaces are like talking about things like height and stuff all the time. This is why so many incels are obsessed with height, is because of like these types of stats.
Yeah, I think also we should. I do agree with what Kyle's saying. Is we have to kind of agree on the descriptive before we can even get into the prescriptive. And it seems like we're a little bit of an impasse because you're not agreeing with the descriptive. But I think this is like just like I mean I can show you study for this for days, right? I think this is just. I thought this was honestly common sense. I've never met a woman who actually disagreed with this. And also, I think you told me to kind of make it something a little bit more personal. I think you told me in the last debate you're like 5'6", 5'7". You're taller, right?
Yeah.
Okay. How many guys have you dated that were 5'2", 5'3"? Like dated, actually slept with, not just went on a date with.
Well, I mean, considering that's not the average height of a guy, like to mean anything, I don't know. I mean, if you're talking about just shorter than me, or does it have to specifically be the height?
We're talking about guys who are like noticeably shorter than you. We're not talking about a guy who's like kind of your height. We're talking about a guy who's like shorter than you. You can see that he's shorter.
I've been in a date with maybe like 2.
But how many of those did you actually hook up with?
One.
One. Did you wind up seeing him or dating him?
Well, we went on a date and we like hung out a little bit. It just was kind of like a casual thing. Personality didn't go along anything So
Okay, but there was no
would that
relationship.
count?
How tall was the dude?
I'm not asking him his height. I just know he was shorter than me. Like, I don't know why you're like, that's like, you're kind of doing the thing right now where you're like kind of being really like focused on like height. Do you think I'm asking people about their height? I don't care.
Point out like the massive amount of hypocrisy where like girls will be like,
okay, but you're not pointing that out because
height doesn't matter, except every single guy I've been with has been taller than me.
because
Like,
men are on average taller. What do you mean? That is so insane to say. That's hypocritical. There's less guys that are going to be shorter than me than they're going to be taller than me or my same height.
My girlfriend could make that argument because she's 5 feet tall, but you're actually on the taller side. You're 5'7". You're not that far from the average height for a man. There's actually a good amount of men who are shorter than you.
Okay, so then, right, but then the average amount of guys are going to be taller than me.
Yeah, but there's going to be a good percentage.
By like literally definition.
30% of men, at least 30% of men are going to be shorter than you.
Okay, but it's not like I've dated like an insane, like I don't know what insane sample size like that I'm working with. I know you have been with a lot of people, but like it's just not the case for like everybody.
Well, like if 1 out of 3 guys is going to be shorter than you, then if height doesn't matter, then 1/3 of your hookups or whatever relationships should be guys shorter than you. But it seems like that's not the case. It seems like the vast majority. It seems like every guy that you've had actually a relationship with was either your height or taller, and that in terms of like the guys you slept with.
Because yes, most on average, most guys are my height or taller.
Right, but 1 out of 3 guys is shorter than you.
Okay, but you're really thinking a sample size, like what sample size do you think you're working with? You think that's a statistical like valid way to go about like saying that?
No, I don't think
this is. With a sample size of like 15 people.
I don't think this would qualify as a study. I'm just trying to give you something because it seems like you're not really receptive to the study aspect, which is my first go-to. So I'm trying to maybe.
What do you mean the study aspect? I'm just trying to find the study. I don't link them.
That would be that's something you would be more receptive to.
Okay. So.
You want to find the study? I can.
No, I'm looking through the article that you were looking at, but yeah, I mean, I don't understand why you want to point out hypocrisy, but I don't feel like there's any sense of me being hypocritical about anything, and I don't know why. Like, you think that's like a dunk or something, but like, what is your point in?
Hypocrisy is saying one thing and doing another. So you're saying that I don't care about height at all, but it seems like your actions don't really reflect that. It seems like with your actions, you at least have some preference for guys.
No, you would have to prove that I do inherently care about height, which I'm telling you I don't.
Well, it seems like you're dating.
Most of the guys are dated around my height.
Right, but you're not dating shorter guys.
Okay, but on average, most guys, okay, we're going to circle. On average, most guys are either my height or taller, so it really doesn't mean anything.
Well, 1 out of 3 guys
that I've typically ended up dating. Okay, so
I think this is where we're running into the issue. This is we're engaging in, that fallacy that Undead Chronic hated me listing all the time, the ecological fallacy. I think that's actually happening a little bit here. So like, just because it is the case that 1 in 3 men would be shorter than Nina, and say she's dated exactly 6 men, and so you're like, so 2 of those men should have been shorter if she doesn't actually care about height. The issue is that like normative data doesn't map onto individuals very well, because it's like if you toss a coin 6 times, you would expect that it would be about 3 and 3, because it's a 50-50 chance. But the reality is, like, because like individual circumstances are so random, in that single toss of 6, you might get like 4 heads and like 2 tails, or 5 heads and 2 tails, even though statistically it should be about 50-50. Because when you get to the normative stats, it's when you flip the coin 6 times and times up by 200 times. That's when you start to see like.
Yeah, I understand. I understand.
So, like, her not dating exactly, like, for example, 2 out of 6 dates being shorter than her and like dating them isn't necessarily hypocritical. It doesn't necessarily instantiate that Nina absolutely cares about height. I think because there's 2 things happening, which is like Nina's personal dating life, but also the descriptive reality that she seemed not open to, which is that women prefer taller men, or she was like, well, I don't know if that's true, right? So that's kind of, I think, what's happening in this conversation.
Yeah, you made a good point. The sample size is small, and it's not like statistically significant, right? I agree with that. That's why it wasn't my first go-to argument. My first go-to argument will always to try to use like studies. It just seems like that one wasn't really resonating. But yeah, I cannot prove that she's a hypocrite, right? There's not enough evidence, because chances are, I mean, I don't know what her like body count is, but chances are her sample size is like not that big, right? So it's like, yeah, like it could be, it could be just a matter of luck, could be this or that, right? But I do think it's at least something. Again, it's more of like circumstantial, that the fact that it just seems that like most of the guys that she dates are her height or taller, if not all of them.
Because
right?
that's the average of, yeah. I mean, if you want to say it's something, then that, sure. But like, no, I mean, Erudite's right. Like, put it in a better way. Clearly, but yeah, that was what I was trying to say. It's like,
okay, Nina, let's do this. Let me give you a hypothetical. Okay, are you in a relationship right now, or are you single?
I am in a relationship.
Okay. Like roughly how tall is your partner?
He's like maybe a little bit taller than me.
Okay, he's like around
Oh.
5'6". So let's do this. You meet me, and I am God, and I give you the choice. I'm like, Nina, I'm gonna change your partner's height. One option is I'm gonna make him 6 feet tall. Other option is gonna make him 5'3". You have to pick one. Which one of those do you pick?
Whichever one he wants, dude.
No, you pick. He doesn't pick. Which one do you pick? It's all up to you.
So, I'm assuming because of the social aspect, he would probably want to be taller. So I guess I'd pick the taller.
No.
one.
But let's say he tells you, Nina, I really don't care. I don't give zero shits. It's totally up to you, babe. 100% your preference. Which one do you pick?
Wait, what's the height? Like, is it like super tall? Because I know they can have.
No,
like,
let's say
it's like normal height.
5'11" and 5'3". Yeah, those are your options.
I guess 5'11", because I would like
There we
to be able to reach
I
things in the top shelf.
There we go. Okay.
Well, the
Oh,
descriptive reality
stop!
is
But
really
you that was
established.
such a
So
dumb
here's the
question.
actual question. Here's the actual descriptive reality. I have 100 women, and I ask them the exact same question. How many of those women do you think are always going to say that they prefer taller? Or more importantly, I give them 2 men. They're identical in every way, but one is 5'3", and one is their exact height. How many do you think of the women are going to pick the guy who's like their height versus the really short guy?
Is that for me or for Nina?
For Nina.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. I thought it was for. I was not focusing as well. Can you repeat that? I'm sorry.
So say I have 100 women, and I give them 2 options of men. One, they're identical in every way. Same income, same looks, they're fraternal twins, whatever. Identical twins. One is 5'6", one is 5'3". Who do you think the women are selecting?
I mean, if you're talking statistically, then
Yeah, with 100 women.
it would
Like,
be
what percentage of them?
the taller people. Sure. Like, I'm not.
What percentage of them do you think would select the taller guy?
Well, if you're going off of the stats that you guys listed.
Just in your opinion, like forget about the study.
No,
Just
it's not in my opinion. No, it doesn't. My opinion doesn't fucking matter when we're talking about stats here. Like, I don't know how you're going to accuse me of not giving a shit about your stats and then like say that then ask me a question to not talk about the stats.
I don't want you to give like a limp dick answer where it's like, well, according to the stats that you showed me, which I'm not really sure about, I guess it'll be this. I just want to hear intuitively.
Well, because I just haven't read it. I'm not gonna. I don't think you're lying to me. Like, if you're telling me that that's the case, then I'll say that that's the case.
If you ask me this question, I can intuitively, because say that I think that pretty much every single girl will pick a taller guy, and the ones.
Okay, so you're not basing that off of the stats. You're just basing that off of your intuition.
He's probably doing both at this
Yeah, I'm doing both, right?
Right,
But
that's fine. Then why are you concerned about me?
So
I'm just
he's
telling you
trying
my
to
personal
establish.
preference.
He's
it's a
trying to establish.
hypothetical to explore your thinking.
We're trying to establish descriptive reality right now because it's really hard to talk about the rest if we can't agree. Like, yeah, women on average will always prefer taller men, and distinctly shorter men are going to be less preferred as a partner. Like, them being short will probably be viewed by women as a con, right? I'll be honest, if I'm as a woman, a guy being shorter than me is a con in the bucket. It doesn't mean that I would disqualify him. For some women, it would, but it's for sure a con.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
Yeah, and by the way, I'm not saying that every woman will disqualify the guy. I'm just saying it's a disadvantage.
Okay, but the problem I have when you say it's genetics, that is like kind of the main impasse here, though. Like, I don't understand where you get that argument.
It's one of the impasses. The other part of
No. You saying like attraction to height was like genetic, right?
That's one of the impasses, but we haven't even established a descriptive reality.
She
right?
has. She's agreed. She's agreed to it. She's been like, yeah, sure. Yeah.
So you
we
do agree.
We have established that.
Wait, so you do agree that height matters for the vast majority of women?
If that's what the study says, then I have no reason to disbelieve you.
Can I just get like a yes or no?
What do you mean? When you just stop beating your wife, what the fuck you mean? I can't have nuance in my answer here? What are you, Jesse Lee Peterson over here?
Okay,
no, it's not a half answer. It's saying if that is what the stats say. Like, the only reason why I would not be saying yes is if you're lying to me. Like, that's the only thing that I'm just clarifying my answer. Yes, I haven't seen the exact thing. I have no reason to disbelieve you. So assuming that is correct, then yes, of course, that's fine. I have no problem with that. But I can't add nuance to my answer? Like, what the fuck, dude?
It just feels like
it's such a Jesse Lee Peterson. Do you love?
It feels like you're kind of like tiptoeing in and like you're one foot out.
That's just clarifying my answers. Like, what do you think? Like, it's gonna be? I should just say, you know what? Just ask me a series of yes or no questions, and if that's what you want.
All right. Well, we'll take that as a soft yes. Anyway, all right. We can move on from
that. That was a very clear yes.
Okay, well, there we go. All right,
with
clear
the
as. I like it.
assumptions that I
I
added in
like
there.
it. I like it. Nina's starting to slightly move her position. Good. All right, so let's move on to.
I never had a strong position
Wait,
against
what
that.
your whole thing initially was
It
that.
didn't seem like that made sense to me because I personally don't feel that way. But if you're saying the studies are saying that they preliminarily, then I will change my, I guess, inherent position.
So
Which
you did change your position, yeah. So why are you disagreeing with me when I say your position?
Okay, God, please, could we move the conversation?
There's nothing wrong with shifting your position. I do that all the time. Okay, so let's move on to, I guess, the next thing. I would say is, okay, we've kind of just talked about height. What about something like muscles? Do you think that women have an inherent preference for guys? And by the way, just to clarify, I'm not talking about these like bodybuilder, roided out dudes. Like when I say muscles, I do not mean that. I'm just talking about guys like kind of like Nick, who have like a good amount of muscle. They can lift shit in the gym, or like me, even better, who are like ripped as fuck, right? Versus a guy who's like ultra skinny, or a guy who's, let's just start off with the ultra skinny guy. Do you think women have an inherent preference for the guys who have more muscles?
My guess would be that women care about somebody who's able to take care of themselves and is very like, into their own health and stuff like that. So I imagine that's an element, but I would definitely, it seems like you're kind of aware of what, I would say we're like the like hyper jacked, like muscle dudes, like generally women don't like really give a fuck about that, especially, and it can be like a detriment in some ways. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I agree with you. If you're like the roided out bodybuilder look, that can definitely be a disadvantage in a lot of ways.
Yeah, I feel like you're doing that for the boys.
No, I'm not an advocate of like being roided out.
No, not you personally. I just mean when you have that type of body, like you're doing it for like either like a competitive sense.
Oh,
or
yeah,
like,
I agree. Well, there's a very small percentage of like gym girls who will be into that, but yeah, it's a small percentage, like a niche type of thing. But I do agree with that. They're probably doing it for the validation of other men. Actually, typically they're doing it because they have some self-esteem issues, and that's like their kind of their way of compensating. Really, that's what I've seen from like bodybuilder interviews. But anyway, so you will acknowledge that but you're talking about most women like a guy who takes care of himself. So hypothetical, what if you have a guy who's in really good shape? Let's take Johnny Skywalker. Do you know who he is?
Okay, he's a porn star.
He's not. He's just he's just like a real famous influencer bodybuilder. That dude is fucking ripped. He smokes cigarettes. Seems like he doesn't really do much besides go to the gym, chain smoke cigarettes, right? And eats like, I don't know, I think not the best food, right? But he has really good genetics. He goes to the gym and he takes massive amounts of steroids. So he looks really, really fucking good. So what about a guy like that looks really good, but it doesn't seem like he really cares about his health? Will women still be more attracted to that guy compared to the skinny guy?
Bro, that guy's gonna have a heart attack at like.
Sure, we're not
30.
disagreeing on that, but just go.
I mean, again, are you talking about attracted to as in like a partner or like somebody to like fuck?
Both.
You ever heard of the concept of like a celeb fuck type, like a clout fuck?
No, tell me about it.
Okay, it's like just somebody who would like to fuck somebody famous to say that they fuck somebody famous type of thing.
Okay, understand.
So they're not necessarily even attracted to their physical appearance or anything like that. It's just that it is because they're like either famous or like known in a scene or very niche scene. Like I've known some people to do that. And I feel like that might be a factor in that, but I personally don't think most women would be attracted to this dude who's probably constantly like in the gym like 90 hours at a day. Maybe like to hook up with them, but like I can't imagine anyone being that particularly interested.
Okay. Let me rephrase the question. We take 100 girls who are in relationships, right? With average looking men, and we say, hey, listen, you now have the power. You can either make your guy like, pretty muscular. Like we're not talking bodybuilder again. We're talking about someone who has a six pack, who has some shoulders, who has some back, or you can just make him like kind of like skinny. Which percentage of women do you think will pick? Let's make him jacked option.
Wait, so they wouldn't look like? Wait, why did we talk about Johnny Scott? Oh, just brought him up.
One of them they look like Brad Pitt in Fight Club. The other one they look like just some skinny weakling.
I don't really think that would matter at that point, because like the reason why I think people would be interested in like the jacked body is because you did the work to get there. So to not to just like look like that and not have to do any work, I think it would just like, you ever see people that like bicep implants, and like pec implants and stuff like that, and it's just like they like just kind of like look like they're jacked, but they're not.
That's because those aesthetically are ultra duper fucking unattractive, right?
Right, but I mean, some of them are pretty convincing, but still, it's like it causes like it's not really the same thing because you're not maintaining it. Like the reason why the strength would be attractive is because they, for one, worked for it, and it
Do
means
you
that they
think?
give a shit about their body and like they're like
Do,
disciplined.
so do you think it would be like 50-50? Like 50% of women will pick the more jack guy, 50% will pick the guy who's super skinny? You think it would be like something like that?
I have no idea how that would break down. In my opinion, just in general, again, I don't think people really care that much, especially women aesthetically, as much as they care about the person, as like kind of what you were saying earlier with like their kindness and like their personality. Like, you know, obviously there's plenty of guys like who get mad pussy because they're funny as fuck and they're fun to be around. I think that is the more important status. So I don't know if you're just gonna like do a series of just like asking me random hypotheticals. We can do that,
Well,
I guess.
they're
But
not random. They're actually very important to this discussion.
sure.
Because it all relates back to gender roles, right? And how important are gender roles? Being masculine is something that's associated with, you know, the gender role of being masculine, right, or being male. So it's not irrelevant. It's actually a very important discussion at hand. Okay,
Right,
I
but
mean,
I
like,
don't like gender roles. You understand that, right?
I understand that, right? And my argument is that there's some benefits to gender roles, and I'm trying to prove that point. But we have to first agree on the
Yeah, but
reality.
not most people are gender abolitionists.
We can't. I know, but what if I show
Right.
you evidence that gender roles are actually very important? Will you still be a gender abolitionist?
Absolutely.
Wait, if I show you like really good convincing evidence where you're like, holy shit, like actually gender
That
roles are
they're
very important.
important?
You
Like,
will,
what do you mean by important?
like if I show you evidence that there's a lot of benefits for men to, you know, play into the you know, the male gender role, and for women to play into the female gender roles. If I can show you like incontrovertible evidence about that, you would still be a gender abolitionist. That wouldn't shift your position. You wouldn't be like, oh wow, okay, maybe, you know, I should not be a full gender abolitionist, or at the very least question your position if I show you some practical, tangible benefits to gender roles.
I mean, obviously, you'll question the position. That's the entire point, right?
Well, okay,
Like having a discussion. That's the productive part, right?
so you would question your position if I show you some good evidence why our gender roles matter.
Okay. Yeah. I don't see why I wouldn't.
Okay.
Would you give me the same feeling that you would
absolutely
question
yeah.
your position?
Yeah, absolutely. If you show me like really good convincing evidence, then for sure. I've changed my position on things in the past. I've done it in real time. You know, I've changed my position, I think, on trying to think. I can't remember the last name, but I've done it. You guys have seen me do it anyway. That's the point. Okay, so anyway, I want to go back to the muscles thing. I think the 50-50 or whatever, it doesn't matter, is like not in line with reality at all. And that's why you're saying that like, oh, I think women care about personality more. And you might actually have a point when it comes to that. But that's why in the hypothetical, I'm controlling for all those factors, because the guy's personality doesn't change. His character doesn't change. His integrity doesn't change. The only thing that changes is his physical body. And again, the woman is given the power to either make him look like Brad Pitt in Fight Club, or make him look like just some like 120-pound skinny weakling. And you really think it's going to be 50-50? You really think it's going to be the girls are just not going to give a shit? Or you don't think it's going to be like pretty much every girl is going to be like, fuck yeah, make him Brad Pitt, if every single other thing stays the same?
I mean, you're just giving psychotic hypotheticals. I personally don't give a fuck. You're saying I had to pick one and just flip a coin, then at that point, I don't care. Like, do you just not understand that concept?
I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about how do you think most women.
Okay, but I can't like apply like real statistics to some like really hyper like insane hypothetical.
You can't just give me your intuitive opinion. I can give you my.
You're saying that they're all exactly the same. That implies that there is a capability of people just being the exact same as one another. And I know it's annoying to go around that, but like I just
what I'm saying right now.
Absolutely, because I think it's gonna be a waste of time. Like, what is your point trying to be? Like, you just want to go over like a series of things? Like, can we maybe speed this up a little bit, or what?
I think so what I'm hearing is typically when we give hypotheticals like this, I'm sure you're right, we're doing it to test fundamental assumptions about descriptive reality, right? So like I think what he's asking here is he's trying to like tease apart what you believe about different things in like gender role.
But he's not asking what I believe. He's saying like what I think everybody else believes.
I know what you say
about it.
He's saying, what do you believe about how people would answer? Because that is part of descriptive reality, right? I imagine, for example, if I went to California and I had to pull 100 people and I had to ask them, how do you feel about Trump? I can make a pretty strong prediction
Yeah.
that I'm going to get a lot of negative feedback about Trump. That would be reasonable, especially in California, right? And I think that that's a reasonable claim to make. Not that we're going to like hold you to it and be like, you know, if stats don't say that you're like arbitrary hypothetical prediction, it's just like test reality. Because if I say 0% of Californians would be bothered by Trump, right? That shows that I have a different conception of how Californian people are versus maybe what somebody who would say 95% would hate Trump, right? And then what you can do with that is go, okay, well, what is actually true in this case? So I think that's what's being done. So we could keep doing the descriptive reality testing. We could move off to something else if we wanted to, but that's
the reason I was initially hoping to fly through that much quicker. I just thought we'd agree on descriptive reality first, to establish it really quickly, and then I would bring it back. So I'll just give you a little bit of a fast forward type of version. How I'm going to title this back is that if we can agree, right, and this is kind of like not the best debate strategy, but I'm just going to lay it out for you so you see what my logic is, because you seem like, you know, you're a little bit perplexed by why I'm doing this. Is if you agree, you know what, I do think that the vast majority of women, you know, muscles are very attractive. Okay, well, part of being, you know, part of the gender role for males is having muscles, right? So if we are saying like, hey, gender rules don't matter, forget that, then we're telling men, you know, don't worry about getting muscles, and thus making them less attractive to women, thus hurting both men and women. That's how it all ties into. But first, we can't do that until we agree on descriptive reality. That's the problem.
Okay, but what's the harm in saying that? You understand if we get rid of the gender roles, then it really wouldn't matter that much.
Well,
Like
not if women inherently care about muscles.
Okay, honest.
Right? Like if women are just innately, you know, like turned on by muscles, which is what I'm trying to establish, or at least most women, right? We're talking about averages. Then just getting rid of gender roles isn't going to do anything.
Well, the issues you're establishing. So if you want to talk about the ideology, we can talk about that. But what you're establishing is descriptive. Women. So you're not establishing women fundamentally care about muscles. You're establishing women on average do care about muscles. That's what you're establishing. If you want to talk about the essential element that women are biologically inclined to prefer muscular men, that's a different conversation. And that's, I think, the conversation really originally Nina was kind of gleaning towards. So I also agree that the ideology conversation is more interesting than like descriptive stuff.
Well, we can move forward, I guess. But the thing is that it's much harder for me to prove that women are biologically, that I can very easily prove that vast majority of women care about muscles. I can't prove that it's 100% or 90% biologic, but I don't think there's any study to suggest that. Intuitively, if you ask me, I think that is predominantly biological, because I think that, again, when we were involving tens of thousands of years ago, when you saw, you know, a caveman who had muscles, he's more likely to protect you. He's more likely to be able to protect your children. Thus, there's an evolution advantage to breeding with him compared to a caveman who's like really weak and fragile, right? So, but again, I can't prove that, especially if you don't agree, you know, with a lot of this evolutionary, you know, whatever the fuck it's called, then that's going to be harder. But I can very easily, or at least fairly easily, prove the fact that muscles do matter. Let's just do like, okay, Kyla, if I ask you this question, 100 women, they're all in relationships. They can change the gender. They can change whether their partner is either going to be like Brad Pitt in Fight Club, like really muscular but lean, looks good, or they're going to be really skinny. What percent of women do you think would pick the Brad Pitt Fight Club look?
So I think women are always going to like, I think here's the reality. If you ask anyone and you give them two options, do you want a better, more attractive partner or a less attractive partner? Everyone's going to pick more attractive. The issue is like what people report as their preference doesn't actually necessarily map on to like how they actually operate. So like, yes, pretty privilege exists. Yes, being muscular and healthy is attractive for a number of reasons. But that doesn't mean, for example, that like there's very rare circumstances in reality where all constructs are held the same except for like muscularity. And so like I would agree with you. Yeah, most women are going to pick muscular, like obviously. Because, you know, if you're like, do you want your partner to be super hot or an ugly troll? It's like, I'll take the super hot one, I guess, if I get a choice.
Well, Kyle, but the thing is that Nina is not agreeing with the fact that muscles will make you super hot. So she's fundamentally disagreeing with the assumption that by having muscles, you become super hot, right? That's what we're at.
I'm not saying that. You're asking me to make assumptions for other people. Like, I personally just don't really care. So are you... I mean, you just think I'm lying. I know that's what you think.
I don't know why you can't engage in a hypothetical. Like, it's not really a trick question. It's just like, it's such a simple...
I'm not thinking it's a trick question. I'm just saying, like, I don't know. Like, what the fuck?
But you're just...
But
You just-
he's asked you to participate the way that I did, right? And so it's like
Yeah.
I think it's easy enough. I'm sure, to be honest, if like the conversation was going better, you'd probably just be like, yeah, probably most people prefer their partner to be more attractive to them. It's true. That doesn't mean that they're only going to select on attraction, though, right? And that doesn't mean that just because they prefer a more attractive partner, that like muscles is biologically driven, or that can account for like a major variance in partner selection.
Wait, sure, whatever. I just like, what do you mean? Like, what do you want from me? Like, I mean, I don't again disagree with
I
anything
want you
you're
to
saying.
engage.
So, like, what do you want me to just repeat the exact same thing that she said, or what?
No,
Like,
I want you to.
I'm just telling you, I
want you
don't
to-
personally fucking care. Like, again, like we keep going in circles on this. Like, would you just want me to answer? Like,
No,
I don't know
I
what you
just, I
want
just
from me.
want you to like legitimately, like in good faith, engage with what I'm saying, and then I'll literally after this, I'll
I
turn it
am.
over
I'm
to
saying
you.
I personally don't care, so I don't really want to make the assumptions. But
But we're
sure,
not
again,
asking
if
you
they're going to
about
be
what
the
you
exact
personally
same
care.
as, okay, so again, like, what do you just want me to repeat
We're
what she said?
asking you, what do you think?
I'm telling you, I agree with what Erudite said.
Okay, so you do think that the vast majority of women will prefer guys who have more muscles?
Well, if you're talking about like making them hotter or like less hot, then yeah, of course.
And muscle, you will agree that muscles make you more hot, right?
No, that's what I'm saying. I'm not going to agree with that as a preference because I don't care.
Then you're not agreeing
I
with
think
Kyle.
that a lot of people do think that. Sure.
So if a lot of people do think that, then
What are you
therefore
getting?
most women will pick the guys with more muscles, right?
Sure.
Okay, there we go. We got there eventually. All right, cool. So we finally reached a plateau. Listen, Kyle, why don't I let you redirect this debate because I feel like this we're making very very slow progress. So why don't you I guess like I don't know, like direct the conversation. I think that's going to be more productive.
Sure. Do you guys want to keep talking? Because it started with gender abolition, but we're not really talking about gender abolition. I guess we kind of are with like dating role
Yeah, I was
stuff.
a little confused with that.
Well, we
Do we
kind of
want to
because we-
continue in the dating role vein though? Because like gender abolition is going to be I think one issue that you're running into with gender abolitionism in general as like a theory is that it has a lot less interest in dating dynamics. It's a lot more interested in like gender role dynamics, which I know for you, like what that plays into dating. The issue is that like the theory itself isn't talking a lot of times about this, so it might be slightly out of the wheelhouse. So we can keep going on this.
No, we can
but it's-
redirect it back to dating preferences. I'm actually more interested in that, and it's something I know a little bit more about. So I'm okay with doing that.
Well, no, she was saying the exact opposite. That gender abolition doesn't really have that much. Like, if we're really talking about the main reason why I am a gender abolitionist, it has nothing to do with fucking dating. It is mostly to do with like roles, like literally in like daily life, even like even like in work and stuff like that. Like, that's what gender abolitionist is, or gender abolitionism is fighting against. It's not directly just dating. I know that's like your kind of like wheelhouse, and I don't mind having that conversation in a different context. But yeah, like, do you want to go that way, or like I'll leave that for you to decide.
Well, I think what Kyla said, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. Is you're saying that hey, we can keep going with the gender abolition stuff, but it's not really that related or specific to dating preferences, or we can just talk about more dating preference related stuff. That's what you said, right?
A little bit opposite of that. So I was saying what we're talking about now isn't really gender abolition. It's a little bit more dating stuff.
Yeah.
So it's just not gender abolition. So
I mean, me personally, I would.
Was what direction do you want to go? I don't care. By the way,
I personally prefer more dating related stuff. Again, it's an area that's more interesting to my audience. I know more about, but I'm open to either. But if my pick is more dating related stuff, dating preferences, and all of that stuff.
Okay, so then if you want to go that way, within still the lens of gender abolition, I assume. What do you think is actually that useful when it comes to gender roles? Like, you don't think that maybe like the idea of men have to be this way, women have to be that way? Like, what do you see as a positive that you have to play this role? And why do you not, or what would you consider somebody who does not fit into those roles? For example, if like a short guy, like where does that, like, should they feel bad? Like, because they're a short guy, like, or what do you think the benefits of that? Because obviously that would be the case.
Okay, so first of all, I'm not saying anyone has to do anything. I'm not saying men have to play into the gender role, right? That's up to you to decide. Look, if you're happy with your life and you're like, hey, you know what? I'm not this masculine guy, but I have a girlfriend. I'm happy with her. Everything's going good. There really is no reason for you to play into the gender role. What I'm saying is there are practical advantages, at least when it comes to your dating, to playing into the gender roles, right? But again, if you're happy with your results, but what should happen to a guy who's short? Nothing. He shouldn't have to feel bad because height is even outside of your control. If that dude is happy with his dating life, then there's no issue. If that dude is unhappy with his dating life, then he could benefit by playing a little bit more into the masculine gender role by putting on muscles, right? That's what I'm saying.
So you think like what if they're like disabled? They just like get blackpilled or what?
If they're disabled, well,
Yes,
what kind of disability are we talking about?
In a wheelchair.
Well, I mean, I don't know. Can they still work out? Like, what can they do?
Okay, let's just say they can't work out. They have some sort of like muscular dystrophy, maybe. Like they're like fine usually, but they can't work out. Maybe they have like a lung issue. I don't know. Like just like some sort of like very generally common for just a disability.
They're very limited, and they don't have the physical option of playing into the gender role, which is fine. I think they should just do the best they can.
But you can't.
A very small percentage of people are going to be unable to do these things, and that's fine.
Okay, so it really seems like you think that the gender roles are optional.
I'm saying that they're helpful.
No,
So,
you're
I'm
saying
gonna
they're
ask you guys
optional
a
because you're
question,
saying that he
but-
can't.
Okay, I think you guys will disagree on this. It'll give us a really clear hypothesis of what we're talking about, which is going to be, Alex, do you think it's a good idea for a guy to talk to his girlfriend like at length about his feelings or like cry in front of his girlfriend?
I don't hold like the traditional like red pillar position on this, which is like
that's why I'm asking.
Your girlfriend. I don't think you want to overdo it, but I think talking about your feelings with your girlfriend at the right time is totally fine. I think that I mean, like, look, if my mom dies, I'm gonna cry in front of my girlfriend, right? Like, if my dog gets hit by a car, I'm gonna cry in front of my girlfriend. So I don't think it's like an all or nothing, but I think that you have to be careful not to cross over and basically become the girl where you're the feminine one, she's the masculine one. But there's nothing wrong with showing your feelings in the right context. And I've talked to my girlfriend about my feelings quite often. I never cried in front of her. That's because I've never really had anything tragic happen. But so I don't hold like a black or white position on this.
Yeah, what's the line where you
there's not like a strong line. It's a little bit arbitrary. It depends on the girl you're seeing. It depends on your dynamic. It depends on your situation, right? I think that if, for example, like your mom passes away, your girlfriend will be like way more understanding of you like crying, even if it's for a month, than if it's just like something like you fucking, I don't know, you couldn't get a job, or you're like whatever, you couldn't get a boner or something like that. So I think it's really context dependent.
They're two very different things, my dude.
You
just get a job and boner. Like, not being upset about not having a job is like totally a legitimate reason to be incredibly upset. But like,
I'm talking about like
with a boner
I don't mean that. I'm talking about you failed a job interview, right? Like you went to a job interview and didn't get that job.
Okay.
I'm not talking about you can't get a job in general. I'm just talking about things that are like fairly like insignificant in the grand scheme of things.
Or it's funny compared.
So when you're saying become the feminine one, what does that mean to you, Alex? Maybe describe that as well.
Where you're actually like basically engaging in more emotional behavior than the girl. Where she's the grounded one, and you're like kind of the one that's all over the place emotionally, right? I think in order to have a solid relationship, generally speaking, and of course there's going to be exceptions, you should be the more grounded one. You should be the more stable one, right? You should be the one that's a little bit more like like more of like a rock, right? And she's like kind of like she's the one who's more in her feminine, right? Where she can be more emotional with you, right? Because you're the guy that's, again, there's sexual polarity, and so these roles don't shift, and you become the one that's like really like emotional all over the place, and she's the grounded one. Those relationships typically never last.
Okay, what do you think about that?
You're saying that if your partner is grounded while you're going through something, and the grounded one for you, that relationship's not going to last?
Look, I'm talking about in general. I'm not talking about like as a one-off thing or a two-off thing. I'm talking about if there's a pattern
in general,
where for months where the woman is the grounded one and the man is the one who's like super emotionally vulnerable and is like super feminine, then yes, I don't think that relationship is going to last.
Are you saying that it has to be like the exact opposite? Like, or why can't you just both be grounded?
You can be. I guess sometimes you can have a relationship where you're both 50-50, but typically...
wouldn't you want that?
No, I prefer to be the more grounded one, and I am going to be the more grounded one.
So you just prefer like a more emotional partner? Is that just like your preference?
No, because very few women are going to be as grounded as me.
Okay. What the fuck does that mean? Like, would you?
It means
you want like something that's like going to be like not grounded? That just seems very like a bad relationship.
It means that I have never dated a girl who's been more grounded than me. And that I've never dated a girl who's less emotional than me.
Okay, define grounded. Maybe we need to establish that.
Kind of like stoic. You're able to just deal with the stresses of life. You don't get super riled up about it. You're not like, you don't have these massive highs and lows. You're just kind of like centered, focused, at ease, at peace.
You want to like date like a monk or like,
no? Come on, like, are you doing that on purpose? Or is this like,
he's meaning like, okay, on average, the man's going to be more grounded, and he thinks that that's objectively better. In almost all relationships will typically work out this way, and that when relationships aren't working out this way, where the guy's more like the strong, more emotionally stable one, and the woman is expected to be like a little bit more emotionally like volatile. That if roles are flipped, that the relationship.
Well, let me try to give you an example. Maybe there was.
Yeah. Wait. Hold on. I kind of spoke over a little bit, but I want to like clarify. So she's asking you if the roles were flipped. Do you think that would not? Like if the guy is more emotional, and even if the woman's grounded, you're talking. Was that your question?
I think if it happens once or twice, it's fine. But I think if there's a pattern of that happening for extended periods of time, yeah, I don't think that relationship is going to be stable the majority of the time.
Why?
That's just what I've seen, like hundreds and hundreds of times when it comes to like
why does it happen? What's the
because
problem that happens?
Because I think a woman subconsciously loses respect for a guy, and loses attraction for a guy who's more feminine than her. I just think it is what it is, which is kind of like
okay. So being emotional is feminine?
Being emotional is feminine. So let me give you an example, right? There's
wait. I can't let you get away with that. Come on, that's not true at all.
What
do you mean about like you talk about like violent crime, which I think we would both agree is an emotion based like action most of the time. Is especially when it comes to domestic abuse, like
anger is a more masculine emotion. I understand that, but I'm not.
It's still an emotion. It doesn't. You don't get to pick and choose which one is an emotion, my dude.
I'm talking about like, I don't know if you're being bad faith right now or you're just like legitimately confused.
No, I mean, do you think that you can pick and choose which one is?
I'm talking about obvious things. I'm talking about like crying. I'm talking about like being upset. I'm talking about getting riled up. The example I was going to give you is, for example, I think about a month ago, my girlfriend came to me, right, and she was having a little bit of an issue at work. She was freaked out about it. So if I was not grounded, I'd be like, oh my God, holy shit, that's crazy. We got to call your boss right now, babe. This is horrible. Right. And I would maybe start crying too.
Is that what she does?
Because I am grounded. Well, she was freaking out a little bit, but because I am grounded, I was like, hey, listen, like, let's just take a deep breath. It's not that serious. Let's analyze this. Let's analyze this logically. So your boss said this, but do you think maybe he could have meant that, right? Like very calm, very grounded, right? Very present, right? Is that starting to click? I don't know.
I
don't understand how that is all gendered or sex-based. I don't. That's where I'm having the struggle here.
I think an interesting thing would be to engage with the counterexample. So she said, well, if you're saying men are more emotional, talk to me about violent crime rates. Doing violent, explosive, impulsive crime seems pretty fucking emotional. It's done almost exclusively by men. So what do you mean when you say women are more emotional? Sounds like men are just more aggressively, violently emotional.
So I was speaking in hyperbole. The reality is, if I'm giving the nuanced answer, men and women are emotional in different ways, right? So men, when it comes to violence or like anger, men are much more predisposed to that. But I'm already operating in the assumption that has no place in a relationship anyway, right? So that like anger and violence has no place in any kind of relationship. So
it happens all the time, though. We're talking about reality here,
right? But okay, it happens. I just don't think it should happen, right? We're talking about shoulds now. Right. So that's kind of where I'm operating on. So the kind of emotions that are accepted to be in a relationship are more like things like crying and sadness and anxiety. It's not anger. That's not really accepted by either me or you. You wouldn't think anger has a place in a relationship. Neither would I.
Of course it should have a place in a relationship. What would you just like let somebody walk all over you because like if they're like you're totally fine to be angry in a relationship. Like that's crazy. You're telling me right now that you don't think it's okay for your girlfriend to be mad at you?
Do you think the only way you can not let your partner walk all over you is by getting angry at them?
Obviously, it's not what I'm saying. I'm being hyperbolic in that way. I thought we were on the same page.
Okay, so anger does not have any place.
You're really gonna say what?
Getting like yelling at your girlfriend or a girlfriend yelling at a guy.
I'm talking about anger. I'm not talking about like abuse here.
Well, how does anger manifest?
By being angry at some. You're telling me like
how is it manifest?
You don't think that your girlfriend should get mad at you if you cheat on her?
I'm talking about that my girlfriend getting mad at me and yelling at me isn't going to be productive to our relationship.
I'm not saying yelling. I'm saying getting mad at you.
Right, but how does anger? Okay, but where does
it doesn't matter?
How it matters absolutely. It matters absolutely because the feeling manifests in some type of action. Or are you just talking about people should get angry,
It doesn't
not do
always
any-
like
but not do-
manifest.
not do anything about that and just suppress that feeling, unless that's the argument you're trying to
I
make.
think we're missing a step because Nina's not saying it's totally okay when women get mad and punch their boyfriends in the face, right? She's not talking about the follow-up action or yells at them and emotionally berates them. She's saying, do you think it's fair that they feel some sort of way? So just like the feeling first, because we're talking about like who feels more emotions, and then the next step is to establish who acts on those emotions, particularly probably unethically more often.
Yeah, you can have. I think having like frustration and some mild amount of anger, I think is fine if you don't act on that. If you channel it in a productive way. I mean, sure, I've had situations where I've been like angry. I just never acted on that anger, in any kind of like abusive way. So yeah, sure, having some element of anger, but I'm just talking about more not feeling something. I'm talking about actually acting.
Anger
on that.
does have a place in a
When
relationship.
I was talking about sadness, I wasn't talking about like a girl just
Okay,
feeling
that is
sad,
you.
not saying anything. I was talking about a girl crying. So when a guy, for example, of course, a guy's going to feel sad, but the question is he going to cry in front of his girlfriend, or is he going to, not do
Is
that?
it he's not going to cry at all, or is he crying in front of the girlfriend? Because like there's a lot of proof to show
We're
that like
talking right. I'm talking about how emotions will manifest. I think you're talking about how emotions feel. Everyone's going to feel emotions.
well, you're
right?
saying these as like
I'm
they're
going to feel.
That's what
I'm
the
going to feel
conversation's about.
sadness. I'm going to feel sadness, right? I'm going to feel it, probably like at some point in the next few months, right? I'm going to feel sad. But the question is, what am I going to do about it? Am I going to cry in front of my girlfriend, right? Or am I going to, not do that and process it in a different way?
By like doing what?
The way I would process it is by talking to either a therapist or a close friend.
Okay, well, I suggest
Or
I think this is a
meditation. Or meditation. One of those
good
two.
idea. But
Okay.
why do you think that's bad to be emotionally vulnerable with your partner? That just
I'm not
like
saying it's
blows
bad
my
to be
mind
emotional.
to me.
I'm not
Well, he
saying
said
that.
Crying in
just to
front
be
of your
clear-
partner.
Well, he just to be clear, what he said is it's bad for men in relationships, not bad because it's like evil or unethical, but it will harm the relationship long term if a man is consistently more emotional than the woman. If any time a circumstance happens to both of them, like they both get into a car crash, he's the one always crying and she's the one having to comfort him.
Yes.
So he's saying when that pendulum
Yes.
switches in the direction where it's more of the woman having to comfort him, that
Yeah.
often ends up in disaster. That's what he's claiming. I'm not
Yes.
saying that that's my position. I'm just saying that that is his position.
You're
Sure, but I mean,
100%.
like, I don't feel like there's
100%
any
right.
basis to support that. Like, it just seems like really kind of you're talking about obvious cut and dry here. It really would seem that you in a relationship that like is a partnership where your partner's the one that is your rock when you need them, and you're their rock when they need you. That just seems like a healthy relationship. I don't see this idea where like, oh, what it has to be like statistically. You know what? You cried like 5 times last
No
week,
one
and
is
I cried
saying
like
that.
2 times like last
Well,
week. So I guess this isn't gonna
No
work.
one
I
is
mean,
saying
obviously,
that.
I'm making a joke. Yes, that's a joke. Okay, I'm trying to get you to explain why that is a bad thing. That like what like one partner might like because things happen in life. You don't think that it would be very healthy for a relationship and good relationship advice to say that, oh, well, when your partner is going through shit, you should be there for them. It doesn't really matter if you are a man or a woman. You should just be there for your partner. It doesn't fucking matter what gender or sex you are. Like, I don't see why that is important
No
in
one
any
is
way.
saying no one is saying you should not be there for your partner. Okay, I 100%.
But you're saying if they go over that threshold, then
He's
they're
saying
less
that it
attracted
will
to them.
inevitably end up in damaging the relationship. He's not saying it's bad. He's not saying like anything. He's not moralizing. He's not saying that men shouldn't be emotional.
Right, and
He's
I want him
saying-
to say why he thinks that.
Okay.
I think because women prefer to be in the feminine, and and women want a guy who's stable, who's like a rock, right? I think that's generally what women are attracted to. Doesn't mean you can't be emotionally vulnerable, right? It just means that if you're constantly the one that's acting like the chick, right, and she's the one that has to be a man, right? Because whenever you guys are together, you get into a situation, right? Someone is going to have to like be the more calm, grounded, logical one. And if you're never that person and she's that person, she's going to lose attraction, and that's going to be the problem in that relationship. And I'm just like surprised again. That's like a point of contention. Like once again, to bring it back to another hypothetical. Okay, do you think that for you personally, what would you prefer?
Okay,
Would
what? Can I tell you an anecdote? Because I feel like I know where you're going with this, and
Go ahead.
I'd rather tell you something that actually has happened. So, our pool heater caught fire, a few months ago. Obviously, there was people outside that caught it. Luckily, because it started like catching like the house on fire or whatever. So, oh, what the fuck? Sorry, I didn't know much.
This is a comment from a girl.
My my partner was like, he was like on it right away, like calling like 911 or whatever. But he was like when you do that and then like you you're like he's like, I feel like I have to still keep doing something. I need to act like what should we do? And I'm like, I'm there being calm, being like, we called the professionals. There's nothing we can do. It's fine. You handled it by calling. It's fine. Everything's okay. Okay, it'll be okay. There's nothing we can do. Calm down. And then that was, I think, me being like a good partner but he's also done that for me where I freaked out at certain things. Like I have an anxiety condition and like he's been there to be like, fine. I understand you need to take your time, whatever. Like, I don't see why there is any reason why, like, if he's like freaking out more than I am, or like if he has an anxiety condition or something, that I shouldn't be the one to be there for him in the same way. Or if he even was a little bit more emotional, that like that would matter.
Again, you're attacking a complete straw man. No one's not saying that. First of all, in your specific,
no, I'm asking you a question.
In your specific anecdote, it wasn't like you were 100% the masculine one. Actually, it was kind of 50 because he was the one. What does that mean? He was the one, I'm about to explain it. He was the one that took action. He was the one that like logically, practically dealt with the problem, but he was a little riled up about it, right? So that one was more of a 50-50, right? If he was just being feminine, he would just been like walking around ranting about, oh my God, what are we going to do? And you would have to be in the one, not only to calm down, but to call the repair people. So that one was more 50-50. It wasn't like he was the feminine, you were the masculine. So let's just clarify that. What was the initial question? What do I mean by what?
Okay, well, I think we need to like maybe rephrase this a little bit. You need to define what you mean by feminine and masculine. Because you keep like kind of using those words all over the place. And I find it like you kind of like tactically use them. Oh, when something is seen as good, you say it's masculine. And when something's seen as bad, you call it feminine. It kind of seems like that's the tactic you're going about. So I need you to define what you're saying.
Okay. I'm definitely not shaming feminine behavior. I love feminine.
No, I'm just wanting to clarify what you're saying. I'm not trying to come at you, dude.
What I'm saying is that when in regards to this, right, I'm talking about masculine is the act of being grounded, being practical and pragmatic, taking action, reassuring your partner, right, being the one that's able to just process it and fix the problem. Versus when I say feminine, I mean things like getting emotionally affected, getting upset, or getting anxious, kind of becoming a little frazzled and having to be the one that needs reassurance. Of course, there's been times in my life where I needed my girlfriend's reassurance, right? But if we look at the overall pattern, generally speaking, I am her rock, not the other way around.
Okay, why are those traits masculine? Like, where are you getting the fact that they're masculine or feminine? Because it kind of seemed all over the place there.
They're really not. Those are traditionally associated with being a man, and some things are traditionally associated with being a woman. I mean, is that disagreement? Do you think that it's
okay? So do you think women can't be practical? Like, what do you mean? That's insane. That's an insane thing to say.
No one is saying that.
You just said that associated with being a man, and one of the things that you listed was as masculine as being practical.
Okay. Do you think that it is masculine to become very emotionally frazzled, to become dazzled, to start crying? Do you think that's masculine behavior?
That used to be perceived as masculine, like back in the fucking ancient Greeks. So it doesn't really seem like there's a.
Well, I'm talking about now. I'm not talking about in the ancient Greeks.
Okay, so what has changed now?
You're not engaging with what I'm saying. I'm saying, do you think
I'm absolutely engaging with it?
You're answering my question with a question. That's not answering the question, right? I can answer your question right after you answer my questions.
Okay.
I'm asking you, do you think, like, again, in that situation, right, your pool breaks down and someone is crying, they're upset, they're frazzled, they need reassurance. Do you think that's more masculine or that's more feminine?
They're crying and breaking down and needing reassurance?
Yes. Do you think that's more masculine?
I don't really feel like that would be either. It's just kind of a personality trait.
You have to pick one.
Is panic that creates violence masculine or feminine?
Is panic that creates violence masculine or feminine?
Is the fight or flight response masculine or feminine?
I think fight or flight response I don't think is either. But I think panic, getting
aroused. No, it can be either.
Getting riled up is more feminine.
Why do you think you get riled up?
Why do I think what?
Why do you think one would get riled up?
Well, you're asking me,
what do you think causes them to get riled up?
Some kind of stressful situation?
Okay, like panic.
Yeah, sure, panic. Sure. Well, I mean,
okay, so then.
Well, panic. Well, the question is, why do you get panic? Because of some stressful situation.
Right. Well, what do you think literally causes that? It's a fight or flight.
What causes the fight or flight? A stressful situation.
Right, but you agreed that That is neutral.
You can be in a state of you can be emotionally riled up and not be in fight or flight, right? Fight or flight is just human nature, right? When you're like so overwhelmed,
Okay,
but you can
yeah.
also train your fight or flight system as well. But yeah, so if you can be in a state of anxiety, you can have a stressful experience, you can even be in a mild panic without being in fight or flight.
Okay, but the reason why you are even in a mild panic, you can't without it being obviously related to your flight. That's literally. You want to talk about biology? That's literally
Fight
your
or
instinct.
flight. Fight or flight is a defense mechanism that you go into where literally all the blood goes from your brain. It goes to your like fucking like your hands and shit like that. It's literally when it's like holy shit. It's like life is over type of thing, right? There's a line about over there. He's about to eat me. Right. Typically, for most people, having the pool break down won't cause them to go into fight or flight, but they can still be mildly panicked, still be anxious.
Right. Okay. So, but the point is that that's a neutral emotion, as you're saying. So I'm answering your question.
Fight or flight is not an emotion.
It's a system. He's saying what you're talking about is a system.
No, I understand, but he's saying like if somebody's going to react off of that effect in the way that they're panicking, that is a flight or fight reaction. So it doesn't really seem like that would be gendered in either way. Like
he'd probably say,
or masculine.
yeah. So if I engage with what you're saying, he would probably say flight is feminine and fight is masculine. That's probably I would suspect. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, generally.
Okay, there you go.
Okay, so then him freaking out and taking care of it is what?
Well, that would be again. It's not all black and white, but yeah, that the fact that your partner took care of the situation, that's more masculine behavior. That's why I'm saying your analogy doesn't really hold water because it's not just he was being feminine. It's like he was kind of being masculine and he's kind of being feminine in some ways. It's not always black and white.
Okay, so then so sure. Then wouldn't you basically say that every person is on a spectrum of how feminine and masculine there? It doesn't really matter how you define the traits, I suppose, because you're kind of a little nebulous on that. But okay, so then why does it matter of gender roles? Because if everyone's a combination of that and are on a spectrum that can be as feminine or as masculine, why does it even matter to have like the gender roles there?
Okay, yeah, everyone
does that imply that everyone could play said gender roles?
Everyone is on a spectrum.
Them meaningless.
I'm not 100% masculine, right? That would be just a blatant lie, right? But when you have a situation where when the spectrums are where the girlfriend is more on the masculine side and the woman's more on the feminine side, that doesn't work. And as a guy, if you want to be more successful in your dating life, you would benefit. Again, if you're already struggling, if you're at a point where you're struggling, to be more on the masculine side.
No, before you run away with
this,
this,
you're engaging in zero feminine behavior. It just means you're more so than her. You're more grounded than her. You're more masculine than her. I'm like honestly perplexed that there's a point of disagreement.
So inherent. Okay.
Wait. Okay, she's a gender abolitionist. Of course, this is a point of disagreement.
But I thought she would make like a should argument, like yeah, it should. But I didn't think she was gonna just.
I'm trying to explain to you
why the should exists for gender abolitionists. Just to be clear, is because they would say there is no biologically essential anything to any of this shit. The idea that like women are just more emotional and just more anxious and volatile is cringe, right? It's just socially constructed shit that we've trained into people, right? So I'm sorry to steal man, you like take your positions, Nina, or speak for you, but this is what she would hold. So when you're like outlining things are like masculine and feminine, to her it's like none of this matters because it shouldn't be this way. It shouldn't be the case that fight or flight. It's not inherent. It's not essentially that flight is feminine or fight is masculine or aggression is masculine. We're being so she's constantly trying to get at the ideology. Just so you guys again,
okay. Well, then I think
that's just what she's trying to say.
Do you think that anger is an emotion that is more common and more predominant in men, not for like social reasons, for biological reasons?
For biological reasons, absolutely not. That's silly.
So you don't think testosterone plays any role in anger?
I think when you have an influx of it, sure, but so does I mean, if you're gonna talk about like hormonal displacement, like anger, like estrogen also causes the anger too. It's just when you're imbalanced, that's what the problem is.
So really, so you don't think a man having 100 times more testosterone than a woman will make him more predisposed to anger than for a woman? Really?
What?
Does T predispose you towards like anger and probably with that aggression? I would guess is what he's saying.
Well, yeah. I mean, hormonal imbalance would be the problem. I mean, I think maybe there's probably some science that is maybe like leads to like more physical aggression because of like the energy that testosterone gives you. But I don't necessarily think anger as like a concept is as much based off of like your testosterone as it is based off of like your like I'm thinking like roid rage, right? Like that is not because they're taking testosterone necessarily. It's just because they're taking a chemical that is, sorry, not chemical, whatever, but like hormones that are putting their body off balance. So then you have the ups and you have the downs when you're taking like any
Yeah,
sort of
so I'm not
any
saying,
hormone. Like if you're talking about like a lot of women, even like when they go on birth control, which is like an estrogen based either like blocker or I don't remember the exact thing, but it fucks up your hormones, right? And like women get emotional with that type of thing the same way that men get emotional when it comes to like having an imbalance of their T levels or whatever.
okay, so I'm not saying that what's it called? The only reason for anger is testosterone, or that like just because you have high testosterone, you're going to be angry, right? Like I take Deca, I take testosterone, I have zero anger issues, right? But I've never been predisposed to anger. Generally, what they say about like steroids is that if you're already predisposed to being like mildly angry, it'll make you a lot more angry. But if you're not, if you've never had anger issues like me, that's not really going to do much, right? That's the first thing. But yeah, women, have like tops like their testosterone level is like 40, 50. Men, it's like 600, 700. Like testosterone is a hormone that has been associated with more assertiveness and more aggression. Why by default would it not stand to reason that men are going to be more angry because they have 20 times more of this hormone that's associated with aggression?
What do you mean? Like did you just like completely ignore what I just said about the imbalance being the aspect that leads to
I'm
stuff
not
like
talking about situations where there's an imbalance.
Let's maybe.
Okay.
I'm talking about a healthy man versus a healthy woman. A healthy man has a testosterone level of 700. Healthy woman has a testosterone level of like 30 or 40, right? Massive, massive difference, right? We're talking about healthy, right? Don't you think that because of this hormone that predisposes people to aggression, that a man on average, right? He doesn't have to act on it, but
Well, you kind of just you're saying it's predisposed to aggression, but you didn't really prove that.
Do you want to
I think the biggest problem of like men being aggressive is the fact that they like unlike you who supports like talking to like a therapist and stuff, like a lot of men don't do that. They do hold their fucking emotions inside, and then it tends to be explosive when it finally does come out. Like is that's how you're relating like that to being testosterone because men have more testosterone and men are more aggressive, that means testosterone means aggressive? That's a really weak way of making a point there.
Maybe what we could answer is, what do you guys think causes the difference in incarceration rates? Why is it the case that like 98% of crimes is done by men, specifically young men? I'd be curious on both of your guys' thoughts on that, because I think that would be interesting.
I think you're. Yeah, I think you already probably know my thoughts on it. I think because men have a lot more testosterone. I don't think testosterone is like the end all be all, but I think that predisposes you more to violent type of behavior, which is typically how you wind up in jail, right? Versus women, I think don't have as much on that, right? So they're less likely to punch someone in the face. They're less likely to do something super reckless, to get road rage and run someone over, that type of thing. So yeah.
Those are the more emotional ones, huh?
But not in the type of crying isn't going to get you sent to jail, but getting really angry could.
Okay, so again, not an emotion.
I just feel like you're just not engaging at all with what I'm saying. Like,
I think you're just not making any fucking sense, dude. I mean, again, I'm a gender abolition. I think all of this is bullshit. So you're the one that has to prove it to me, and you're not making a lot of sense to me at all. You're just kind of making up a bunch of like things that I mean, come on, you know that you're doing this. You're doing it from fields. You keep saying it. Like you keep going on fields like, oh yeah, well it's a masculine emotion to be that like to be anger is a masculine emotion. Like
I'm talking about like basic science and the link to testosterone.
The basic science is that anger is a masculine emotion.
We're not even talking about that right now. Anger is more typically, so men are way more likely to get angry than women. Is it yes or no? True or false?
That they're more likely to get angry?
Yeah, men are more predisposed to anger than women. True or false?
False. I think they're exactly even if we're talking about the emotion that is being felt. There's actually studies that men and women whatever you want to do it, just for make it easy, actually experience the same amount of emotions as each other. It's just the way that they decide to express them. That's where the stark contrast comes out. Because if we're talking about like self-control and stuff like that, like women are typically better at that.
So because we're doing a bit of word swapping, which is saying anger and aggression. I don't think that they're the same. Anger is a feeling, aggression is an action.
Let's talk about aggression.
I'm curious for Nina, just because Alex answered it. What do you think contributes to the massive disparity in incarceration rates between like typically femme-presenting people and masculine people?
I just think that women are seen generally as less of a threat. I mean, it is misogyny at the end of the day. Like, oh yeah, men are like the more dangerous ones that are like crazy, like whatever, so that they should get like a higher sentence or whatever, even though they're committing the same crime, which doesn't make any sense. I mean, it's very similar to like the way that the justice system handles like racism, where like Black people are seen as, oh, they're more aggressive, so they should have a higher rate of incarceration for the exact same crime, where that clearly doesn't make any sense. So I mean, to answer your question like directly, why do I think that is the case? I think that's just misogyny among the courts.
Do you think that men do more crime? Because it could be misogyny leading to differences in charges and the number of people like.
Well, I'm talking about like
charged successfully.
Rate, yeah.
Do you think that women are doing crime at the exact same rate as men? It's just like women are getting off all the time and they're getting under sentence and not getting caught by the police?
Well, where I was talking about that was regarding, I'm sorry, maybe I was getting ahead of myself or assuming what you were saying, but I was thinking that you were talking about like sentencing rates, because those are obviously very skewed towards like men are going to get way higher sentences than like women are for the exact same crime. But you're asking for directly like getting like found guilty or not guilty. I would
or like
think
charges. Seems like men do more crime. They get charged more often. They get tried more often. They get found guilty more often. They seem overall proportionally to be doing a bulk of the crime, right?
Sure.
Most
and I think
assaulters are men.
Right. Obviously, that adds to it.
Well,
but
the question I'm posing is, why is it men? What's going on there? Because if gender's exclusively socially constructed, and again, this isn't my opinion. I'm just trying to get the conversation.
Right, I get what
you're saying. Why is men contributing more? If gender is just a social construct, what is leading men? Because Alex is saying it's not. It's testosterone, right? He's got his answer.
Well, one of the things, yeah.
Sure, yeah. Simply. What are you suggesting that is leading to this disparity in not just incarceration rates, but specifically crimes committed overall?
Well, if you look at like crime rates, I mean, obviously across the board, I don't have the direct breakdown offhand, but a lot of times, a lot of violent crime, especially, is committed by like gang violence because of like super poverty or whatever, and typically those tend to be more like male encouraged roles, especially like the social aspect of like being in a gang. Like obviously most of that's like going to be like a guy thing, just it's traditionally. So I mean that contributes for a lot of that, but I understand that a lot of like crime is more often male based. Clearly, like I'm not going to dispute that by any means. I know that it is true, absolutely. For like, again, I think mostly just social factors. Like I don't want to like sit here and break down every single factor, but I can't see any reason that it would be. I mean, if we're talking about domestic violence, then maybe you could have like a little bit of the argument that it's like the testosterone, but I then also would disagree with that, where I think it is maybe, you know, some whatever combination of like the toxicity of not being able to like talk about your feelings and shit and holding things in until it gets to a boiling point, you know, not like having positive like relationships. I think a lot of men struggle with having like really like supportive and positive relationships, which feeds into again like the whole gang thing. Like it's so funny. I was watching hold on, I don't want to get into a whole thing, but like if we're talking about like gang structures, a lot of it is very hierarchical. Like it's not like you're actually having like a good connection with another person or another group of people, the same way that women are typically able to make those connections because they're socially conditioned to be that way. And I think that's a big problem that does lead to a lot of violence, as much as like desperation violence. I don't know if that's like a proper term, but like for when it comes to like being poor, like I guess the what is traditionally seen as like a masculine thing is to like, you know, take care of your family. So then a lot of people will also commit more crime to be able to like afford to like feed their kids or whatever. And that is socially conditioned to be that like, oh, the guy does it type of thing.
Okay.
It's like it's kind of like another version of like a job.
While you guys were talking, I found like a shitload of studies talking about aggression rates between men and women, and it's actually like pretty straightforward. Okay, so so
Okay,
I'm just gonna read
not
to you what it says. Studies suggesting that men are more aggressive than women. Furthermore, while aggression often occurs in response to provocation-induced anger, this relationship may be stronger for men. Women may be more likely to engage in non-aggressive, example, affiliative behaviors in response to provocation, particularly at low level provocation. The study examined gender differences in aggression as well as differences in the relationship between anger and aggression for men and women. Adults, N equals 24, participate behavioral aggression task, and subset of participants, blah, blah, completed questionnaire. Results indicate that while men and women aggress at similar levels, aggression was significantly associated with trait anger for men only at low levels of provocation, with only a trending relationship with high provocation. This suggests that while men and women may be equally aggressive in certain situations, this behavior may be differently associated with anger. So what the study is saying that is that, yes, both men and women get angry. It's just it manifests in totally different things. And that men get angry for different reasons and they react to it in a more violent way. And there's studies like this for days.
Wait, are you talking about anger or aggression? I feel like, again, you kind of went a little loosey
He's
at
focusing
the
on
end.
I'm talking about aggression.
Wait, but then you ended it by saying anger, so that's why I got confused.
Just aggression. I'm talking. This answers Kyla's question: why do men get locked up at higher rates? Well, it's because men are way more likely to get into aggressive behavior, and there's just like studies on this for days. They looked at
Okay,
people.
that doesn't matter. That's completely pointless to my conversation that we're having about gender abolition. I'm not saying like that isn't the case. My point is not that it's a biological feature.
Okay, so you think that
men are socialized to be aggressive, due to a number of like kind of intersecting factors.
Well, kind of like that's exactly what you're saying. Where like you're saying like, oh, anger. Like I obviously we've been like using anger and aggression, like, but you've also said aggression is also like a masculine trait. So if you're taught that being masculine is a good thing, and that anger and to be a man that you're supposed to be masculine. Okay, I'll rephrase. And then one of the traits that is associated with being masculine is aggression. Would you not think that it would be more common for somebody who wants to portray themselves as masculine to be more aggressive?
Of course, I'm not answering both affect the rest of the
Are you just going to read a study and not listen to what I'm saying? Are you serious right now?
It was an interesting study. Okay.
I'm going to the bathroom. You can read your study.
What was your question? Okay. Anyway, I'm like so perplexed they would disagree. Okay. I'm going to ask her this. If I was able to...
You're dealing with gender... This is like dealing with ANCAPs. It's because fundamentally your entire world's assumptions are false. She will forever reject that testosterone is driving the difference between crime rates. I suspect possibly if you submitted her with evidence, not just showing that men are more aggressive, because I don't think she's disagreeing with that they're aggressive specifically because of elevated T levels. For example, if you could pull, which there are studies on this, on average testosterone levels of incarcerated men, it's oftentimes much higher than average, pulling that and then using that to support your thing. So what she's doing is she's wholly rejecting the testosterone bit. She does agree that men are more aggressive, but she doesn't agree that it's it's an inherent thing to men and the way that they process emotionality. It's something that we teach and train men to be like.
Okay, so if I can show her a study that suggests there's a link between testosterone and aggression, then she would change her perspective?
Possibly. I can't answer that specifically for Nina, because part of the issue is she's going to say, I need to look at the study.
I know.
Well, the issue is there's some validity to that, obviously, because some studies are better or worse than others. But yeah.
Sure. Okay, let's let me find a good study for this. Let's go Harvard.
Okay, so you're just not going to engage with what I said.
You went to the bathroom. What did you say?
Before I left. What do you mean? Were you just like reading and not listening, or what?
Can you just explain to me what your question is, and I'll answer it.
Okay, so would it make sense to you? I guess I'll just repeat myself. That if a trait like aggression is related to masculinity, right?
Mm-hmm.
Would that not then lead to the idea if somebody wants to portray themselves as masculine, that would be inherent to that portrayal, as in like they would act then to be masculine you would have to be aggressive, or that would be a trait to prove your masculinity.
Yeah, only if you're a complete dumb fuck. No one is saying that. Hey, yeah, you to prove you're masculine, you should be like more aggressive. I
Well,
think
you just did.
they're productive. No, I'm saying they're things that are
You
linked.
said it was a masculine trait.
Yes, but not every single thing that's masculine is a good thing, right? Like aggression is not a good thing. So I would never advocate.
But it is a masculine thing. So for
Not
example, if you
everything that's
feel
masculine is good.
like maybe you're short, right? Like so you have like the on the character sheet you got the -1, I guess, on the male the man manosphere board, whatever your stat sheet. Okay, and then you know what is a plus on the stat sheet, and I'm not saying any of this is like necessarily or by any means like a good thing or whatever, but one of the things that you can do to buff your masculinity stat sheet is to be very aggressive.
No, this is just a complete straw man argument because no one's arguing
It's not a
for
straw
that.
man. I'm
But
asking you.
the point
That
isn't.
makes sense.
The
Wait,
point isn't.
you're saying I'm not engaging. You're really not going to
The
engage with that?
I'm literally about to address that. The point isn't to be like as masculine as possible. It's to capitalize on the good traits that are typically associated with masculinity and not capitalize on the bad ones, right? Like one of the bad ideas that's associated with masculinity is that like you can never like, like seeing a therapist is weak. That's one of the bad ideas. So that's why I wouldn't advocate
like
people
crying in
associated
front
with
of
that.
your girlfriend.
Yeah. Well, no, I think that one is. I think that one is a little bit more gray. I think that if you're continuously crying in front of your girlfriend, that's going to cause issues in your relationship down the line. So I would not be a fan of that. But so we're not saying that you have to engage in 100% every single thing that's traditionally masculine. We're just saying that there's a lot of things that are traditionally masculine, which are very beneficial, and there's some exceptions. Anger being one of them, right? You should probably not be a super aggressive dude. That's not going to benefit your life in any substantial way.
Okay, but you're really making this like argument like people are like. I obviously was like, when you're looking at the stat sheet, that is a joking way to think of like the inner workings of the back of your head. It's not something that people are like sitting there like planning out. You know what? I'm going to be more aggressive today, be more masculine. The point is the gender roles, which is this whole conversation is about, teaches that being aggressive is more masculine and therefore is a more manly thing to do.
I don't think gender roles are causing people to become more aggressive.
You literally just said that aggression, even if it's positive or negative, doesn't fucking matter. The point is that it is related to that, and that's where we get toxic masculinity aspects. I know everyone hates that word, but that's what we're talking about. We're talking about the toxic aspects of masculinity that people feel that they have to fit into and behave like to be considered masculine.
Right, men are
or
more
like they're to fit into their gender roles. You don't pick the ability to be in your gender roles unless you're a gender abolitionist, or then you obviously just reject it.
Right, men are more likely to be aggressive. Right, that is true. That's a true statement. It doesn't mean that men should seek to be more aggressive to fit into this role more.
No,
right?
I'm not saying that they should. I'm saying that they do. We're talking about what happens. People don't want to be violent, but they just end up doing violence.
Men are more predisposed to aggression because of their hormones. That's my whole argument. Doesn't mean that they actually strive for that because of gender roles. That happens to be that's just because men are wired because we have a lot more testosterone amongst other things. And I can actually redirecting back to that. Again, I was just looking at some studies. This is from Harvard EDU. Having too much naturally occurring testosterone is not a common problem among men. This may surprise you given that people consider obvious. Oh, wait, never mind. Problem associated with abnormal testosterone. Most common high testosterone. PC women have high testosterone. Do either do drug use, may experience too. Okay, wait, hang on. This is the wrong study. It's not the one I was trying to pull up.
I'm curious what the study says. Does it say that actually high occurring testosterone doesn't predispose people to?
No, it was talking about that like too high testosterone isn't like common. So it's not a common issue where men are like 20,000 testosterone levels. It was saying that like that's an uncommon issue. Okay, someone writing this, I should probably go on like, so we have high testosterone. I will grant you this, like it's not a very strong link, meaning it's not like if you have 10% more testosterone, you will not be 10% more aggressive. It seems that there's a loose correlation between testosterone and aggression, but it doesn't seem like there's a strong direct correlation. So I will grant you that. I guess my question, this is what I was talking to what's her name, Kyla, before this. What if Nina, if I was to show you a study that suggests there's a link between testosterone and aggression, would you then concede and say, okay, then maybe men are more likely to be aggressive than women?
Okay, but you know that we have both, right? Like everybody does.
No one's saying that. We're just talking about on average.
Wait, didn't you just read one that said that wasn't the case?
No, that was talking about having testosterone levels that were too high. They're not the same thing as just testosterone in general.
Okay, sure.
So if I was to show you a study that's like, hey, listen, there's
Are you going to do it, or why do you keep asking me
I want to see if it's going to even change your position.
Well, I'm actually a little bit curious. So say, I think she agreed, though, basically saying if testosterone is correlated with increased levels of aggression, so as testosterone goes up, aggression seems to go up. Sounds like she's like, okay. The issue is it's correlated. Would you also probably agree that there are like major sociological factors that drive men to be more likely to engage in aggression that maybe women are less exposed to and therefore less likely to engage in specifically violent forms of aggression? This is also like highly socialized as well.
Yeah, I think there's definitely I think there's definitely a social element to it. Okay, I actually just found that study, so let me pull it up. 1 second, I'll share the screen. Yeah, sure. It's not just testosterone, like by any stretch, right? There's definitely more to it. Okay, here we go.
Wait, but your entire argument is that it is just that.
No, it's not.
No.
That's never been my argument. Okay, for decades, researchers have been studying the connection between testosterone and aggression. One of the most common environmentally studied studies have been conducted in prison population, blah, blah, blah. One of these studies was conducted in a specific demographic, inmates in prisons for committing violent crimes. What researchers found was that those who had committed acts of violence during adolescence tended to have high levels of testosterone than those who had not committed violent crimes. In another study featuring 89 prisoners who were healthy young males, researchers found that higher testosterone levels correlated with increasing frequency and seriousness of violence crimes.
So this is the study of prisoners.
Can you scroll down? Just the page.
Where do you want me to go?
However, data is limited. More of according to up. Up a little bit. Up. Above the picture.
Above the picture. Here?
Sure. Yes. According to a published review, much other data acquired from studies featuring prisoners are also self-reported, which can add to the questionability and the intensity of self-reported testosterone. That's
sure, it's nice. This is not. I mean, I just pulled this up in 2 seconds, but it says the conclusion with this information it's maybe safe to assume that connection can be linked between testosterone levels and aggression, which is what I'm saying. But yeah, this is not like no one's saying it's like a 1-for-1 connection. Like I have insanely high levels of testosterone due to what I do. My aggression is like way below the average person, right? So it's not always. There's just a correlation. There's a link there, right? But it's not a perfect link.
Okay, so what point are you trying to make it all then? You seem like you're doing the thing that you tend to do, where
he thinks there's a biologically driving thing that's driving men to be more likely to be more aggressive. So he thinks at an essential level. So he's not saying testosterone is the only thing that makes men do crime. He's saying
right, but it's like the majority of the thing.
No, I don't even know if he's saying that there's.
I'm not even saying that. I don't know if it's the majority of the thing. I'm just saying it plays a role, an important role.
Yeah, he's saying there's an essential element to men that will always, forever make them more predisposed to aggression and violence, and that no amount of socialization will change that. That men are predisposed to be more violent.
Which is the opposite of the argument you were making.
But if it's like a tiny minority, if we're talking about like, okay, you're not really making a claim of how important it is. You kind of seem like you were coming from at the beginning that was like the main reason, and now it seems like you're kind of going again in the other direction where. I guess you need to say how much do you think, like, if we're talking about, maybe like men are going to be more violent, like 0.2% of the time, like
there's no way
of get rid of like
there's no way of knowing how much. Okay, there's no study that has figured it out. That's an impossible question to answer.
So we just can't say
your initial claim. I can give you what I think is my speculation, right? But your initial claim was that no, men are not at all more predisposed to violence than women. You were saying there's no difference at all.
I didn't say that. I literally didn't say that.
So you're saying men are more predisposed to aggression than women?
Yeah, because of social features. What the fuck are you talking about? That is my entire fucking point.
Okay. Because of okay, so let me rephrase that.
Okay, hold on. Can we
do you think men are more predisposed to
I want to take a step back just to like not waste our time again. I know we keep
factors. Wait, just let me get an answer on that. Do you think men are more predisposed to aggression because of biological factors?
There's no conclusive studies to prove that.
But I just showed you a study that suggests there's definitely a strong correlation there.
Okay, but there's no conclusive. You understand what I'm saying? Conclusive studies that would prove that.
How do you know?
Yourself even said that it's not the only factor.
Something can be.
What are you talking about?
Okay, something can be not hard work is not the only factor in becoming a multimillionaire.
Again,
but it is a factor that's important. Okay, like being funny.
No, the
is not
levels
the
of
only factor to
importance.
getting laid,
You're
but it's
trying to say
it's
like, oh, if you're like basically like doing a little bit of a never mind, you're gonna get mad if I say that, but
I'm
you're
not gonna get mad.
basically doing the thing. Oh no, you will.
I really have
Where
never
you just think
gotten
like,
mad
oh,
once.
because like I don't know, like Asians are good at math, that means that all Asians are genetically good at math.
I don't know enough about like fucking Asian genetics to know whether it's a genetic thing or a social
Okay, but you know
thing.
enough about male genetics apparently.
Yes, because that's
Wait,
something.
you honestly fucking think that no, the reason why Asian people are better at math typically is because they come from, well, a lot of the statistics are because they come from other countries that they're actually sending like they're fucking rich ass students to our schools. So that's why when we talk about colleges, the
Okay, yeah,
disproportionate amount of Asian people are because a lot of Chinese people are
I don't know why we're gonna get into like an Asian math debate. I feel
because
like
I'm trying to prove to you what you're saying that same argument, my dude.
So the issue is that
Because it just has
fails,
to like
yeah,
the idea is that they're socially.
Let me just walk you through the logical traits.
So
Okay.
what she's doing is she's using an analogy to say you're using the same line of thinking. So I guess what I would say to you now, when I listen to these two things, I think the line of thinking is a little bit different because in the case of like Asian people being good at math, he's not claiming a single like neural hormone driving the difference.
He literally
right?
just said the genetics. He literally just said that.
It's one of
He said,
them.
I don't know enough about Asian genetics to say other way.
Right.
He just said that.
I don't have a position on that because I've never
Yeah,
researched fucking Asian genetics.
The genetics. The genetics is what you're saying. You're trying to make an argument again that it's like a gene-based thing.
No, I'm not. I don't know enough about that. I'm literally saying I don't know enough about Asian biology to know if there's any correlation there. I'm saying I don't know.
Okay.
I know enough about social aspects that would make a sense of that. Okay.
So just to get us on the same level, the reason why I would say that it probably is slightly disanalogous is in this case, he's claiming a very specific transmitter that is driving a difference. So I suspect, right, if I did this hypothetical, Alex, say I took two people and they're neutral human beings. They don't have a gender yet. And I inject one of them full of testosterone. Do you think that that one would be more likely to be aggressive than the other one?
Yes.
Okay. And say I took a woman and I injected it full of testosterone and I made that woman have more testosterone than a man. Do you think that that woman now would be more likely to do crime than the man who maybe has way less testosterone? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So I'm not saying that I agree with him. Are we understanding what his argument is? He's talking about like predispositions. And the reason why we're delineating that from like Asian being better at math is he's not establishing like just this broadband genetic predisposition. He's outlining a very specific neurotransmitter that's driving the disposition changes. So he's not like essentializing it into saying like black people just must be dumb. What he's saying is testosterone drives people to be more aggressive, regardless of like race, gender, or creed.
I like that word, creed. It's a good word. Does that make sense to you?
Okay, that's why I wanted to rephrase before we got into this. Okay, so I think the main concern here that we're having in our differences and why I am a gender abolitionist is because you have some like biological essentialism going on in your head. That's basically what you tie everything back to.
No.
Let me finish.
That's a massive
Okay, so we're just gonna keep talking over each other. That's fine.
Okay, we have to stop using the big bro words.
Jesus
She's
fucking
correct.
Christ.
She is correct, Alex. You do have a biological essentialist position.
But I would tie
not
everything
exclusively, so it's not a straw man. You do have that.
But that's not the part I said was a straw man. That part I agree with. The part she said I tie everything back to that. I do not.
Yeah, you tie it back to it. As in,
don't
like, that's
tie
kind of.
everything back to
Do you understand what that
biology.
means? Okay, it means that is the basis of what you think things like. That's why you think that men and women are so different. Is because we're biologically like different. Like, you understand that? Like, that is you tying it back to biological difference.
That's one of the factors.
You did the same thing when I mentioned Asian people. You tied it back to biology. You're completely ignoring the social factors.
No one's doing
and
that.
that's what all of a gender abolitionist
We just
focus
disagree on the severity of the social factors. You think it's 100%? I think it's like 40%. Okay.
Nobody thinks it's 100%, my dude. Now you're
So
strawmanning me, bitch. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
So you do think that then biology plays a role in these gender differences?
No shit. Of course, biology has to do with everything. I didn't think I had to explain that to you.
Biology plays a role in
everything.
aggression.
You focus on. You understand what essentialism is, right?
But so biology then plays a role in aggression, right?
Duh, of course it does. Nobody is even saying that it. What, you think that's a winning? I didn't think that you were that fucking retarded that you would think that that is a dub.
You were literally
Like,
saying
what are you
it
talking
plays
about?
no role.
I'm clearly not saying that.
You were saying that literally half an hour ago. You were saying it plays no role.
What?
That
No, I
biology
didn't.
plays
I
no
said it wasn't that
role.
important. It wasn't a significant role in it.
No, you said
We
it
all
doesn't
have
play any kind of
testosterone
role.
and shit. Like, what do you mean?
You said it doesn't play any kind of a role. Okay.
So I think there's some bad.
No, it didn't. No, I didn't.
So just to be clear,
Okay,
I
we
think
can
there's
go
some
back
bad
and watch
faith going on from Nina towards Alex, where like we're saying there's like a lot of these comments that you're making where you're like he's tying everything back to biology, which is not true because it's already granted that a lot of aggression is going to be socialized as well, right? And so like this is the part where I think like is the unfair part that he's having to contend with is because he'll make a statement and you'll say, so you're just saying all men are going to be worse off if they show their emotions to like women. And he's like, well, that's not what I'm saying. He's giving actually a level of nuance that he's asking you to interact with that I think isn't. And to be honest,
but he's not being good faith against me where he's at all even addressing my nuance that I'm giving to him. Like, I don't feel like this is at all like
what am
even
I
in
not
this.
addressing? Like, what have I
I'm
not addressed?
not saying that you
literally just said I was strawmanning you.
You were when you said that I tie every single thing back to biology.
Yeah, you tie it back. I'm not saying that's the
everything.
only thing that you
keep word-
consider.
You said everything. Like, words have meanings, Nina. Like,
Okay, no, I said everything that you consider. You tie everything that you talk about. Everything that you talk about is tied back because that is at the core what you think. Okay?
Right. So
I'm
the
not saying that
implication is
everything
I
that
think-
you say is 100% just is all. I'm just saying that is the epitome. Like that is where your mind is. You think that men and women are just that biologically different, so that like none of these factors like matter.
Okay, so let's do this. I'm going to ask you both a question, okay? And you guys are only going to give me a numbered response, okay? One word. You're going to give me a percentage. What percentage of aggression do you think is accounted for by T? I'm not going to hold you to it. I know that we don't have a scientific consensus. Just give me a guesstimation. Alex, what percentage of aggression is driven by testosterone? What do you think?
I'd say like 40 or 50% or something.
Okay. Nina, what do you think?
That is such a weird question. I don't know. Whatever. Same. 50%. Right in the middle. Make it easy.
Okay. So you're so hold on. So you guys agree. That means you're as biologically essentialist as Alex is being in this situation. If you agree with his percentage.
I have no fucking clue how you could even measure that directly. So I just am doing it to be annoying. I don't care. Like this is irrelevant to my point of this. Like what is the relation to aggression having to do at all with?
So he would say aggression is a masculine trait, and part of why it's a masculine trait is because it's downstream of a male biology, and most masculine things come from maleness to some degree. I'm guessing he's saying not exclusively, because he would probably agree, right, that like skirts aren't innately feminine because of biology, because men used to wear skirts in the past, right? So,
well, our perception of masculinity is obviously shifted throughout the years for obvious reasons.
So the reason we're attaching. Okay, go ahead.
Wait, let me just get this one across. Nina, like literally 2 minutes ago, you were saying that, yeah, it plays a role, but it's insignificant. Now you're saying it's 40, 50%. Do you see how your position keeps changing? Right? If you said,
well, I don't really feel like there's an easy way to, I think that's very
50% off the bat, there would have been no disagreement. But you start off by saying, no, like testosterone is not in any way linked to like aggression. Then you change your position to it's insignificant.
Because I'm just agreeing with you because I think 40, it's a silly 50%. Question.
What?
I think it's a silly question that I don't have any scientific like basis to.
So the purpose of the question is
so.
Well, the purpose of the question is to establish to some degree biological essentialism, right? Because if you're saying it's driven by T, and T is probably
you know my actual opinion on how much like if you have like higher testosterone levels, like I thought you were asking like kind of like a sign or like okay. Maybe I misunderstood. Sorry.
Sure.
If you're saying like how much I think that like the amount of testosterone really affects, again, as I said, I think the hormonal imbalance is the higher issue that would lead to that, whether or not it is testosterone or estrogen. Again, it's the balance. So I would say it obviously does have a feature and like you getting like pissed off and shit. Like I don't doubt that at all, but it's not because of the levels necessarily as much as it is the imbalance. Where I think there are a lot of men that naturally produce like way more testosterone. So they might just still be like in balance, but naturally imbalanced, they might be more aggressive. But that's why I find this like a really hard question to answer because I don't think it's necessarily that it's the direct link of the testosterone, although there might be some relation. So I don't know if you're actually like asking what my legitimate opinion is on my limited scientific knowledge based off of the testosterone's effect with aggression. I'd be like, I don't know, like
Do you think it would be more than 10%?
and ignoring the imbalance aspect of it, I think it would be like, I don't know, like 5-10%. I don't know.
Right. So say I got 100% more testosterone than I have now. Do you think that my behavior of aggression might increase like 10%?
Well, absolutely, because you'd be like.
Okay.
She would argue that's an imbalance, though. That would be if I'm saying
Exactly.
Say it was natural. Let's get rid of the imbalance stuff for now. Say it was natural.
Well, some people are naturally imbalanced. It's just like your hormones work in tandem with each other.
I'm just trying to remove that factor so that we can like narrow in on this factor.
Okay, I just like you.
Because we can talk about the imbalance now.
Yeah.
I'll ask the percentage on imbalance afterwards. I promise. So would you say it would be like 30% or less than 10 of just testosterone contributing to aggression? Just a guess.
Wait, I'm sorry. Wait, 30% of your testosterone? I'm confused. You're saying like if you just have like a shit ton more testosterone and you're saying it's not an imbalance? Well, I already kind of answered that where like there is a chance that like there are people that could be, I mean, maybe that's what you're going with. Where like 100 times more, I have no idea how that would affect your body. It's a crazy question to me, but it just seems like that. Are you talking about like as a dude or like just as like a female?
Sure.
As anybody.
Dude is fine, but it's anybody really.
Right. Okay. So, but you naturally, so you lived your entire life like that.
Yep.
Okay. Oh, okay. I get what you're saying.
Contributing to my aggression.
I would still stick with what I said. You know, around like maybe like a 5 to 10%.
5 to 10%. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. New question. I promised I would ask it. When we're coming to imbalances, I don't know, Alex, if you agree or are willing to bite the bullet that imbalances probably contribute to aggression as well. What percentage do you believe having like unnatural imbalances might contribute to somebody's aggression? If you said testosterone is 40%, what do you think the imbalances contribute?
Yeah, well, it depends on how severe the imbalance is, right? Like, there's a big difference between a mild and a severe. Are we talking about like severe imbalances?
It's mild. Let's say it's mild.
Oh, I think a mild.
Let's say it's medium. Let's say it's medium. Just for
okay, medium imbalance. So like the natural. So like okay, the range for testosterone for a man is between like 450 and 900. If we're saying medium, we're talking about like 1400, right? We're talking like it's not like insane, but it's like fucking up there, like close to double. Yeah, I think that then it jumps up.
It might be like down as well in the same percentage.
Okay, I think it jumps then from 40 to maybe 60%. I don't know, something like that.
Okay, so those two factors would account for 60% of aggression, you think?
No, 60% of the predisposition to aggression in men.
Okay.
But to be fair, I don't think it's just as simple as like I think like someone like me, for example, I could blast insane amounts of testosterone. I just don't think I would be like because I just don't have that like I don't know that other part. So I don't think it's just as simple as testosterone, right? But there's definitely predisposition aspect. But I just come from like a very calm, stoic line of Russian people. But yeah. But
so then, Nina, what percentage do you think of aggression would be accounted for by the imbalance of these transmitters? I think they're hormones, actually.
Well, we've seen obviously. I mean, even the entire concept of like roid rage is just literally that, basically, right? It's just like an insane hormonal imbalance that's proven to like add to like a huge amount of like an aggression spike. I would say like just having an imbalance in general would predispose or not but would probably really make you significantly more irritable and aggressive to like a big degree. Like I'm thinking maybe like again, I don't really know how the scaling is percentage wise, but like I don't know, like if you're talking about like okay, you start at one level, an aggressive level, right? And then we switch right with the imbalance happens. I would say like what you were what you had before and then what you have now would then probably be like almost like 100 times more aggressive, if not more than that.
Okay. 100 times more aggressive. So would that be like
well than you were previously?
Yeah. That's not really because 100 times increase from 1% would be 2%. Or I guess.
Are we talking about percents of percents? I'm just saying, like, I'm kind of.
That's fine.
We're on the weeds here.
That's fine. That's fine.
Well, let me actually give if you're done, Kyle, I want to give one analogy myself.
Sure.
Okay, so the healthy testosterone range for a male is like between 450 and 900, right? That's what it says on all the blood work. You can make an argument that maybe the ideal amount is to be like around 700, but that's the range, right? So let's take 100 guys who are at 450 and 100 guys who are 900. Do you think that there's going to be any difference? And all the other factors are the same. Literally everything is the same. The identical twins, right? Every single factor is the same. But one of them is at 450, one of them is 900. Both are within the healthy range. Do you think there's going to be any different? Like, do you think it's only going to be a 5% difference in predisposition to crime, or do you think it's going to be a little bit more?
Asking me that? Like, what
Yes.
What are we talking about, dude? You're so off the mark in here. Are we
What
not supposed to be?
My question is confusing.
Why are we talking about this? I thought we were going to be done by now about talking about this. I thought we were talking about relationships.
What we're discussing. Well, the reason we're going really slow is we can't make any headway because you kind of do like this flip flop.
Okay, I'll just say yes to whatever you say. Then let's just.
But I don't want you to do that. I want you to like engage in what I'm saying.
Well, you're asking like these weird hypotheticals. It's like
they're not weird at all. They're like it's just a very standard like hypothetical question.
Okay, then repeat it.
Okay. So I'm going to preface it by saying the healthy testosterone range for a male is somewhere between 4.
Oh my god, I don't care. Holy fuck, I don't care.
Okay,
is this honestly like
why would you ask
to
me
the
to repeat
conversation?
it? Wait, you asked me. You're asking
because
me to
I thought that because I wasn't really paying attention, and then I realized that you're saying this. I don't give a fuck about testosterone levels. I don't understand why this is important.
Let's go back to feminine and masculine.
You wanted to talk about relationships. Why the fuck are we talking about T levels here?
You guys got here because you guys started talking about volatility in relationships. Alex said that it would be better for a man to be less emotional. Then we got into weeds about emotionality, made the point about how aggression is very common in men, and therefore because men do more of the aggression, it suggests that they're also just as emotional as women. They're just expressing it differently. So to some degree, we're kind of agreeing that like men are more right.
But now we're in like the weeds about like the reason, like again, the biological essentialism of the testosterone being the reason. My point is that we're not different in terms of like how much that emotion.
Yes, you got into the weeds about T because you disagreed with him saying that it was testosterone driving the aggression. That aggression wasn't inherently masculine, and he was saying it is inherently masculine.
Right, and then I said that's like a toxic perception of masculinity.
Sure.
But not if it's biologically true. So that would
well, that's not true. Something can be biologically true and toxic.
Okay, right? Fair enough. Okay, right. You're right.
That's what I'm saying. I don't want to get fucking in the weeds.
And I have acknowledged that being like showing aggression is toxic. Like that's not what I would ever advocate. So I don't think we really disagree on that much. Yeah, I mean, I just really don't feel like you're engaging with this hypothetical, so we can move on.
Yeah, because you literally just. We got caught up in like the
that's how debate works. When someone
no, you should not be getting caught up in the weeds of some subject that neither one of us are an expert on.
This discussion.
No, it's not for this one. You literally just said it was moot in your answer right there. Am I wrong?
There's not like any kind of tangible differences between men and women, and that testosterone doesn't play any kind of role in aggression.
Okay, so what is the point of gender roles in dating that you've still not proven that, because you were very adamant that gender roles give have a positive role to play in relationships, and we got really distracted off of that main point. So I want to go back to that. Okay.
So what's the question?
You have claimed that gender roles are positive for in the date, because you wanted to focus on dating, right? So positive in like the dating sphere, like you think that they're good to have. So why is that? Again, like we got a little off track there, so I want to bring it back to that.
Yeah, because women are attracted to, generally speaking, women are attracted to masculine things. So that's things like putting on muscle, being very confident, being even assertive, being dominant.
Okay, but those are gender roles.
What do you mean? Yes, you're asking me
why. So let me rephrase the question, because this is kind of what made us go off the rails before. When you're saying that women are attracted to these things, this is where I don't want to get back into the biological essentialists, because I don't think that's generally true in a significant way. What do you think would happen if we didn't have those gender, like if guys didn't have to be masculine? Do you think women would just never fuck anybody? Like women would never be attracted to any man if like we didn't have this like gender.
First of all, I'm not saying guys have to do this. I'm just saying it's beneficial.
No, but you're saying right, but you're saying it's beneficial to have the stigma or the gender role that men have to be like jacked or whatever, or tall or whatever. Like what if those didn't exist? Like what would the downside be to that? Do you think that like people?
So if every single guy didn't know what it was like to be masculine and like just had no idea of like the concept of masculine.
Well, no. Gender abolition is not getting rid of the terms necessarily of masculine and feminine. It's just it's not as biologically linked as,
If every single guy didn't
or it
play,
is slightly.
so you're asking me what would happen if every single guy stopped being masculine?
No,
she's
I'm saying if
asking
we got
what would
rid of
happen
gender roles.
if gender disappeared. Nothing was gendered. There was no conception of masculine and feminine. People just existed.
Yeah, I think that it would be called something else. You can't it's like, what if gravity disappeared? Well, it would just be called something else, right? So I just fundamentally reject the idea that you can make gender disappear because I think it biologically is tied into us. So I don't really know what that would look like.
Well, that's just not true.
Well, I've kind of shown you several studies that proves there's
no, you haven't shown a single study. Like that's not even true. Like historically, my dude, there's plenty of like throughout the years where they have like third genders and shit. Like, what do you mean?
What does that have to do with anything?
I mean, even right now, that's not true.
So what the third gender would have to do is, if there's a third gender, that means, for example, masculine and feminine isn't just like biologically inherent, because some cultures have been able to craft and create a third gender. So what do you do with that? How does that affect your paradigm?
It doesn't, because I think for every rule there's an exception. I think the vast 99% of human beings are either male or female. There's a small percentage of human beings who are not, and that's fine. I don't think
we're not talking about sex. We're talking about gender.
Right. They're 99% of men and 99% of people are either male or female. Right. Gender. Right. And there's a very small percentage.
No, that's not gender. That's you're confusing the two. Gender is not
what,
the same
what
as
is what do you think gender is if it's not male or female?
Gender is a socially constructed. Like sex is biological.
Right, but male is one of the genders, is it not?
No, it's not. That's what men is. Men is the gender that generally coincides with being male.
So give me an example of what a gender is then.
Oh shit, we should have covered that at the beginning. That could have saved us a lot of time. That explains a lot. Okay, so genders are socially constructed.
What? Give me an example. I ask you, tell me two genders. What are they?
Like a trans person that identifies as a woman.
Aside
they
from
might
a
be a
person.
biological. What do you mean aside from a
what
trans
gender
person?
do you think I am?
I don't know. What do you identify as?
What do you think I am? What gender do you think I am?
Well, okay. That's actually a great response. I love that. So that's the exact point. I want a world where we don't assume.
I don't care what you want. I just want an answer to the question without like a sidestepping or like deflection.
I'm not sidestepping. You're talking about like you're not engaging. Come on, please be like.
I am obviously. You obviously think I'm a man, and I obviously think you're a woman, right? I think that your gender. I understand.
Okay, well you're wrong then. So
I understand. Okay, first of all, I understand there's different.
NB, bitch.
Okay, I understand there's a difference between sex and gender, right? I think that sex is something that you're biologically tied into. Gender, you can be a biological male, and if you believe this idea that whatever you can identify as something else, then your gender could be female. I'm not denying that, but that doesn't change the fact that the two most common genders are man and woman, male and female.
Okay, common doesn't mean anything. Sure, I'm not going to deny that you are incorrect by saying that's the most common.
I literally said 99% of people, their gender is man or woman, and you disagreed with that.
I don't think that's in the United States. I'm pretty sure that's statistically not the case, especially if we go for age groups. I'm pretty sure a shit ton of Zoomers.
Okay. It's over 95%, right?
It's probably over 95. Yeah, I'll give you that.
Okay, so then you realize why this is going to the weeds, because I make a truth statement, you disagree with it, and then you later agree with it. So
well, you literally just said a wrong statement, then I said I don't think that's right, and then you changed what you said.
No, the truth statement I made was that because you were talking about, well, Kyla asked me how do third genders affect your argument. I said, well, that doesn't apply to most people because the majority of people, their gender is either male or female, and you're like, wrong, disagree.
Okay, let's start with this.
I didn't say that.
Do you believe that trans women?
No, I said that you were trying to. The reason I disagreed with that was because you were conflating to saying like, you were conflating sex and gender.
Okay.
No, I understand the difference.
Alex, do you believe in trans women? Do you believe that somebody can transition and be perceived as a woman, even though they were maybe assigned male at birth?
When you say, do I believe in it? Of course, it happens. So that's reality. Do I think they personally believe that they're a woman? Sure.
Okay.
You have to clarify the question a little bit.
When you look at Blair White, do you think woman or man?
I don't know who that is. Is that like
Google it.
Okay.
Google it, put it up on the screen, and you can have the chat to say.
Blair White. Okay.
Got big old titties.
Okay, it's a trans person, right?
You don't know that?
Well, I don't know who this person is. I'm assuming it's a trans person.
So all my question is, when you look at her, what do you think? Man, woman?
I would say she looks definitely much more of a woman than a man. Yeah, she looks more feminine than masculine. Sure.
Okay, so then the question is, what is that? Because the sex is for sure
Male.
Yeah, XY.
Yeah.
Right? Probably had originally. I think they've had bottom surgery, but originally had testes.
I would probably, honestly, I would probably put that in like almost like, I don't know. I mean, it's like, what does she look at? She looks more like a woman than a man. Does that make her gender woman? No, I'm not really convinced of that. I don't think that makes her.
Well, that's her identity.
Right. That's what she identifies at. I'm not 100% convinced.
That's what gender is.
Okay. If we define gender purely as this is
it is defined like that.
By who, where, what?
What?
Well,
What do you mean by who? Literally, that's like dictionary definition.
Okay. Maybe I'm wrong about my definition of gender, but if the definition of gender is what do you identify as, then yeah, she would be a woman because I'm assuming she identifies as a woman.
All right.
But it's also
King.
There's an interesting question here, right? Because you said to Nina, "What do you think I am?" Right? And the obvious answer was, "Most people think you're a man." That's why I said, "Okay, well, Blair White, what do you think?" And if I hadn't told you she was a trans woman, you probably would have said, "Looks like a woman." And so the question is, what is that? What's that thing that's going on in the case of you? You're a man, and your parts all match, and all the X, Y's, and everything match, and that makes sense. In the case of Blair White, when you look at her, the reality is, if you're trying to cap to me that you would look at Blair White and think that's not a woman, you're lying. You're lying to me. I don't believe you, right? So the question is, what's going on there? Because the sex certainly isn't woman, or feminine, or female.
Well, because she has more like attributes associated with being feminine, right? She has tits, she has long hair, she doesn't have a beard. Now you told me she has a vagina. So these are all things that are associated with being a woman, right? So that's what's going on there.
Right? She calls herself she, her. She calls herself Blair, which is a more feminine name a lot of the time.
Sure, yeah, the name, sure, yeah, that's another part of it.
She probably acts more feminine, right? She's probably somewhat girly. She likes makeup and nails and like dressing. So a whole bunch of things that we associate with femininity and womanhood. So then the question is, what is that? Because it's certainly not biological.
Right, it's not biological, but she has, through modern science, changed how she looks and the attributes she has, and thus she looks much more like a woman than she does a man. So yeah, I'm not denying the fact that you can change, how you look and have a lot more female attributes. You can also change and have a lot more male attributes. No, I don't think I've ever denied that. That still doesn't change my point that when it comes to gender, vast majority of people are men or either are men or women, right? So when you were asking me earlier, I'm just trying to tie back multiple threads. When you're asking me earlier, what does there's a third gender in some cultures. What does that do to your argument? Well, it doesn't really do anything because I believe for every rule there's an exception. I think it's not a big percentage of people that are in this third gender, and therefore I just put it under the every rule has an exception category. So
what's the point of the rule?
Because you can have general truth statements that have exceptions. Okay, a rule doesn't have to be 100%. A rule doesn't have to be 100%.
Sure, but why even have it? What actual purpose? Again, with the Blair White example, if you're talking about when we're talking about men, woman, whatever, what real purpose is there to have these distinct categories in your mind?
Okay, first of all, are you confused about the idea that every rule has an exception?
No, I'm not confused on that.
Let's engage with the final questions you asked, just so the conversation.
Okay. Say the final question again, so I don't miss it.
So when you're talking about having these categories of one or the other, if there is so many exceptions to said rule, why does it matter? Why do you even really have it? What utility does the separation into two categories being the rule in the way that you're referring to it, right? So why even have these categories?
Yeah. So first of all, I don't think there's so many exceptions. I think there's a very small percentage of exceptions. Second of all, I think there's many utilities. One is simply for just linguistics sake. I think it makes things a lot easier. Number two, I think when it comes to sports or any kind of competition, you have the male and you have the female, right? You don't really want men beating up women. I think there's many practical utilities that having two different genders forms. Yeah, I think that if you just completely
that would be sex then.
And everyone is just either Okay, well then if it's just all sex, then would Blair White be a man?
He is a biological male. Yeah.
So then if we just get rid of gender, it's all sex. So then should she have to compete against other men when it comes to like sports?
No, well, the
Should
idea
she,
is that it
should she
wouldn't be
have to, like,
separated.
should she have to use a male bathroom?
No, the idea is that it would be there wouldn't be a difference. It would
So
just be whatever
everyone's
one that
using,
you preferred.
so everyone's going to the same bathroom.
There's a few ways that I've thought about this. I personally, in my like very radical view, I would be okay with that. I think nobody wants to hang out with anyone in the bathroom. It doesn't really matter. I think that we should have those nice ass like European ass stalls. Like you've been to Europe, you know them, with like the full ass doors and shit. I want that more supported in the United States, but I digress.
What
I
about
think that if you're gonna talk about like locker rooms, you would go to the locker room that you have your gender identity you would want to go to if you want to keep it
But you're saying
separate.
gender doesn't
have, like,
exist.
a mix-
It's all sex.
What?
You're saying gender doesn't exist. It's all sex.
Right, and I'm just trying to like meet you halfway here because we're not talking about my like gender neutral utopia because I don't think that that's anything that's going to happen in our lifetime. So I'm trying to meet you halfway
if we
with my
abolish,
explanations. Can you?
yeah, go ahead.
Do you want me to answer you that way, or do you want me to give you like be more specific on that way? Because I feel like when I'm talking about like in a practical sense, I think that gender just isn't really particularly important, but I understand like it is right now. But I think that when it comes to trans people, if they're like actually a huge factor in the gender abolitionist movement as well, by the way, where it doesn't have to be like what you identify as does not have to be at all related to your biological sex, and your identity eventually will not be so directly tied to like gender like role type, or let me rephrase, they would not be so your identity wouldn't be like your gender identity would still be your gender identity, but it wouldn't be exclusively as connected to like sex like sex. Does that make sense? Like where it would be a lot
right now,
more
right now it's not exclusively related to sex. So under the current regime,
Oh, absolutely.
I think someone like Blair White would be using the female bathroom, right?
Yeah, of course, because that's the utility of her using it, sure. But like,
Right,
I
but
don't
so-
think it really
so we
would
get
matter
rid-
in my utopia. Like, we just have like.
So in your
nice
utopia,
bathrooms.
we get rid of gender. So then the only thing that comes into play is sex. So Blair White has to use the male locker room
Why?
because we got rid of gender. Gender doesn't.
But why
doesn't-
are we segregating by sex?
So everyone's using the same locker room.
Yeah, sure.
You think that's a good idea? Like high school boys and girls changing in the same locker room?
What do you think is going to happen?
Is that a serious question? Like, would I think that's going to happen? I think there's going to be massive amounts of sexual abuse. I think people are going to be very uncomfortable. I think that's a horrible
And that's
situation.
why I said that it's going to be a thing that's going to happen over time.
But you think over time we can get to a point where like just like high school boys and high school girls are changing in the same locker room?
I mean, I don't like changing in a locker room with a bunch of girls. Like, I don't think anyone feels comfortable about it. I mean, like, are you constantly looking at like a girl, like if she's naked, like, oh, I'm gonna rape her? Like, what is your mindset here? That like you think that people just have no ability to? I think the otherizing factor of like having like so like, oh, we're sneaking in the girls' locker room type of thing might actually contribute to more of that like mentality.
Okay, so you don't think like having men and women change in the same locker room is any kind of like increased safety risk for women?
I would definitely say that like now it could lead to something like that because obviously this is an over a period of time thing. Obviously, this is one of my more radical views. I don't expect like overnight like you know how you asked me at the beginning like if I was president, I'm not gonna like. My idea is not to like mandate everyone else to change in the same room. I honestly think that it would be cool if just like you didn't have to change in locker rooms at all. Like you just get your own little like room, personally speaking. But I don't really think that it's that extreme because rape is still a crime. Like there's nothing like women and men being around each other means like what like one of them's gonna get raped more. And there's also a factor that you could say where you could even have the other side of that where would be similar to kind of the same way it worked right now, where it's like okay maybe you would have like this is another theory that I have. I mean I haven't really worked this out like in a practical sense of like oh I am the president type of thing and I'm structuring my whole world because it's not how societies work. But another way that you could go about it is the idea of like like maybe like a feminine locker room or like a masculine locker room. So it's whatever one you feel just more comfortable in. And it wouldn't really matter. You would just be among people that are either more masculine or more feminine. And it wouldn't matter what your sex was. It's just if you were a masculine female, you would go into the masculine line. And if you were a feminine male, you would go into the feminine locker room, because then you can kind of like self-regulate.
It's purely up to you which locker room you want to go to, right?
Right.
So I can even though I don't look feminine at all, I can go into the female locker room.
If you identify as like being more feminine, in that way, like if you want to be in like the feminine locker room, then sure.
Oh, that's okay. There's no problem there.
I mean, are you planning on raping people or what?
Not me personally, but how can you not?
You said you. So
I'm just using myself. How do you?
Yeah,
okay.
I'm using yourself as an example. You can't like say that you're not using you as an example then.
Okay, let's do an even more stark example. Prisons. Do you think there should just be no male female prisons? Just be everyone goes to the prison the same way, or you go to prison where you feel like it?
I don't know if you want to ask me that question, my dude.
I definitely do. I'm curious. What do you think?
I'm a prison abolitionist, so I don't love the idea of prisons to begin with.
So do you believe there should be no prisons?
Yes, I don't think that our penitentiary system is at all good, and I think that we need to focus on rehabilitation. And I think rehabilitation should not be like segregated by sex.
So I mass murdered 5 people. What should happen to me?
What do you mean? You would go into like a treatment facility?
Okay.
Like, so or you would be living a humane life. You would just be away from greater society.
So basically like a prison, but that's run better?
Generally it would be significantly more humane, and it would be actually focused on helping you.
Okay. Oh, sure. I'm not
just
actually,
like punishing you.
I'm not actually, I like sort of agree with you on that. I think we should focus more on rehabilitation, but at the end of the day, you're being locked up, right? It's not optional. It's mandatory. You have to go to this place for a certain amount of years, right? And sure, it's going to be more rehabilitation focused. Okay. So should men and women be going to that same exact place?
Well, it would really depend on the offense and like how far are we talking about. Just like in a general sense, they already do. They just have different like wards. Like trans women are not kept on the same, in the same wards as cis men.
Right,
so it's not like there isn't already a little bit of a factor with that.
Assaulted and raped. That's the reason for that.
Okay, but not everyone in jail is a sexual assault is rapist. I understand that there's
not
a higher population of that, of course.
Okay, a trans.
I mean, they've already figured that out, so that's not even really like a.
It's a massive safety risk for someone who's a trans woman to go to a male prison, right? She's gonna get raped. She's gonna get fucking like all kinds of things happen. It's not.
But we also separate prison gangs.
Well, no, but
like,
we still
when we know that there's a risk, we separate them. Like
in prisons, we have it's like a whole bunch of we have the main facility, which is a whole bunch of men, and then there's like whatever isolation for people who are like maybe they're victim protection or they're snitches or pedophiles where they're away, and sometimes like trans women are in that, but not always. There's been a lot, we have that, but there's been a lot of women who trans women who've gone to like regular whatever fucking male prisons, and the experiences they report are horrendous. We're talking gang rape every single night, humiliation, violence. It's atrocious. I've literally
that happens to cis men too.
Not as commonly. That's the thing.
Of course not. But that's my point is that typically they trans women are typically, I literally said at the beginning that trans women are typically put into protective custody. You know, it's actually kind of interesting. There has been
but you can't put everyone
no science of a trans man who goes to a trans woman that goes in Scotland. They have trans people. Like, you obviously like can't just like say that you're a trans woman like all of a sudden. You have to have like a history of like, being trans or whatever. But you can go into a women's prison as a trans woman. And
okay.
there is no evidence that they were more likely to assault women.
Okay, Kyla murders Nick, right? It's a horrendous, cold-blooded crime. Do you think it would be so?
I haven't seen him on the screen yet. Maybe it's already happened.
Potentially, under your system, we would put her in a prison with a bunch of men.
Why would she just be in a prison with a bunch of men?
Well, because 95% of people in prison are men, so therefore it would be predominantly men.
But no, I'm not saying that you can't have like different sections. Prison's just not like one building, right?
So we keep them completely separate. So we keep men and women
Yeah,
completely separate.
if there's a risk that like they're concerned that she'll be with like the people that present feminine, what's the problem?
So we are then completely separating men from women in prisons.
No, you could still be. I mean, if you're talking about men and women, sure, but again, if we're talking about like males and females, no. I think that I don't know. I don't think I would have a problem with being in, or like be worried like if I was in a prison cell with a trans woman.
What about if you were in a prison cell with a men?
With a men?
Yeah, with a bunch of men. Would you be worried about that?
I don't know. I mean, usually it's prison cells are like 2 people.
Right,
I don't know.
but
Maybe you'd be fucking. Maybe that would be fun.
There's also really. I think massive amounts of gang rape.
I'm making a joke. Stop.
Right, but the answer is no. You would never want to.
No, but you're just like you're grasping at straws here, trying to like the most like weird example. I'm not talking
really
when
not. You're either.
Okay, but I'm giving you a really easy example. Okay, so everything that we have now that is a gender segregated, like we could do that just in a very like not. Are you telling me you're not hearing that?
Yeah, it's on someone's end. Let me just mute Kyla for a second. Yeah, it's me, Kyla.
That's really distracting.
Was it buzzing?
Yeah,
it was buzzing. You're fine.
It's not buzzing though anymore.
It's a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit. It's not that bad though. No worries. Anyways, I think that you're like grasping at straws with the idea like, okay, so we already have a way to like, again, trans women go on to a protective custody. That's already a thing that they do even in male prisons.
Right, that's because there's a very small percentage of trans women, but you can't put.
Okay, but why don't trans women just go with the cis women, and then that's just a different section of the prison?
Why don't trans women go with cis women? Yeah, so you're saying separate the trans women and regular women from the men, right? That's what you're saying.
Yeah, the more feminine men and women.
So we are separating men and women. The difference is that.
Well, we separate prison. What do you mean? Of course, we're separating people. So it's a prison.
No, prison.
Well, he's reading gendered. He's asking if you're separating it in a gendered
I don't think
way.
you know how prison works. There's so if you're general population, yes, you have someone yourself, but there's also chow hall. There's also yard time. So you are mixing.
Okay, so no, you don't understand how prisons works, my dude. They have different halls for these things. It's not like one prison that has like thousands of people all go to the same chow hall.
Okay, just to be clear, it seems like both of you don't actually know how prison works. First of all,
like,
2 to a room is super rare. Just to be clear, 2 to a room is almost never.
Well, it depends if you're like doing the gym. It depends on the level of offense.
2 to a room. It's very rarely. It's usually like 6 to 7, and then like if you're in like level 1 or level 2, you just have open rooms with.
Yeah, it's like a dorm.
Together. So
or like a
I understand. I understand. There's different like security. There's like minimum, medium. I'm talking about like maximum security, violent crime. Like in a maximum security prison, there's going to be a small percentage of people who are in like whatever protective custody, right? They're isolated from the general population, but the majority of people aren't general population, which they have like a celly or whatever. But they're also, being exposed to chow hall where they're eating with other people, and they're also, having yard time, right? So they're supposed
to time those differently.
What do you mean they time those differently?
It's in like a high school where like everyone's going at the same time, dude. And some people like in protective custody get delivered their meals.
So what he's asking?
We're not talking about people in protective custody.
He's not talking about how we're going to separate different halls, like so that we make sure that like the Crips and the Bloods aren't eating at the same time. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about in this prison that has all genders possible that exist all together, and we have different wings. Are we separating the wings out in a gendered way? Is femme people being pulled into a separate unit than mask people? Right.
That's exactly what I said. Yes.
And you were saying, yes, we are separating in that way.
Yes.
Okay. So I honestly don't really see what the difference is between separating based on genders in different like parts of the prison comparing to having different prisons. I think we're basically talking about the same thing. I don't see really like why then you would say, oh, I think that, gender shouldn't really play a role in the kind of prison you go to, because you are saying they should be in different halls. That's not really that much different saying they should be in different prisons. The point is that they're being kept separate from each other. Because we know that if we combine a bunch of men and a bunch of women in prison, very disastrous consequences will happen.
Okay, because prison fucking sucks. What's your point? I'm talking about a greater like social are you really that desperate for like a win here where like you have to go to like the prison, and I don't even think that it even makes sense. I don't understand why is this where you go? Like you're not going to talk about like
My
how it would work
argument
in
is
like
very
room.
straightforward because you were
So
talking.
you're okay. So your entire
You're talking
issue.
about gender abolition, right? How gender
Yeah.
doesn't play a role,
Uh-huh.
and I'm trying to explore the reason of that. Okay, well, I think one way where it plays a
And
role.
your way of doing that is going
is-
to talk about prisons.
Well, first I started talking about locker rooms, and then it seemed like you were grasping with that one. So yes, when you give a hypothetical, you
You're just repeating what I'm saying, grasping. What do you mean?
It didn't seem like my thing about locker rooms was landing with you, so I went to a little bit more an extreme
I
analogy.
think you kind of just keep saying that when I just don't agree with you.
No, it literally did not seem like we were
So
making.
what is the downside besides prisons and locker rooms in your head of gender abolition?
Well, those are two, and they're fairly substantial ones. What are some other sides of gender abolition? I have to give that some thought, but I think that when you abolish gender, I think that just colloquially, you make things very confusing. I think that it just creates unnecessary confusion for people because at the end of the day, we all know who generally speaking, who's a man, who's a woman.
What do you mean by confusion?
I think that, well, because if I cannot refer to you as the young lady after you refer to you as the young human or whatever, stuff like that, it becomes kind of weird. I think for dating apps, it would get confusing. I think for like a lot of like marketing purposes and websites and subscriptions, it would get confusing. I think
give me an example of why. Wait, no. You just keep. You're going on and on here. I want you to give me an example of one of those.
For date, okay, how would it get confusing for dating?
Why would it get confusing? Yeah.
Well, because on my dating app, it says, what are you interested in and what are you? So I say that I'm a man interested in women. Thus, it shows me women. And thus, women who are interested in men, they get shown me. If I don't have that option of saying what I'm interested in, I'm going to be shown a whole bunch of people, right? A bunch of them are being dudes who I'm not interested in, thus making things more complex and confusing.
Okay. Have you ever, do you know how Grindr works?
No, I'm not gay.
Okay, generally, I've never been on it personally, but I know that on Grindr you can search by what you're interested in a little bit more specific reasons, and you can also say if you're interested in more feminine or masculine.
Right, and I feel like it's unnecessary complexity because I clearly
I think it's actually helpful.
Okay, if someone like me wants only women, why do I need to see more feminine men? I don't want that. I only want women.
We would specify that you don't want penises.
Right. How are we going to be do that? Well, by saying, gender.
Okay, then what is a trans woman supposed to do on a
Well, I don't want.
What is a trans woman supposed to do in the dating app?
What is a trans? Well, I think she should identify as trans.
No.
Yeah,
sure, of course she'll say that, but like the searching is a little.
Yeah, but the issue is Blair White may or may not have a penis or a vagina. Like some people might.
Yeah, you really don't know.
Well, I think she should be upfront about that. But what do I think she should do? Again, I think you make rules based on the majority, not on the minority. Right?
Do you think that you should have to put your dick size on your dating app profile?
No. What does that have to do with anything?
Why does anyone else have to clarify their genitals?
Why do they have to clarify their gender?
In fairness, genitals. In fairness, I clarify the genitals.
I don't think you have to clarify your genitals.
He's actually opposed to clarifying genitals. That was my point. I brought up, like, what would you do with this? He's opposed to clarifying genitals. He just wants it men and women, and that's pretty apparent what you're getting with it.
Yeah, like I'm interested in women, so I don't want to be shown more feminine.
Okay,
men.
so would you would be upset if it was a trans woman that comes up on your feed who identifies as a woman?
I wouldn't be upset. I'm just not attracted to them.
Okay, but like, what if you like were hitting it off and like really enjoying talking to them? You're like, hell yeah, dude, I love this girl. Like, she's like fun to hang out with or fun to talk to. And then,
no,
how would you feel?
Even if I didn't know, like, let's say we're having a good conversation, she looks very much like a woman, and then I find out like fucking later on that she's a trans woman, that would be the end of that conversation. I would not be interested in her.
Would you feel like that was like you would have wished that you would have known that at the beginning, or what?
It would have been nice, yeah. And I think most trans women operate that way, where they tell you up front in their bio.
Okay. What if a girl's like really vibing with like a dude, and he has like a literal micro penis, and they go on a date, and then like, would you, or like they really like talking to each other, but like, do you think that would be cool for her to be able to be like, I'm not into it?
Well, that's pretty much what 99% of women are gonna do. Like, do you think most women are going to see a micro penis and they're going to be like,
no, I'm saying, do you think that you should be upfront with your micro penis?
I don't know. That's an interesting one. I think Yeah, I don't know. That's kind of a tough one. I can see both perspectives of that one.
Why would that be different than the other one?
You're trying to like make very small exceptions because less than 1% of men have micro penises, right? So I'm talking about
but less than 1% of people are trans.
Right, but again, I think every rule has an exception. So I'm trying to.
But you're saying, wait, you're saying for the trans woman, she has to be up front, but the micro penis guy doesn't.
No, I'm saying I think she should be up front.
But you're not saying that he should be up front.
I don't know. I don't know about that. I mean, I could see both sides of that.
But wait, no, but why is it different?
Because I think more men are going to have a primal disgust to being with a trans woman than women are going to have for like a micro penis. I just don't think it's like Apple. I don't think it's like the same thing. I think it's like to some extent apples and oranges. I think if a girl,
what's the difference?
Well, I think
so if it's disanalogous, you have to identify why.
So I think that if a woman sees a micro penis, she's just either not going to hook up with the guy, she's not going to call him back. I don't think there's any threat of violence or type of situation. Versus, quite often, if a man finds out, like while he is, in bed with a woman that she's trans, there's definitely a significant risk of violence. There's definitely a significant risk of something bad happening. So, yeah, I just don't think they would play out the same way.
Okay, so you think that a trans woman, why is this analogous? A trans woman should be open up front from the very beginning is because of the risk to her physical safety. Whereas somebody with a micro penis, if he's not up front, the worst outcome is that it's going to be really awkward when he drops his pants, but it's not likely to lead to violence.
Yeah, I don't think that's ever going to lead to violence, sure. And I think that's the main reason why trans women do it is because of the safety. There's a massive safety risk for trans women to meet up with a man under the impression that she's a woman. I think that that's pretty well established fact. Okay,
but you had said that like if you were talking to a trans woman and then like she said like, oh yeah, by the way, I was really nice getting to know you. By the way, I'm trans. Like you'd be like, oh, I'm done. Do you think that the woman should feel the same way about that?
Should she
like,
feel
hey, just letting you know, like I have a micro penis, and like is she valid and being like, oh, I don't want to talk to you anymore?
I think most women will feel the same way. Is she valid? Yeah, that she doesn't want a micro penis. That's understandable.
Okay, so it should be treated the same way in that. So outside of the violence, it should be even then.
Well, I think the violence is a big factor.
Well, I'm saying that outside of like the physical violence that we're talking about, like if we're not getting to that point where they're like any sort of physical situation, you would agree that like someone with a micro penis and somebody who's trans should be equally upfront.
Yeah, if we take the violence aside, sure.
Okay, so do you think they should put on the profile, or like what level are we talking here?
Well, it's up to each person to determine. That's kind of what you want. Okay, as a trans woman, if you don't care about the potential, okay, I'm going to explain. If it's as a trans woman, you don't care about the incremental increase in the risk of violence, then just don't fucking say it, right? But then you're fucking playing with fire. If you're a guy who has a micro penis and you don't care about
your name?
If you don't care about a bunch of girls being like, ha ha, small tiny dick. If you don't care about that and you're willing to play the dice, right? Then don't put it. But if you want to like avoid humiliation, avoid negative outcomes, then yeah, probably let her know. I probably wouldn't put it in the bio, but I would just let her know in some way. I don't know. I don't have a micro penis, so I've never really thought about how to deal with that. That's like less than 1% of men who have a micro penis.
Okay, so why are you not interested in trans women? If like again, like Blair White's hot. Let's be real here.
Why am I not attracted to trans women?
Huh? Assuming she has bottom surgery.
Because that's not what I'm attracted to. Like, why am I attracted to big tits? There's no like logical.
Well, she's got big ass titties. What are you talking about?
Right. This is a different thing. Why am I attracted to certain things? Why am I attracted to blue eyes? There's no like. I can't tell you why I'm attracted to blue eyes. I just like women with blue eyes. Why am I attracted to women who are like small and petite? I can't give you a logical reason. Just
okay, but she's small and petite, and she's got big ass titties. She has brown eyes, so I guess maybe that
but the fact that she's is a mental deal breaker for me. I can't stomach.
Yeah, why?
Because I'm not attracted to people who used to be men back in the past.
Why?
Wait, okay. A real serious question for you, Alex. Would you rather have sex with a woman cis woman, but she looks like Hulk Hogan, or a trans woman, but she looks like Megan Fox?
That's a tough question. Has she had like she's had bottom surgery, right?
Sure. Yeah.
I mean, how gross are we talking? Is the cis woman?
Hulk
Hulk
Hogan. I mean, I don't know how attractive you think Hulk Hogan is, but
So
It's
she's
Hulk
very
Hogan.
masculine.
Wait, hold on. I'll say it the right way.
It
Hulk
is
Hogan
Hulk
with a
Hogan,
pussy.
but it's a cis woman.
but she looks like Hulk Hogan, right?
Yeah, with a pussy.
With a pussy that was always there, ovaries, uterus, can have your progeny. All right, has all those bells and whistles.
Well, I would pick neither. I mean, I'm assuming I have a gun to my head and I have to pick one.
No, you can't pick neither.
So I have a gun to my head. If I don't pick one, me and my whole family are gonna be murdered.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes.
In that very extreme situation, I would probably pick the Megan Fox over the Hulk Hogan, right? Like in that very extreme situation, I think I would pick probably the Megan
What
Fox.
if
Right?
Megan Fox has a penis? So you have to do anal.
No, then I would pick the Hulk Hogan.
What's your opinion on anal in general?
Never been a big fan of it.
Okay. You would prefer you would still prefer the What if she like? This is a joke question. What if she like when she comes to like flex so much because Hulk Hogan muscles will like give like your dick like a gigantic squeeze where you might get like a bruise? Would that change your opinion?
Yeah, I think I would rather fucking take the risk of getting my dick bruised than like bumping up against another dick.
Oh.
Interesting. How do you feel about the top G saying that any guy would obviously take Megan Fox, even with the dick, because she's feminine looking, she's petite, she's got big titties, and there's nothing like that wrong about like throwing around like another guy and railing him in the ass, as long as it looks.
Wait, Andrew Tate said that? That doesn't sound like something he would say.
Yeah,
he was down for
I'll
a
link you.
fucking
We can watch it together. It'll be
Okay,
fun.
please
I'll
put
find
this
it.
up. I want to say that. Yeah.
Give me a second.
Okay. I feel like that is drawing this conversation to a close. It was super fun.
I'm kind of curious about the.
Guys.
Hold
I'm
on.
kind of
How
curious
do
about the thing.
Yeah, maybe that'll be the. That's the true. The true top G is the. As is this clip here? I'll link it in the.
Private chat. Let me put it up.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see. Present, share screen. Oh, okay. So this is like it's Aunt Megan Fox versus Hulk Hogan. So this is like
rebuilding my mansion. We'll see when it's done. We'll do an episode of Cribs. I had to get this area.
You turn the volume up.
Bought my neighbor's house.
What?
I had to construct this.
Oh, it's fine. Never mind.
It's super
Got
quiet.
Anyway, that's all gonna be lit up and shit. Bugatti logos. Broke boys done. Listen, I recently posted a question on Twitter asking, would you rather have sex with a transsexual, which is a legitimate 10, or a woman, which is a legitimate 1? And everyone's sitting there clicking woman, 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 because they think they're going to be gay if they do anything else. But they're not actually thinking about the question. I am so smart. I operate on so many levels higher than the average man. You people are not thinking about the question. When I say a 1 and a 10, I mean Megan Fox with a dick. That's the tranny. Or Hulk Hogan with a pussy. That's the girl. This is the question I'm asking. Megan Fox or Hulk Hogan? So you're thinking, well, I don't want to be gay, so I just clicked the girl, the number 1, did it? You're going to fuck Hulk Hogan? Okay, there's a pussy, but he's got mustache and muscles and shit. Hairy, big dude, 6'5". It's pretty gay to me. That sounds pretty gay. I don't care if it's a pussy. That is gay. There's Megan Fox. Okay, he's got a dick, but maybe you can like scoot it. Okay, I'm still Megan Fox. You know what I'm saying? At least she's small and shit. You get your hand around her neck, mess her up. You ain't messing up Hulk Hogan. Hulk Hogan's gonna mess you up. So this is the question I'm asking. We need to operate on a higher plane. Think about this. This is important. This is cultural. This affects the world we now live in. What is straight? What is gay? It's all a big sliding spectrum, isn't it? Because if you're gonna sit here and go, oh no, it's gay to bang Megan Fox with a dick. I counter that argument. It's gay to bang Hulk Hogan with a pussy.
I mean, the man is spitting facts. So at the
Gender
very least,
abolitionist king. A gender abolitionist king right there.
you're on the same side as Andrew Tate. Yeah, yo. As a side note, for everyone in the chat who's trying to give me shit, all right. At the very least, I said that if she had a dick, I would pick a different one. All right. So if you're gonna be an Andrew Tate fanboy and you're trying to give me shit, then you're being a hypocrite. But yeah, I mean, it's like an impossible choice. But yeah, I think though, if there's a dick involved, that like things go out the window for me. I don't know.
Alright. It seems like Erudite's trying to wind this down. I don't know if we have maybe if you need to leave. Or
Yeah, I was thinking.
I
Sorry,
think that's a good place to leave it.
it is a good place to leave it. I was thinking it's probably now is a good time because I think we've been at this for almost
almost
3
3
hours. Maybe a good place to move to like some open panel. I'm not sure if you'd be keen for that, Nina.
No, I'm down. I just want to run to the bathroom really quick.
Okay, welcome to my
No,
ministry.
this has
Okay,
been fun.
I'm gonna do the Lord's work. I'm just kidding. I thought it'd be fun to do some maybe open panel. I'm not sure if you're keen for that.
Yeah, let's do like maybe 20-ish minutes or something like that, and then we'll wrap up. I did not know about that video. That kind of blew my mind, honestly. I would not expect Andrew Tate to say that. Did you ever see that Andrew Tate cartoon?
Is it the same? Is it the same guy who did the Sneeko cartoon?
Yeah, did you see that?
So I saw the Sneeko one. I think I've seen like a clip of the Andrew Tate one, but I don't think I've watched it closely.
Well,
I don't think I've seen the whole thing. I mean,
let me play it because it's like 3 minutes, but it's hilarious. Kenyan. It's also like very creepy. Andrew Tate. All right, this is like it's like haunted my dreams, but it's also like fucking hilarious.
I can close this door.
All right, let me play this. This is like one of the creepiest cartoons ever, but it's funny.
Oh, have you not seen this one?
We've had success with phase 1. Expensive cars, money, classic Tate W. And most importantly, women. We do be getting them bitches though.
Classic Tate W, man. You're the best. Women.
But it's time now for phase 2 of our journey. And that, gentlemen, is self-love. Observe closely, gentlemen. Oh,
Yo, is this real? Full send it, Tank. Yeah, hell yeah. Full send it, brother.
God, these are so gross.
Good idea.
Oh, fuck. Let me get a smoke off your cigar. Yeah. Oh, here, take that. Yeah, put that in your mouth. Okay, I will. Oh, fuck. Oh, blow that smoke out. Oh, I will. Oh,
Andrew, your cigar tastes so good.
oh, my fucking God, that tastes so sweet. But not as sweet as you, baby. Ooh.
The cats don't think
I don't think I have a mirror, eh? Oh,
You
wait,
need to go
yeah,
to the
here's
bathroom.
one.
Real G. I'm a real top
wait.
bloke, aren't I? Oh,
Hey,
yeah, you
wait.
are. Oh, you are.
Hey, wait.
Fuck. Hold on,
Wait.
baby, hold on.
Did he just give birth?
What's going on, lads? What's the problem?
You gave birth. That's like a woman thing, right?
Yeah, giving birth is like a woman thing. Yo, this is sus.
Like, one of you guys are female or a woman or something, eh? I don't know, like, or something. Full send it.
Guys, I'm not a female. If anything, he's the female. What are you talking about? You were the one calling me baby the whole time, which is classically a female move. Fine. Let's prove who's a man right now, then.
Fine! Yo, what is going on? Bro, this is crazy, man.
Who am I?
Bro, no! Oh. Bro! Yo, who will lead us now?
Money.
What did he say? What did you say, little baby? Girls should wear leashes like the dogs they are. Yeah.
That's basically it. That's basically it.
Hmm?
I know that was funny as fuck. If you guys didn't like it, then sorry. All right. Wait, he just gave a baby. That's a feminine thing. All right, we got a few people. Let's bring on Spicoli and Ben Thorpe. All right, this is gonna get wild.
Hey, Alex, how are you?
Okay,
Should
just
I go
reminder,
first?
me and Nina are on Twitch, so.
What's up, Benjamin? Oh yeah.
Kyla, how are you? Nina? Pleased to meet
Can
you.
I go first? Can I ask Nina a question first, Alex?
Yeah, go ahead.
All
Wow,
right,
that's really
Nina.
great of you.
Nina, whatever your name is. My mom.
Her name is Nina. Please
It's
pronounce
very
it
clearly
correctly.
Nina.
Shut the fuck up, soy boy.
It's not that
Don't
hard.
interrupt
It's
me.
2 syllables, you moron.
Oh my god.
I know,
Sorry,
I
Nina.
know.
These two are always like that.
Welcome to my hell, Nina.
I stole his girlfriend. That's why
Ben.
he's, you know.
There's a lot of
You
sexual
have a
tension here.
choice. Then you have a choice. Wax your mustache or wax your vagina. Shut the fuck up. All right, Nina, whatever your name is. I'm
Yeah, see
60
what I put
plus.
up with?
My mom. Shut the fuck up, soy fuck.
You like my
mom
new
was
holster?
70.
I got a holster for my
Okay,
iPad. Look.
I got some holsters too.
Fuck you. Let me ask you a question. My mom, I know
They're like an old
feminism
man.
more
Oh,
than you
this is
women ever
terrific.
will know.
Yes!
My mom was a feminist in the 70s. And I want to just say to both these women, the fact is that when we go to this gender abolishment, this gender neutral society, what it does is,
Bro,
whatever
I
it's
have not
called,
stated my
whatever-
opinion
whatever-
this entire
wait, what-
video. You have no idea
shut
what my
the fuck
opinion is.
up while I'm
Okay.
talking. Don't interrupt
Okay.
me.
Try to
Yes,
be smart.
Nina, I love it.
If you're going to address Nina, talk to Nina and her positions. You have no idea what my positions are on any of the topics we've had.
If I want your opinion, I'll give it to you. Now
This
shut
is
the
not
fuck
your
up.
show. That's not how
Calm
any
down,
works.
Spicoli. Calm down.
Spicoli,
Calm
You're being
down.
very,
What can you do with a guy?
you're being very womanly
Let
right
me
now and
talk.
emotional. So I don't know if you can calm the fuck down
I'm
for a
gonna
little
need
bit.
both Ben Spicoli. Let's keep it respectful. You have a question
Uh.
for Nina. Ask her the question. Let's not go on a massive side tangent, bickering with Ben.
All right.
Whatever. All right. So you're unmuted now. Go ahead.
All right, Nina, whatever your name is. You want this gender abolishment. You want this gender neutral society. You want
Mhm.
eventually where it all leads to is Barbie and Ken type genitalia on men and women. So basically, what you
Oh,
want
no.
is you want
Like
to shut the
genetically,
fuck
we're
up,
gonna
Ben.
wait.
Ben,
No.
don't
I have to
interrupt
ask
me.
you a follow-up question. You're gonna get pissed at me and say I'm strawmanning you. Okay, so I have to ask
I
you the
haven't
question.
finished yet. You're
Okay,
being
well I have
rude.
to. You need to.
You're being
Well-
very rude.
I don't give a fuck. Anyways, so you told me to
All
shut
right.
the fuck up, and I'm the one being rude. Stop. When you say that, do you think that we're gonna evolve into that?
You're like a man.
Can you
You
answer
must
my
have
question?
a dick. You know what it is? You're used to dealing with
Just because I'm
fucking
more
soy
masculine than you
boys.
are, you fucking soy
You're
boy bitch.
used
Like,
to
what do you mean?
dealing with soy boys.
This
As
is
a
low-level
man,
content,
Nothing wrong with
Alex.
soy boy
Can you
answer
Spicoli.
my
We can do better,
question?
okay? Someone else talk.
You know what? The soy
Right,
boys
Spicoli,
here with
can we get to the actual question?
Yeah, get to the point,
Right.
dog. Come
You've
on.
been smoking
Yeah,
weed for
yeah.
30 years. It's just
They
incomprehensible.
can't even give you an orgasm. You women are suffering
Oh,
from
my
lack
God.
of
Wait, I
orgasm.
doesn't have a point. He doesn't even have a
Guys
question.
like
What do you- I don't know.
Ben,
You don't know that
guys
I can't give a
like
woman an orgasm. What do you mean?
Ryan,
Wait, can we
lipstick,
get to the actual
trans
question?
It's just
You
Spicoli?
want
his
to-
personal
There isn't.
When was the last
It's just
time you
all
were
the one marijuana
I'm
haze.
muting
That's all
Spicoli.
it is.
I'm muting Ben for a second. All right, Spicoli, you got to get to like
When
the
was the
question.
last time your vagina squirted? Either one of you. When was the last time you squirted?
Inappropriate
your
question.
vagina.
I'm not answering this
Never.
question.
Yeah, do you have a real question?
Which cannot get you to squirt.
When was the last time you got
You're
a girl to squirt?
asexual. You're asexual. You're asexual. Have you ever had a guy stick his tongue up your rear end? No.
Come on and
You're
explain
Spicoli.
like kind
I'm-
of sexual
I'm-
harassment.
Oh,
of
you
women.
killed it, Spicoli.
I'm gonna give you
Cole,
one
you
word.
suck, dude.
I
You
know
You want a
suck.
dog?
That's not a cue for you to start talking. All right, Spicoli. Once again, we'll try this one last time. Do you have a legitimate question for Nina, or do you just want to like insult her and go off a massive tangent?
No, I'm going to ask her a legitimate question.
Okay,
Let me
so
ask
answer
you.
that.
If you,
So-
if
so
you keep your
ask-
mouth-
Doubt.
Ask the question. I'm gonna mute you for a second. Let me finish. Ask the actual question. Don't go off on any tangents. Don't insult her. Just get to the actual question. Go ahead.
Okay, this gender abolishment. Do you believe, Nina, that it eventually leads to a androgynous, asexual, non-romantic type non-romantic type relationships between male and females, and everything becomes so gender neutral that you can't even tell the difference between men and women anymore? Do you believe this all leads to that? Because I do. What do you say?
You kind of asked a lot of questions, but I'll try and take it one at a time there. Okay, so what I do believe is that androgyny will be significantly more popular because you'll have more freedom if you were born male or born female to explore your gender identity. where you can come off in a lot more masculine ways without like somebody getting like oh you're like not even like a woman or whatever, like having those like expectations on you. Or like with the guy, if you want to be a little bit more feminine, then like that is not like a bad thing for you. Like there's no problem with you being like that. You're just to me, it's like freedom. So, I mean, you asked a bunch. So, I mean, I'm not going to answer every single one that you said, but I'll list you a few of them. When you said that, like the asexual aspect, I don't think that all. If you know anything about non-binary people, they fuck like jackrabbits, and because most of them are bisexual. So, actually, I would say that there was a wider fuck range, because I think generally people are going to be a lot more interested in or have more options for partners, because if you're not being rigid binary of one or the other, I think that it'll be a lot easier to find someone because you don't have that aspect. And then the third one I believe that you said was that everyone's going to I guess you said, I guess I already answered the Barbie thing. What was the other main one that you said? I'm like worried.
I said this androgynous society leads to no romance, no love between men and women.
Right? Yes, you're right. That's what I want to.
Blurred together. The sexes are blurred together, and it's not natural.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not natural. It's a choice.
What do you mean it's not natural?
Let me blow you out of the water. If what
you know
saying
that
about
frogs
gender
can like literally
are
like trans themselves, right?
Then why would trans people have to trans? If it's all a social construct, then why would a woman have to become a man and a man become a woman?
That is actually a really interesting conversation.
Without it, in other words,
I understand
if a guy
that you can
wants
yell.
to play with
Guy, I can yell louder than you. I don't understand why you think that you can yell louder than me, you motherfucker. My bass boosted ass mic, dude, is way louder than yours, so they're gonna hear me more than they're gonna hear you. So we're just gonna keep talking about this. But I want to answer your question. It's actually a very interesting conversation to have, and it's like the trans community has an insane amount of in the non-binary.
I'm muting both of you. So why don't we just let Nina answer the question? Nina, answer the question. Let's not go off on a tit for tat type of thing, and then we can go back to the discussion. We're both unmuted. Go ahead.
All right, no, okay. It is actually a fantastic question. Where does trans people fit into the I said non-binary.
Yeah,
I meant,
why do they have to
gender
trans?
abolitionist.
Why would they have to trans?
Wait, why did you unmute him?
We got it.
It's all a social construct. Why trans? Why can't you?
Well, I'll explain it to you.
Spicoli, shut up!
I can't hear you, Kyle. What?
I'm saying if we could cut Spicoli at some point, I'm literally bleeding.
Yeah, there's a difference between.
I can't hear. Wait, can everyone shut up so I can hear Kyle? What? You're literally
just Spicoli. I'm bleeding numbers right now. Like I'm just like people are just leaving in mass. I think I've just
okay. Well, let's let Nina. To be fair, let's let Nina answer the question, and then we'll take him off. Fair enough.
Yeah, I think like this is my last point. I just wanted to hit this really quick because it is a really interesting conversation about the trans involvement in the I don't know why the fuck I called it non-binary movement earlier, but the gender abolitionist movement is incredibly important because obviously trans people are at the forefront of gender identity, gender ideology, all of that, like sex versus gender, like all of that conversation. They're really important to have in that space, and obviously they've been a huge part of it. There is a aspect of non-binary that I think, or goddamn, why do I keep saying that? He's broken my brain by yelling at me. But some aspect of gender abolition that maybe people would be less inclined to feel like they want to transition if they were not subjected to the same gender roles that they are rejecting. That is not the case for all trans people. Obviously, there's a very large group of trans people that have body, I always say the wrong word, not dysphoria, where like gender dysphoria, where they don't feel right in their body. And there's a big difference between the two. So even in a gender abolitionist world where they're not subjected to gender roles, there would still be trans people.
So I would just
Great answer.
add my 2 cents real quick. I would say there's a difference, a really important difference between like body dysphoria and like gender dysphoria. But also there's like a massive interplay between the two based on like the way that people interact with them, like based on the way they're perceived. And I think that's also a big part for a lot of trans people. But yeah, there's definitely those two like the components that are really important. Yeah.
Nina, I wanted to say I love your point. I loved your whole presentation, but I really loved your point about men and women both having emotions. You have to be crazy, like Alex, to think that men don't have emotions.
Real.
They just express them differently. But I mean, it's completely insane to say that men don't have emotions.
When did
I'll
I
ask
say
the
that?
ladies here, isn't it
When did I
wonderful
say-
to have
wait, hold
men
on,
who
Ben.
have
When did I say-
vibrant emotional expression? That's attractive.
Ben, when did I say that men don't?
Look
have
at them. See, they're emotionally
Why do you
reacting,
just
Alex.
hate
They
men
love it.
with emotions? Why do
Ben,
you
when
hate
did I
men
say
with
that
emotions?
men don't have emotions?
You said men should try as little as possible to have emotions because women are over emotional. That's totally crazy. That's misogynistic. I'm here for the ladies to say, we've got
SGW, Ben,
emotions,
let's go.
you've got emotions. Let's get together and share. Love it.
Ben, do you cry in front of like women you're trying to date?
Oh, I think. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Let's ask the ladies. If I'm
Well, no,
watching
I
a
wanna
very
ask you.
touching, Alex, I'm trying to work here.
Well, I want to ask you.
If a man watches a very touching play and he tears up, okay, is that not attractive, ladies?
I think passion is awesome, and I find it very attractive personally.
Fist bump right here.
Can I ask you a question?
Win.
Can I ask a
Ben,
question?
do you cry in front of women you're trying to date?
I just told you, if I was with Nina, if I was so fortunate as to be with Nina, watching a touching play by Henrik Ibsen, and it was a touching moment,
With our
and I
two
teared up.
holsters. We brought into the theater.
How often?
We both had our holsters.
Ben, I'm assuming you're single. Is that correct?
I'm technically married.
But like, in,
I thought you never
Don't worry
got
about that,
married,
Nina.
He's married in the classic way.
in practice,
Maybe we
okay.
get
When
the
you were
holsters.
like, when you were
Well-
like, married, when you were like married for real, when you were like living with your wife, how often did you cry?
I wasn't married for real ever. Just want you to know. But
There
okay.
it goes. There it is.
Okay, how often were you
thought it
ever
was.
living with your wife, or was it just like what was? I don't even understand this. Were
It
you
was
guys
a
ever-
torture chamber, Alex. We made a mistake. But 6 beautiful kids later, love it, ready to get back out there and, teach
Ben,
you
have
guys
you-
a little something about the old
Have
school
you ever
ways.
been in a serious relationship where you live with a woman? That's my question.
Yeah, I was seriously demented, but yes.
Okay.
I had 6
How-
kids. So I'm
How often?
Yeah.
How often do you cry in front of your woman?
How often did I?
Yeah.
I wasn't in as much touch with my emotions back then, Alex, I'll be honest with you. And I was more of a traditional male. But I'm loving getting back in touch because I was in a kind of torture chamber. I'm loving getting back in touch with my emotions, with all my appetites, and I'm happy to share them with the world. And it's much better.
That's not. So you're saying you never used to cry in front of your partner?
There was a lot of chaos, but yeah, I used to try to be the man in that sense. It sucks.
Well, can I say, Alex?
then, during
Fucking
this
torture.
time, back
Yeah,
then,
well-
during this time when you were not crying in front of your woman, you were in a relationship, and now when you're in this new enlightened phase, you're single.
Well, it looks like Nina's perking up a little bit up there. I'm not saying
I'm sure
we
she's-
necessarily
she's-
are a thing.
I'm sure.
So
she's
I-
I don't know.
I-
Who
Who knows?
I have holsters too, bitch. Okay, no.
Yeah. Watch out, Alex.
Don't social sexually harass me.
I'm sure.
I was in a lot of long-term
people-
relationships in my 20s. All right, like I was in like probably like 5 1 to 2 year long relationships, and like most of these women have seen me cry like at multiple occasions, and I'm not embarrassed about that. And it didn't make that's not the reason that our relationships ended. All right, it had nothing to do with me crying in front of them. Like that was never like the big problem that was like that came up.
Alex,
Ryan,
what do you
being cry-
what do you
being
think about
vulnerable
like
is not
crying
more.
out of joy?
I will cry more. Hell yeah.
So you would cry more
Alex,
in front of
Alex,
your
we know.
girlfriend?
What's your opinion about crying out of joy? Like maybe like your child is born and you're like, it's so beautiful that you cry. Like, is that something you should not do?
I think that if it's when there's an extreme circumstance like your child is born, I don't think there's anything feminine about crying in that situation because you're so excited. Yeah.
But it's feminine to cry if like you're watching Elf and everyone's singing Santa Claus is coming to town and you're like, damn, that's beautiful as fuck, and you just start like tearing up, like because I do, like because I think it's awesome. I love that movie.
Can I-
Oh, Alex.
Yeah, if you had well, Ryan,
And
but
it, like it doesn't just make my eyes wet. Like it helps the ladies too. Like I'm
Okay,
telling
do you
you,
think-
like this is
yeah,
not.
do you
This is
think
not
that,
like
um,
a
there's a
masculinity
reason
guys
why.
thing.
I think there's a reason why you're single right now.
Okay.
Well, I
that's
promise
not
that
what I'm
like,
talking
crying
about,
during
Ryan.
Elf was not it. Like
Well, Alex,
Elf?
Idubbbz cried after the boxing match because it was like so much work going through. Like, what is that?
Who? Ida? What?
Idubbbz? You know the Creator Clash?
No.
It's a boxing competition, basically. Okay, so just for another example, like just to be general, I guess, like if somebody cries after they like worked really hard to get like a weight goal or like a sports goal, and they like win like their fight or whatever, and then they cry afterwards because they were like, oh, I did so much work and
course.
accomplishment.
Of course.
Yeah, I think it
Sucks.
depends on the circumstance. Like I said, if my mom passed away,
So you just get to pick when.
Athletics is filled with male emotions.
The stuff you're
He's saying
talking
in extreme
about,
situations, right?
the stuff you're
Extreme
talking about,
No, but you just saying crying across the board here.
that happen very rarely, right? Those are things that happen very rarely that you.
I just think it's way less manly to like hide your emotions in these things. Like if you feel like it's embarrassing, honestly.
We're not talking about hiding your emotions. We're talking about expressing your emotions in a different way. I may feel sad. I probably feel sad just as much as the average person, but I don't.
I cry happy tears sometimes too. Like
Like
when I'm at the elf scene, I'm not sad. I'm not sad
You
when
get
they're
like
singing
a
Santa Claus
chemical
is coming to
response
town.
when you cry that makes you feel better, that helps you cope. You know that, right?
Well, what about this one? What about this one?
Crying for my girlfriend for like fucking hours.
I feel like this is just like
Hours.
nobody.
No one's saying cry for hours.
Yeah.
Nobody.
No one likes any partner to cry for hours. Like nobody wants their partner to cry for hours. No guy wants their girlfriend to cry for hours. That's not hot. It's not hot to watch your girlfriend cry for hours. It's fucking miserable.
Yeah.
Every single successful relationship I've ever seen is typically the guy's more masculine than the women, and the guy's the grounded one, the girl's the one who's more emotional.
How long is your relationship?
Never seen an example of the opposite.
I'm just curious.
Okay, I think what is actually going on is, in general, people are going to find it unattractive if their partner is really poorly emotionally self-regulated.
Right.
That's what's going to be
Absolutely.
really unattractive. I would argue in a lot of traditional relationships, which I'm not saying this should be the case, but often is the case, that women will have a lower threshold for what they think is emotional regulation for men, and that they're expecting men to be emotionally expressive less often. The problem isn't crying by itself. This is what he said. This is what Alex is saying, and I would agree with this. The problem that happens for a lot of relationships is when there's too much of it, that it like breaks your schema, the script that you expect of your partner. And I don't think that this is good, but there is like this bias towards men around their emotionality. And like if men are crying regularly, it's viewed as like bad and cringe. Now I don't think that that's necessarily healthy. The issue is that like in a lot of dynamics, as somebody who's like gone on and talked to like fresh and fit girls, most of those girls agreed that if a guy was crying all the time, she'd dump him, right? And so it's like this is a dynamic that like I don't think is good, but a lot of men are dealing with like your average like some of the women that they're dating. Is this?
But they're constantly crying all the time. I just
No,
think that's like
I think a lot of those
thing
girls say that, but
often.
honestly, I'm skeptical about how many of those girls would actually like leave their partner if they like expressed emotions around them like that in that particular way. I'm not sure.
We have to stop with the hyperbolic characterization of each other. Nobody has said.
Wait, you said they wouldn't put up. Okay, I'm sorry. No, go ahead.
Nobody has said never crying. Nobody has said no emotion. What we said is when, for example, men are being more emotionally dysregulated more often than their female partner, that does seem to bring up issues in the relationship, mostly because of the social scripts and assumptions we have around emotionality between men and women, that the man in her life defies her expectation of how he should perform as a man. That's what occurs, and it does create issues in relationship. I do believe women when they say, yes, I would find it a little bit unattractive if he was consistently more dysregulated than me. I don't think that that is good.
Well, that's not what they're saying, though. You said that they're just saying that they would be pissed if they were crying all the time. Because, yeah, that would be weird.
Kyla, how do you explain the attractiveness of
what you're
musicians?
saying, but that's not what they're saying.
Emotionality isn't the problem. This is what I agree with you on, Ben. This is why fresh and fit is cringe. Emotionality is totally fine. The issue is dysregulation specifically and types of expression that are like gender assumed. Like crying is just associated with women. I don't think that it should be, but in our society it is, right? The social script is that way.
Gender rule.
Well, wait a second, but the crazier the musician is, the more attractive he is.
Let me just, and you can speak on that. Let me just finish on what Kyle is saying. So yeah, you can feel emotions. There's no one saying don't feel emotions, right? But how you express those emotions can vary. Like someone, like for example, me, if I feel sad, the way I might express that emotion is through meditation, right? And just like getting balanced, or through, for example, going out and going to the gym and working out, right? And kind of just working past it, versus the way another guy might express that is by crying in front of their girlfriend, right? So we still feel the same emotion. We just deal with it in different ways. And yes, exactly what Kyle is saying is what I believe, is that when you get in a situation when a man is the one that's way more emotional than the girl, that causes issue in the relationship. And I have just never once seen an example of that working out.
I'll give you an example right here. I do karaoke night. I am a great singer. I put my heart and soul into every song I sing on karaoke night. I can give you an example right now. And the chicks love it. Why wouldn't they? And the more emotion I put into it, the more they love it. Am I right, Nina?
We're not talking about passion. Like the fact that you're passionate is a good thing.
Yeah, as a
Well,
karaoke
passion-
fan, I agree with you there, Ben.
Passion
Like,
is
for sure.
emotional, right? That's what. So I would agree with you, Ben. But that's what I'm saying. There's social emotions that people are okay with men expressing, like anger and rage. Everyone just assumes that this is the problem with like men saying like women are so emotional. Is they're just dismissing all forms of anger as like not emotional or like something like that, right? Yes, men expressing emotions is great. But there are socially expected emotions that men can express and socially unaccepted. Now, I think that this is a bad thing. I would agree with Nina about the shoulds, right? I think we should expand the shoulds. Men should be more comfortable crying. Women should not find it like a bad thing when a guy is crying in front of her. We're just delineating between describing the circumstance that a lot of people find themselves.
Yeah, so I agree with Remy. I think, and Remy, I'll let you cook after this, but like I think like it's overstated how many women are actually like completely turned off at like to the point where they'll
What do
like
you base that on?
be uncomfortable with a guy, like they'll be uncomfortable being around this guy.
honestly.
For doing
Well,
that.
what is that based on, Ryan?
What I guess my own experience and like seeing people, like talking to a lot of people in my life, I guess.
So this is how I find it plays out.
Like,
So I don't know where the data plays out. I believe there is like I believe this is a disproportionate problem. I believe the problem exists. I'm just saying that like
Ryan, are you in a
not that big of a
relationship?
deal.
Are you in a happy relationship right now?
right now no, but all throughout like the past decade I was in like many
Let's
happy
establish-
relationships.
How many relationships have you been in your life?
Please.
At least I mean at least 6 long-term relationships. Sorry, Kylie,
Okay.
go ahead.
How many of those were ones where you broke up with a girl, and how many of those were the girl?
Most of them were me breaking up with them.
Okay.
Okay. I don't care about any of this. I don't care.
I know.
Okay.
Because
What I want to ask you is, would you agree that there are social scripts in our society, not that they're good or bad, that they exist,
100%.
that would assume that women get to be more emotional and that being anxious and sad are more feminine emotions, and that like anger and maybe like an impassioned passion is more like masculine emotions? Would you agree with that?
Definitely.
Yeah, I'm with you, Kylie. Yeah, I agree.
Well, can I give you a counter example?
No.
Why not?
Because I'm building towards something. I'm waiting.
Serial killers. Women find serial killers incredibly compelling.
It's true.
I know, but
They're totally unacceptable
that's literally
socially.
not a counterexample. That's part of anger, rage, and passion. Thank
Well,
you.
women
Yes.
find it attractive. I don't
No,
get it,
I
but they do.
literally just said that.
Okay, a tiny
just said
percentage of women have a kink for serial killers. Now, most women don't
Okay.
find serial killers
I think
attractive.
more than they admit.
Well, I mean, we're talking about true crime. That's a whole different story because it's usually the women getting killed.
guess
That's
that's a lot of way. I
it's
guess-
interesting.
All right, no, wait, just let Kyla finish. What is
Like
it?
Kyla Cook.
I'm sorry, Kyla. Go ahead.
Okay.
Let her finish her point. Go ahead.
So if we agree with this, would you agree then that a lot of people when they move into relationships are going to have these non-conscious biases around the way that emotionality looks like in their relationship? Would you
I
agree
agree
with
with
that? Okay.
Yeah.
So
On for us,
because
yeah.
of that, I don't think there's a small percentage of probably antisocial shitty women who actually say, if a man cries, I dump him, right? But that's not most women. That's like a small minority of
Not even close.
shitty women, right? Just shitty,
Yeah.
mean women, right? What most happens, when I've talked to a lot of friends, for example, is when like their male partner expresses a higher increasing levels of a certain particularly feminine emotion like anxiety, what they find is that they're increasingly less attracted to their partner, and there's this distress that they experience because they don't want to be, but they also are having an increasingly harder time to feel like attracted to him, probably because of these implicit like assumptions that we have around the way that emotions should look between men and women. And when she's getting increasingly less attracted, that's going to create a distance and a tension within the relationship that isn't wholly malicious necessarily, but it creates an issue. And I'm speaking to this as somebody who has talked to tons of women who are married who are struggling with precisely this issue, right? And so I'm not saying there's like this epidemic of women running around being like, fuck you, men, and your feelings. What I'm saying is because of these implicit biases, there is this issue that occurs where if a man is hyper emotional, particularly dysregulated in a feminized way, that seems to cause problems in the relationship because of non-conscious implicit biases, and men have to deal with that anyways. They have to deal with the negative outcome of that. And so do women. That's what- that is what I
let
am
me jump
saying.
in. Let me jump in right here. Okay. So I think it's definitely true that if you're like emotionally dysregulated, it becomes like unattractive. But I'm not so sure that it's actually because of like societal implications, but perhaps even that an initial attraction or like a continual attraction of an individual may be like they're something that they provide for you. So for example, like as an emotional anchor. So if like that is no longer there, then suddenly a value that was provided is like cease to exist.
Yeah, that's true.
Right.
Sometimes in the women that I've talked to, this trait, like their partner being highly anxious, has always existed. They were just fine with it. It didn't actually bother them. But over the years, it became increasingly a problem over and over, where she was like, God damn, like I'm just having a hard time being attracted to him. And I start noticing now that when he's getting anxious, the same way that he's getting anxious before, I'm finding myself even less attractive. Like I'm starting to have this like kind of like ugh, like feeling towards him that she hates, and she hates it. By the way, she doesn't like that because that's what most normal humans are like. Most normal humans are nice, considerate people for the most part, right? So she's not glad about this, but it is existing because of these like unconscious biases.
Yeah, there was also a very interesting study that was done. It was a few decades ago, to be fair, but it looked at like tens of thousands of couples, and it looked at the correlation of sex rate compared to gender roles. And in the ones where like the guy was like rated to be more masculine, there was much more. The couples were having much more sex compared to the ones where the guy was like a lot less masculine. There was a lot less sex going on. So there's also like a good amount of size.
But
okay,
Alex,
can I do the counter to that? Can I do the counter to that?
You go,
I used to date a guy that made me like have sex with him every single fucking night, and I didn't enjoy it. Looking back on it, he was basically raping me every night.
Is
he masculine because he's having more sex?
Oh my god!
Is he masculine because he's doing more sex?
This is such a cringe, like fucking straw man. No one is saying. Yes, Nina. What I'm saying is,
I'm asking you a goddamn question. If you get so upset every time I ask you a question, you do like, oh, it's such a stretch.
That's really the argument. No, we're talking about the fact that voluntary sex is more likely to happen in relationships when the man has a more masculine.
Is that where the study was?
That's what he's saying the study was. He's not saying more masculine men are having forced sex more often. He's saying sex was reported in
I'm just really curious the methodology on that.
That's fair. That's fair. I just want to be clear that there's nothing about non-voluntary sex implied in the matter. Just having sex. It's that they're both agreeing to it.
I feel like I've seen this happen through this entire debate. Nina and Alex, like they're like butting heads and not connecting here. Where Nina is saying, why do you think that the gender norms are positive? And then Alex answers why they're positive, because there are positive aspects to them. But I think the more rudimentary disagreement is actually just that Alex thinks that they're immutable. They're not going to change. It's not about our opinion of whether they're positive or negative. They're there, they're not going to change. And then it's beneficial for an individual to play into the fact of the matter.
Yes, very well said. That is my argument.
I think Nina's saying that if I,
right, but you know that's a bad thing, right? That means that you just don't have imagination.
Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Well, I think Nina's saying there's a broader spectrum of masculinity.
Gravity? You just don't have imagination. I mean,
I agree with Ben.
Gravity. Okay, we can't change. We can't change something that is socially changed over like the pure like.
Because
oh my God, the entirety of history, what we perceive as masculine or feminine or like gender roles have constantly changed throughout the entirety of history, my dude. It's already been proven that it can be changed. The fact that you think that it can't is insanely stupid to me.
Yeah. Well, can I say something about the height thing you guys were talking about earlier? You said, and I've heard this so much in the manosphere, I'm 6'8". Okay, does everyone believe that at this point? I'm 6'8". Women are not extraordinarily attracted to me because I'm 6'8". It's other things.
True.
But just because these studies say that women generally prefer a taller man, that doesn't mean in actual fact they give a shit. They're just saying, on paper. And a lot of times a guy like me who's really, really tall will have a hard time with women because they also find it very intimidating to be around the guy who towers over them.
That's not because you're tall. It's because it's you. Okay, do you think that if I was to give you, like, you have an identical twin, one of them is your height, 6'8", one of them is 5'4", right? All things considered. Do you think you would have an advantage over the identical twin who's 5'4"?
Oh my God.
I think there would be pluses and minuses. Alex, do you think Shaquille O'Neal, because he's like 7'3", is like extremely sexually attractive? No.
I think there's a point of diminishing return when it comes to height. I think that once you get to like 6'2", 6'3",
oh my God,
you hit massive diminishing returns. And I do think that being like a giant, like 7 feet, could be like you're better off being 6'2" than you are being 7'2", right? I do agree
like
with
5 foot from.
Yeah, there's a point where you're like hitting like just like.
Well, there's trade-offs. There's trade-offs.
But so wait, so you don't think? Okay, wait, Ben. So we have a 5'4" Ben and a whatever you are, 6'8" Ben. You really think you guys would have the same exact success rate? Really?
Well, but I mean, it would be. I have a tall soul that expresses itself in a tall body and incredibly good looks. So I don't know how I could change my soul to imagine myself 5'4" or a woman or anything else.
Thing, your face is the same. He's just a lot shorter.
Well, it would be different than me, but yeah, I think there are trade-offs. I just think there are
Who do you
trade-offs.
think has an overall advantage, you or the 5'4" guy?
Well, I know that, for example, shorter men have a lot easier time making friends. Taller men have an easier time leading in business. I know that's true.
About dating right now. With dating, who do you think has an advantage, you or the 5'4" guy?
I would say it's probably about even, because a lot of women are intimidated. And I'll use this as an example. Supermodels, right? Supermodels, who I'm trying to get a hold of, are a demographic that find it very hard to date, even though they are the male ideal. Why? Men are intimidated by them. They're too intimidating sexually for men.
It's very different for men and women.
That's where I come in.
You're talking about men and there's a big massive difference between men and women. Men prefer women who are shorter than them. Women prefer men who are taller than them, right? So yes, I can totally see how supermodels who are 5'9" have a harder time.
Wait, why would men not want women that are taller?
It's totally different for men and women. Like
men express their preferences through like magazines like Sports Illustrated, which tend to have extremely tall women. So how does that make sense? There's no short women.
They're not standing next to them when they're looking at the magazines.
First of all, in terms of when it comes to like type of porn that men watch, typically they're not watching porn with tall women. They're watching porn with like big booty Latinas, right? So
I don't know anything about porn.
I don't know how tall they are. I can't see.
So there's an interesting study that came out recently that was looking at sex having as relationship to height, and there was not a very significant finding found, barring like really extreme levels of height. So like a guy who was really, really low did start to see some effects, but also really, really tall guys also had some impacts on their sex having. It was like in the normal range that most people exist in, like the average of having sex was about 3 for almost everyone, regardless.
I'm at 0.
Except for your 6 kids. So
we're living in like a fantasy world.
What is
we're
three?
seeing a guy
Three,
who's
like, per
6'8"
week,
has the same chance as the guy who's 5'4".
Other 3 people they've had sex
Pure
with.
fantasy delusion.
Yeah.
I just had a question for Alex, if I could ask you real quick.
Yeah.
Do you think that the advice that you're giving is for guys right now? Well, Nina is talking about like, we should create a world where we didn't need that advice.
Yeah, sure. But the world that she's trying to create is impossible. Will never happen. So, yeah.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I just think that like that's why you guys weren't agreeing, because you're talking about different stuff in Tate.
Well, I like to give advice that like offers practical value to people who watch me versus giving advice that doesn't affect anyone because they don't live in this hypothetical utopia that will never happen. Yeah.
Well, Alex,
what advice would you give to somebody who is handicapped?
I've had handicapped clients. I had a client who had cerebral palsy. Well, again, like he was very limited, but I told him to maximize what he can. So he had a really bad speech.
That's not a bad message.
So I recommend that he get a speech therapist, right? He's never going to have perfect speech, but he can improve on that. So that's one way we worked on his disability. He's very limited in what he can do in the gym, but he can do some things. So I told him to do the things that he can. We got better photos for him. We started communicating better, right? Also expressing his disability in a way that's not like cringe, right? Because he used to like make a big deal out of it versus now, like I told him how to express that in a way that I think girls are going to be more receptive to. And you know what happened? Instead of having to pay prostitutes, he got his first ever Tinder girlfriend, right? So yeah, like that's, again, I would work with what I'm given. But most of my advice isn't centered around people with disabilities because that's less than 1% of people who watch my channel, right? I will customize and give them advice if they ask for it. But again, I want to give advice for the masses, not for the exception to the rules.
But okay, Alex, but one of the big parts of your advice is like one of the big parts of your advice is that it can be a legitimate option to have one-night stands with hundreds of women, and you claim that you've done that hundreds of times. And yet you agree with the statistic that 0% of women who have one-night stands experience sexual satisfaction. So I don't know. I don't get how you're giving men advice to use women as just semen receptacles and not have their needs be taken into account. So you're the guy who knows everything, and I'm the idiot. I make sure that all the ladies are satisfied.
First of all, a big portion of my advice is talking about how to make a girl come purely from a pragmatic perspective. If you make a girl come who rarely has an orgasm, she's going to be way more likely to come back from round 2. Plus, it's also, I think, just feels good to make a girl come.
But you said it was 0% from your own experience. It's 0% orgasm rate.
I didn't say that. I think that something
insanely low level. I don't remember.
I think
you said 0%. You said your guess was 0%, and you've done this hundreds of times. So I don't understand.
Okay, on average, we're talking about averages. Small percentage of women have an orgasm the first time around. However, that doesn't mean that if you know what you're doing in the bedroom, most guys have no idea what they're doing. If you are really good and you know what you're doing, you know how to make a girl feel comfortable, you know how to figure out what her kinks and interests are, and you know how to give her good oral, you know how to like really just build a lot of sexual tension, that it has to be that same rate for you. You can have a much higher. My personal success rate for making women orgasm seems like a shameless brag, but I would say it's not 0%. It's like probably
You said it was 0%.
Not for me. I'm talking about the average guy, but for me,
okay. You're not. You said I agree with the statistic, 0%.
Based on the advice I've seen Alex give, I believe him here because I like when I started watching his.
My personal success rate for making a woman orgasm on the first night, well above 50%. Right, well above 50%. I'm not the average guy. I've had sex with hundreds of girls. I've studied sex a lot. I'm very interested in giving a girl a great sexual experience.
Wait, can I ask you?
Okay, so you think it's a matter of technique that girls don't orgasm on the first date? Isn't it because they don't feel what a woman wants to feel like, which is
not just technique,
love?
It's also
you care about her, that it's part of a relationship.
Well, most guys are horrible in bed and they have no idea what they're doing, right? So technique is a part of it. It's not just technique. It's also making the girl feel comfortable.
It's not at all technique, Alex. You put a penis in a vagina.
Technique.
You don't need to go study it.
Definitely technique plays a role.
Maybe for you guys, you have to study it in a book.
It's a
as far
combination
as I'm
of technique
concerned,
and
it's pretty simple.
If your technique is dick goes in vagina, I am concerned. Okay.
Yeah, well, it seems to have always worked, Kyla.
Well,
with your one partner, then.
Well,
just gonna say.
And also, we don't even know if she was having good sexual experience. Like, how many times was your ex-wife coming?
So, Alex, do you sell relationship
horrible.
advice,
It's
or
horrible.
you just
Never,
sell, like,
It's a dating coach. He helps
Well, I
with,
won't go into the details,
mean, like,
Alex, but it was horrible.
Sounds like the answer is never. So, like, you don't really
Fucking code.
know what you're doing when it comes
Less
to
relationship advice, Nina. More dating.
Well,
advice.
I mean,
More
I'll
like-
ask.
Alex,
I'll
okay,
ask
wait,
Nina what she
wait,
thinks.
Hold on.
It has nothing to do with your
Alex, do you think that somebody who's looking for a girlfriend should take your advice?
Yeah, I think I have a lot of good advice in a relationship. I'm in a relationship myself. I'm in a very happy relationship. I think a lot of my advice maps on very well to relationships.
It seems like it's kind of a lot of it's at a crossroads there, in my opinion.
No, I disagree with that fundamental assumption. I think that the best thing you can do is, if you want to be in a relationship, is to sleep with a girl in as soon as possible, without being pushy or like crossing her boundaries, because sex is the ultimate form of investment for a girl. So once you sleep with a girl, she's going to be a lot more hooked.
Oh my God, you're psychotic.
That's not true.
Are you serious?
I'm dead serious, and this is like common fucking sense. And
It's
I think
not true at all.
And I
Oh
think
my God, that is crazy.
you have like close to
Holy
zero.
fuck, I'm glad you didn't fucking say that.
I've been around, Alex.
Well, it doesn't sound like it.
Have you been?
Alex, you advise young men to come cold approach a girl and just hit on her, bam, bam, and try to sexualize. Now, I'll ask Nina and Kyla, isn't that the most revolting approach you could possibly take, where you know from the beginning that this guy's reading off a script? Shouldn't it be natural?
It's a straw man.
Based?
And Ben, you're making a straw man. No one's saying you
Well, I
should
mean,
be
yeah,
reading off
I
the
would say
script.
that's, to be fair, as much as I don't want to agree with what Alex is saying, but
Well, this is such a
it
cringe
really
straw man.
doesn't seem that that's what he was trying to get across.
not
But the
what I'm
fact that
saying
he
at
That's
all.
what he
said
literally
said
does
is
for a
correct.
living.
I mean, no, I mean,
He goes hit on 90 and 3 of them will bite. The 90, the 87 are absolutely repulsed by that.
This is so cringe. I've never once advocated reading scripts or using lines. That's like a big part of what I'm fundamentally against.
Well, you say cold approach as many women as you can, and do it quick. Right? So your thing is a numbers game.
You can well, to some extent it is. You can cold approach women without making it seem like you're reading like a script. You can actually be very natural and smooth when you're talking to a girl.
Okay, but I'll ask Nina, do you like it when you feel like a guy just wants to fuck? Like, and that's it? Is that
I mean, if
appealing
I'm
to
trying
you?
to just fuck, then that's fine.
Okay, if you want to do that, but
I'm
I
looking
mean,
for like a relationship now.
yeah.
Like,
Well,
it
we're
just
talking
makes
about
me feel like a piece of
investment.
meat,
Are you
you know
going to
what
be
I mean?
invested in that relationship?
Oh,
No.
absolutely not. Why the fuck would I give a fuck if you're just trying to fuck? Then we'll
So
just fucking
win
go
for
our
Ben,
separate ways.
loss for Alex.
No, it's not. You had one girl who like loosely agreed with what you're saying. Like, for example, when I met my current girlfriend, right? We
I think
started
she was
off.
enthusiastic.
We started off.
Wait,
as
can
a,
we get her opinion up in here?
Wait, sure, but let me just answer this.
Yeah.
Okay,
Daddy's
go ahead.
based.
So when I met my current girlfriend, we started off as fuck buddies, right? Started off as fuck buddies, and then we developed
We
feelings
love
for
that.
and then
Sure.
then we started dating. So yeah, I have like countless anecdotes of situations where you start off casual and then you slowly build up over time. In fact,
And you have an unhealthy relationship with her.
No, that's
Hey, don't assume. Don't assume.
I don't think so.
She said yesterday on this panel that if you raised your voice to her, she would leave and never come back. That's not health, dude.
My girlfriend was saying that she wouldn't put up with abuse, and I think that's.
She said if you so much as raised your voice once.
All right.
She's being hyperbolic. Okay?
That's what she said.
They did elaborate
Hashtag
on
listen
that
to
throughout the
Natty.
conversation.
I've raised my voice like on the phone times. Okay, she didn't break up with me. Okay, right. But she was being hyperbolic. What she's really saying is that she would not put up with a lot of emotional abuse. She would not put up with me being angry and aggressive towards her, and rightfully so. I wouldn't put up with that either. If she started being aggressive towards me and there was a pattern where she's yelling at me, I wouldn't put up with that either. I would walk away. So I think it's totally normal to have like strong boundaries. Like,
and that's unhealthy. Men and women, if they're going to have a real relationship, are going to get into it sometimes. Am I right, Nina? Sometimes you'll have a heated relationship. It's part of it.
Like what? Yelling and screaming at each other?
Sure.
No, yelling is never. You're never solving a problem. when you're yelling at
I've
somebody.
never yelled at.
No,
You're never fixing the
dude.
problem.
His yelling is just normal volume from him. Like it's not like he's like yelling because he's mad. He's just loud.
Who's Italian? Me?
Nina. Nina's Italian.
Oh, Nina's Italian? Yeah, okay, perfect. An Italian household is filled with emotions, and it's a lot of fun.
But you're saying that married couples shouldn't have boundaries in how they treat each other. Like nobody here is saying that it's super normal to just like abuse your partner.
I'm not saying abuse. I'm saying you can have a vivacious conversation, and that's what makes life worth living.
There's a difference between having you've seen me and Natty have publicly had vivacious debates, which are passionate and whatnot. There's a big difference between that and screaming at your partner. I have had many vivacious debates with all my girlfriends. I have never screamed at any of my partners. Neither have they screamed towards me. And I think that's probably a good thing. That's what makes a relationship good. All right. So, yeah, I don't think there's any place in screaming at your partner has in a relationship. It's not productive. It's not efficient. And
it can be. How do you convey to your partner that you really strongly feel a certain way if you were not willing to raise your voice?
It doesn't have to be by screaming at them.
Okay, hold on. We're for sure just like
you guys have
very,
bourgeois standards. That's not how me and Nina roll.
Imposing like social norms. The idea that just yelling at somebody is inherently abusive is also not true.
Right.
Go to a Nigerian family. Go spend time with like Middle Eastern like families.
Or Italians, bro.
Or Italian families. They yell all the time.
It's great.
But what nobody here is advocating for is never having boundaries, because at some point abuse can occur and you need to have
Sure, you
that
shouldn't be
boundary.
murdering people. Yes.
Well, I would hope
No,
it's a
it's
lot
not about
further
murder,
back
then.
than murder. Okay, I think murder's beyond just abuse.
Well, why do you think all these women watch all these BDS? Who watches 50 Shades of Grey, buys those books? Women, right? It's not guys.
No,
Maybe
they wanna
Ryan
murder.
over here buys it, but the rest of us don't buy those books and watch those movies.
I don't-
Why do they watch it? Because they find it hot to be around a man who's taken control.
Yeah, there's a big
Well,
difference.
I think
Tyler,
it's
you can
the
lie all you
billionaire
want, but
aspect.
you can lie all you want and cope all you want. You know it's true. Nina agrees with me.
No, I'm not agreeing with you on that.
Stop trying to appeal to Nina. She's clearly not interested. It's very uncomfortable at this point.
I'm not. I just want to be friends with
There's-
Nina.
homie, there's a huge difference between sexual desires and interests,
No,
and
but it's
like
him.
actually, like a lot of girls have grape fantasies. Not a lot of girls want to get raped. Okay.
So why do they have a rape fantasy, Alex?
This is a fantasy, you
It's a
idiot. Like
fantasy.
a lot of people have fantasies of getting eaten.
Okay, but isn't it because they're sort of feeling, especially a very
it's just
domineering woman will have those fantasies because there's a desire to be dominated by a man. I'm sorry. They love it. They love it. They won't admit it.
I
They
don't
love
think
it.
it's really a man. A lot of times it's just in general.
Yeah, I agree with that, and also like the domination itself. Like the difference is like, especially when it comes to like fantasizing about the BDSM stuff. Like a lot of the stuff, there's
she's
a
getting
degree
dominated.
of consent to it. Like there's an awareness of like I can get out of this if I want to. Right? There are ways
Right.
out.
Safety.
Right?
And that's why
a
it
big
sucks.
difference, okay?
That's why it
No,
sucks.
it's why it might
But
suck
it's
to
better
you
when there's
because you're
no
a fucking
consent.
freak.
That's my
But
point.
that's
It's more
not-
fun,
that
obviously.
That element of
No,
safety
I
is really
definitely don't agree
important
with
for
anything
people
that
who
you're
actually are
saying.
interested.
Yeah.
Dude, there's a big difference between.
I don't agree with BDSM. I think it's stupid.
There's
not
a big,
BDSM
there's a
is,
big
you
difference
bitch,
between
like, what
things
are you
that happen
talking about?
sexually and happen in day-to-day life. Okay, like
BDSM is
like for
consent.
example, I've had a lot of girlfriends who like to be called a dirty little slut in bed. If I ever called her that outside of bed, she would not like that. She would find that very offensive, and rightfully so. So there's a big difference between what happens sexually and what not.
Sure.
And to me, like the fact. Okay, so you do agree with that?
But I mean, the act of sex is essentially stabbing someone repeatedly. I mean, it's definitely has.
Not the way
Yeah. Where do you think a vagina is? Where does the
somewhere?
word vagina come from? It's a sheath for a sword. I mean, come on, guys. Can we look downstairs? It's how it works.
I'm starting to understand why Ben's wife never had an
Should I
orgasm.
call somebody or what?
Do you think that hands are stabbing gloves when you put your hand in a glove?
No.
Oh, cool.
It sounds like it.
You don't agree with me that that's essentially what the act is? Is
No,
like
just like I don't think
pounding
your
away?
hand
I
in
mean,
a glove
But
isn't
like a
stabbing
sheath
the
doesn't
glove.
mean that you're stabbing it.
the sheath is that which takes in the sword. I mean, come on, kids. We're not in
Doesn't mean
second
that you're
grade here,
stabbing it.
are
You're
we?
not stabbing your
No
sheath,
shit.
my dude.
Can
Well, do you
imagine
like
what,
it? Do you like it hard, Nina? Do you like it hard or you like it soft?
Okay, please don't sexually harass me like that.
Wait, can you
I'm just
imagine-
asking
can
your
you imagine
preference.
Can you imagine what Ben's dirty talk looks like? I'm just
I'm not into that stuff. I'm vanilla.
There's like actually like probably a bit of like it's very gross that now 2 older men have come on and been really sexually inappropriate with the women on panel, particularly with Nina. Like, I'm sorry, it's not okay that before we had a man coming on, asking.
Call the
both of
cops. Call the cops,
Yeah,
Kyla. Call the
yes.
cops. Call the cops.
You're a
Nina
man.
can handle herself. She doesn't
Yeah,
need
and
you
I'm telling
here.
you to shut the fuck up, bitch. Okay.
Okay.
I love it.
Okay. Can you
Come
do
on
that?
here.
Can you do that?
Ask both of us about
For you,
squirting,
anything.
and then about whether or not we wax our like vaginas. It's just like it's super
I asked-
inappropriate. And I would
It's
feel the
inappropriate to
same-
ask a woman if she likes a hard erection when she's having sex. That's crazy.
Okay. Nobody
I mean,
feels like
are
you
we
were
having
asking me to
sex?
tell
What is
you
happening?
constantly
I'm
saying
asking
her
you
name.
what your preference
Shut
is.
the fuck. Shut the
Okay,
fuck
yes,
up. So
yes,
can
ma'am.
you do
Yes,
that?
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right, wait, can we go back to the
Yeah.
whole claim that he made that I'm a dysfunctional relationship? I just find it really funny that a man who's like apparently
Wait, yeah, bring her in. Let's see
gone
if it's
through,
sexually-
gone through like a horrible divorce is saying
No,
that-
no divorce. No.
What-
Yes, divorce. No, you haven't gotten divorced yet. Yeah, sure.
No, no, I don't believe in
Seems
divorce.
Like things
Divorce
are
is
not
terrible.
going that well in the Thorpe
You
department.
can
when it
call
comes
it whatever
to-
you want, dog.
Well, whatever. I got 6 beautiful kids. What do you? Who else here has 6 beautiful kids?
Okay,
Nobody.
congratulations, you've been able to procreate. But I'm talking about in terms of your relationship with your
6
wife.
beautiful kids, beautiful in and out. They've been so.
I know you think your daughter's hot. I get it, but I'm talking about like
I
once
agree.
again. I'm talking
So
about,
that's not inappropriate. So Kyla thinks that's fine to say. That's
Oh
fine
my
for him to
God,
say
get
to me.
the
off
cool
your
thing is
high
that it's
horse.
my stream, so I can like say what I
I'm sorry.
want.
If you can't see the difference between somebody gratuitously describing squirting and talking about whether or not we want
I
hard
didn't say that.
penises-
That's Spicoli.
I know. Or talking about how we want hard penises inside us
I
is
said-
a little bit different than making jokes about you alluding to being attracted to your daughter. I think it's a little bit cringe. The difference is, hold on, if I had started by being like, you know what
I did
love?
not say that.
Or the
You're
top-
actually saying things that are illegal right now.
Okay.
That's libel. I never said I was sexually attracted
Well,
to my
you can-
daughter.
No, she's saying that. you're
Well,
making a
you
joke
never.
about
When
it.
I asked you
He
that
dances
question,
around it very
you
carefully.
never denied it. When I asked you, like, yeah, you're really fucking toe-footed around.
If
that.
you want to say,
Sorry,
do I think my daughter is attractive? I hope so. But
All
why
right.
wouldn't I?
Hopefully this is gonna change, or I'm gonna leave.
Nah, don't worry. We're doing
What father wouldn't say, like, yeah, I have a beautiful 20-year-old daughter? What's the problem?
we-
See, you guys are all doing all this stuff. It's crazy. Relax. It's just life.
My man,
You know,
you literally attacked the state of my relationship, and you said that I'm in a unhealthy relationship.
I was just ball busting. I think you guys are good guys. I don't know. If you can't take it, then I don't know. Isn't that against your code?
What code?
Crying about, like, I just busted balls, Alex. You know what I mean? That's
Okay.
what guys
Well,
do, right?
I have no way of knowing you're busting balls, bro. Okay, I'll take your word for it.
Why? Well, I mean, you did let you said it. You said it. You put yourself out there.
Okay.
Taking off the holster. I'm ashamed
What?
that I even put on the holster to match him.
All right. Anyway, where do
You
we
want to disassociate yourself with me, Nina? That's fine.
Shut the fuck up!
I
had a
love
question
it.
on something else.
I
Can I just
love
ask
this.
Can
Yeah,
I
let's
just ask a question?
let's let Vikram talk, and then let's wrap up pretty soon.
Nina, I was just kind of curious. Do you think trans women should
Grace,
be
can
able
you-
to compete in women's sports on like high competitive level?
Oh lordy.
On a high competitive level, I think that we don't really have the science yet, but from the science we do have, it seems that if a trans woman is either on HRT and then goes into taking like her estrogen, that there really isn't any significant difference in their performance. At this moment, obviously, we're going to need to know more information about it, but I really don't think that there's any like let me give you the opposite argument. That's obviously my first argument, and that is true. Where like there's not really a significant difference. I mean, the level of like trans women are just like it's just such a small amount that we're not really like. There's people that obviously like going in like sports science people that have been looking at it, and from the studies we have right now, it doesn't seem like that huge of a significant difference if either they're on puberty blockers and then they transition to estrogen, or if they're on estrogen for like 2 years. Like estrogen will like obliterate your like muscle mass. Like we know that.
I don't think the
even
science
at the space level.
on that. Like the science does not say that.
No,
things
it
remain.
It does.
Some things
No,
remain.
it absolutely does. You're talking about
No,
like
it
bone
takes
density and
more
all
than
that.
10
It's not
years to
that
get to
significant,
that
but I'm
level.
talking about like no, it doesn't. Stop. Like if we're talking anyways, but if we're talking about the alternative of not having trans women in sports, what I have to ask you is in the question, like, do you really think that somebody's going to go through 2 years of estrogen treatment and or like go through all the processes to transition because they want to win a sport?
All it takes is
No,
one person.
No, but that's
a
not the
different
issue.
question,
Okay, then who
right?
gives a fuck?
Yeah,
Yeah, but
Because
Nina, if
that
I took
one
estrogen,
person-
I would
let
still be
Vic-
No,
six.
but you
Same.
understand this all goes back to the idea that you guys think that somebody's going to cheat to do that, right?
No,
No.
I'm not. Like I believe trans women are women. That's a different question.
There's
don't
like
think
3
it's gonna
trans women in
I
sports.
don't
You're
think
really
it's
that
going to be
concerned about them?
conscious. I just think that like someone who's already an athlete and they transition, they're going to now be competing in a different league, which is a women's league, and they're going to annihilate.
Okay,
every
so
single
then they
one of those
lose.
women. YouTube.
And also, like I just wanted to bring.
How's
one
that fair
thing
to the women who dedicate
Oh,
decades
shit.
of their life training for
Oh,
that
don't act
sport?
like you actually care. I love when people do
Well, I
those
just
things.
want to respond.
You don't
to one
actually
thing
care,
you
number
said.
one, Alex. Sorry.
Can
go
I
ahead.
just
What is that?
respond to
Even
one
if I
thing?
don't care, what does that have to do with anything?
Because
the issue
you're
is
just
that-
making a big issue because you're just kind of being transphobic.
Okay, well, one question that we have to pose is, if trans women maintain an advantage, that would also suggest that trans men maintain a disadvantage. So that means that trans men will be disadvantaged in their respective like groups, which is also not good, right? Because we want to, in my view, what we want is fair play. I actually have a whole conversation with Django.
Sports is supposed to be unfair.
No,
Can I
it's
can I
not.
respond to
That's-
Nina?
What's that? That's
So
why they
what?
have
We're gonna
different
ban the
weight
tall
classes?
people from playing basketball?
So fair
Good
play.
point.
So I highly recommend you watch me and Django's conversation on this. I think it's like bar none.
Oh,
Like
yeah, sure.
Django's
If you want to
original
link
video.
it to
love
me on
Jingles.
Discord, I'll watch it
Yeah.
for sure.
So Django and I had a conversation. He said basically refer to that as like the gold standard now of like what we know about the science of this, which is you're right, still developing. Like it's really unclear. The issue is that like fair play when we're talking about like Olympic, like elite level sports is a very precise thing, which is why like Paralympics was established. And there's a lot of science that goes into like which categories different Paralympians can compete in, because fair play is a really important question, because genetic conferred tallness isn't that big of a deal, but something like having an amputation and having a like your amputated leg that has a higher level of springiness will actually increase the speed at which you run by like a 10%, which would be considered
Wait, what does that have to do
non-fair
with trans people?
so
I'm
this is the
confused on
same thing with trans
definition.
people. So one of the issues that happens with trans women is something in your muscles. Your muscles have basically the capacity to have multiple nuclei. So like the brains of the cell, because your muscle cells are really big. It's like one cell that spans the whole distance of the muscle. And so the issue is that as you build cross-sectional space or space in your muscles, you get more of these nuclei and they never go away. So the key point of this is that if you have more of these nuclei, you basically increase your floor of capacity for competing, which is really important in high-level sports
For
because
competing? What do you mean by
Yes.
for competing? Just like
So-
you're talking about strength? Like you're
Yeah.
saying
Yeah, so body fat percentage to muscle capacity is really important to understand for explosive sports.
Oh,
which
sure,
most-
sure.
Yeah, which most of these sports are. To be clear, I don't have an answer for team
You're
sports.
talking like endocrine sensitivity. Right.
Sort of. More like body fat percentage. So like one issue with trans women competing with women and trans men is trans men cannot get down to as low of a body fat percentage as cis men can, because their organs will start failing just because of some of like the biological inheritance
Right.
of this. So like men can get down to like a 7% body fat and compete really well, which means they're only carrying around about 7% entropy, right? They're only having to carry around 7% of their mass is just dead weight because it's fat. Whereas in the case of like a trans man, they have to often maintain about 12%, which means that they have a massive percentage increase. And at the levels where like a 0.01 second is the difference between gold or silver.
Yeah, but you're talking about a very specific
Well, they said elite
you're
levels.
talking with like sprinting, right?
Sprinting,
Isn't that where most of
fighting.
that-
So
Mm.
sprinting,
It's-
fighting,
yeah,
any
yeah, yeah.
weight class.
Essentially,
But what
sport,
if maybe
most
then
explosive sports.
Right, exactly. I'm not going to disagree with any of that. Like, when it comes to those type of sports, but like, I think a lot of
about
people when they talk about trans women in sports, it's not just those ones where they'd have an advantage. It does typically end to just be like, oh, just none of them. You know, like
What about tennis, totally?
Can I make a point on Nina's side?
Wait, I
Even
wanna
though
ask
she
her a
sees me as
question.
her enemy.
Whoa, I want to ask her a question.
no,
What
you're
about
just
tennis?
annoying.
I have 2
Nina!
points and I'm done.
Nina, what about tennis?
What about tennis?
Should trans women be allowed to compete against cis women in tennis?
I mean, again, for one, I know you don't give a fuck, and two, I listed it out as like what Erudite's talking about is somebody who was transitioned after they went through a male puberty, correct? So what I'm talking about, which again you don't like to listen to the things I say, Alex, you've been very proven of that, is that I'm talking about people like trans women that go through puberty blockers and then they go through a female puberty, and that's what we don't have the science on yet. But what we're seeing so far, and again, this is obviously subject to change, is that they are not showing any significant difference, like physically. Like if you think about like a 6-year-old kid, like a boy versus like a girl, like there's not going to be like what she's talking about, you know, like we have not developed the muscle like structure that would make sense or would make any like significant difference. Like maybe you might be tall or whatever, but like because of your genetics, but like in general, like there is not a statistically significant difference between like a 6-year-old girl's strength and a 6-year-old like boy's strength. So if we're talking about gender or puberty blockers and like I don't know, high school like tennis or whatever, I think that they're totally fine to compete against women.
What age does someone have to start gender transition to be able to compete as a woman?
Well, you're talking about transition or blockers? Which element are we talking?
Blockers.
He's probably but blocker. Well, generally it would be where puberty was. So like, I mean, there's obviously a big scale of when I don't know when you started puberty. I started, I don't know, like 12, 13. I don't know. It's been a long time for me. But
So if
You made it through great, Nina.
If you're a trans person who started gender transition at 15, then you cannot compete in women's sports, right?
You're saying they went through a full male puberty?
Yeah, let's say well, you said 12, 13. So what if you're a trans person who started puberty blockers at 15 or 16 or whatever, hormone treatment at 15, 16, then you cannot compete in women's sports, right?
Oh, that's a good question. I don't really know how it would impact you because puberty lasts for a very long time. So I'm not really that confident on, I don't know if you know more about this erudite, where like if it's like kind of like halfway through, like how that ends. Like I'm not sure when if you start taking puberty block. I assume that you would have like some elements of it, but you're not going through a full male puberty because I think you don't stop puberty as like a male until like 25 or some shit.
I just finished.
Congrats.
I'm still going through it, bro. Don't worry.
This is bad.
Ryan's halfway through. He's
I'm getting there. I'm
pulling
pretty
for
right
him to
now.
make it all the way.
But I really don't think that it's that significantly different. If you're 15, you're probably like not going to that extent. I mean, again, correct me if I'm wrong. Where I don't think that it would be that crazy for them to
15 is
compete.
okay.
I mean, just high school sports. Who gives that much of a fuck? You know?
Where do we draw the line? What age?
For starting puberty blockers?
Yeah, for like in order to compete in women's sports as a trans person, you have to start puberty blockers at this age. What's
Well,
the
generally, you'd either be on
I think I can engage with this.
Wait, I want to hear Nina's answer. Ryan, don't mansplain to Nina.
I'm sorry.
So you're saying what age would you have to start? Like, because you don't generally want to take puberty blockers until like your doctor, that you obviously have to, your pediatrician. Like it's like, oh, you're showing signs of like starting puberty. You know, we're gonna put these on because you don't really want to just like randomly take them, from what I've seen. So that's a weird question. Can you clarify a little bit what you mean by what age?
A very straightforward question.
Just to be clear, fair play is achievable even with like trans women who have gone through a full male puberty.
Right.
It just is going to require some finagling, probably with body fat percentage limits. So like trans women can't get below a certain body fat percentage to perform and compete. Some sort of like thing like this to instill fair play. A really big issue with kids on puberty blockers is we do know that it affects their bone growth, specifically their bone density, which isn't that big of a deal in and of itself for strength. The problem is that like the anthropometry of like their muscles and their joints, we don't really fully know the impact at all, let alone how that's going to impact sporting. So there could be an issue where like because their bones are slightly less dense and a little bit more elongated and thinner than they maybe should be, they might actually be able to generate slightly less power in like important limbs for their sports that we just didn't account for originally. This is why like when we talk about fair play, it needs to be extremely empirical.
So I feel like so many of these things are kind of leading into like what I want to say. Okay, it's fine. I won't talk. Yeah.
I just want to get a clear answer from Nina on this, and then we can move on to the next thing. Okay, so you said, let me try to explain this. So you said that initially you said that, yeah, well, I think that trans women should compete with women, but then you clarified your position saying, well, assuming they start, puberty blockers or the transition up to a certain age. So I'm just asking you what that age is. You're the sports commissioner for tennis. What age does a trans woman have to start her whatever transition at for her to be able to compete as a woman?
Well, if we're talking about puberty blockers, it would be when they started puberty. You think everyone starts puberty at the same time?
So you think it should be 12, but you said that 15 is fine too.
Well, it depends what you're talking about. I mean, more than anything, we're talking about how long you're on, like you're either blocking with puberty blockers, the puberty that's going to happen, which means that you're gonna or you could even in like at a certain age, like you're asking like two different questions, and I'm a little confused which one you're trying to focus on. Like I'm saying, like if you're on puberty blockers, you start obviously when you go through a puberty, or when you're starting to start puberty. But you can even go through a puberty and then like do a transition. Like most people are not going on hormones before like the age of like 16. Like you're not even going to be able to get them like before that. So I mean, is that your answering your question?
So what's the age, if you're the sports commissioner, that someone has to start their
but you're not understanding what I'm saying. It is a series of how long you are on this.
So then the age
anyway.
The age you start at doesn't matter. It's only a matter of how long you're on it. So you can
well,
start.
It depends which one we're doing. At the puberty blockers, or is it the estrogen treatment?
We're just talking about just starting your gender transition. Obviously, if you're past puberty,
well, starting your gender transition would happen if like you can do it different ways.
Places.
Like like
so
we're
what's
talking about with to be fair with sports. Like it really seems like
when it comes to sports, as I've clarified 20 million times, what's the age that someone has to start their transition in order to qualify for women's sports?
Well, Alex, can I make a point?
How common is it for that to happen at that young of an age, though? Is that a fairly common thing, or
less
no,
common?
Like, what are you talking about? Like to start? If I'm talking about it has to be a series of time to be on estrogen. Like, are you talking about like college sports? Are you talking about high school sports? Are you talking about what age are you talking about people playing? Like, I could give you an answer based off of like, oh, should an 18-year-old? How long should an 18-year-old be on estrogen? Or
let's just say we're talking about professional sports, not college.
Okay, so you're asking me then what age that she should be able to play professional sports?
She start her transition.
So like,
well, she doesn't have to give you an age. She's just saying around when it makes sense.
Adult, right? I mean, like you're just kind of being confused with your question.
Well, I think this is like slightly pedantic. Would you agree, Nina, that the science is not clear on a lot of this stuff?
Is anyone hard lines
are hard to draw?
Oh, of course not. It's a developing situation.
Well,
I just don't think it's a big of a deal.
Okay.
Listen, in women's sports, there's always been a problem with some women who have very high testosterone. It's something that has to be dealt with. There are chicks with, they would be called intersex today, and at a certain point, it gives you an advantage.
Yes, we have standards for that, which is why we have the 5.
Right, and so it's got to be integrated. This new thing's got to be integrated.
Wait, let Erudite talk. Shit.
Okay, I just
Remy.
I think this type of question between like
you're not my mother.
Shut the fuck up.
Empty. Okay, I guess.
Let her speak, bro. Just let her speak. Get her point through. Come on now.
Okay. When it comes to like this trans sport stuff, the issue is coming down really hard on any single side is just empirical. You're just not being with science. There is some evidence that trans women who've had a male puberty will maintain slight benefit even after 2 years of HRT. So when their blood platelet levels and everything are balanced, they seem to maintain some strength benefits. And it is possible that it is because of this like multinucleic element to their muscles that if they trained as young men, they had larger muscles as young men. When they've now transitioned, while the muscles have gone down, the muscles capacity capacity for size is greater than a cis woman who've been training their whole life in the same way. So it seems to confer some level of benefit still. The issue is that it seems to be, at least in explosive sports, that when you balance that with body fat percentage and you also maintain weight groups, that a lot of these benefits are reduced, but more studies are needed. The next study that's looking at specifically what I'm talking about should be released in 2024. And like weighing in really hard on either side is cringe. It's cringe that people try to be like, yeah, they can just go in sports and it'll be fine. It's like, probably not. That probably won't be the case. Them going into high school sports, though, and just like unimportant sports, yes, it's fine. Who fucking cares? Because the benefits conferred of having sport community far out exceeds like whether or not somebody's like having a fun time in high school, like in and of itself. Like high school sports don't matter, but at the elite levels, all of this science that I'm talking about really matters. That's why you've had people who are trans women who are lying, like in Canada, and just shattered. Like I can't remember the margins that he shattered. What was the weightlifter's? The person who like LARPed as being a trans woman. What was the record that you said? How much?
Or the recent one?
The recent one.
The really recent one?
Yeah.
A month ago?
How much did it shatter it?
I think it's by like 80 pounds or something.
Yeah, it was crazy. It was crazy margins of shattering. And it's like, we can't have that at elite levels. That's a problem for women's sports and for trans men, because it means trans men will always be at a disadvantage, and that also sucks.
Even the high school one.
Okay.
Because like
I would argue it does matter though, because in high school it's kind of where you're getting that mindset that, you know, these people shouldn't be playing at that level, right? So it's kind of, you know, at that same, I don't want to put this. Like in high school is where you're developing that idea that should not be allowed, right? So I think it is relevant in that sense.
Why is that a way that you should
fair play? Right? Like it's way less important for fair play. Like who cares if your
In
team has
high school, yes, but in high school, that's where you develop that mindset that it is a big deal, right? At least for me personally, you know, when I played high school sports, I
think
wouldn't,
high school
you know.
sports are more about like team building. Like it's more like just like
Or scouting for scholarships.
qualities. Like,
Yeah,
you shouldn't
Kyle,
really.
the tricky thing is that like typically people get scouted.
There's like one sport
high
they do that
school
with.
for college.
More than just
Yeah, and God forbid trans
Yeah,
women
I
get
know.
scouted.
I'm being dramatic.
No, it's not about
Right, but
God
then if they
forbid.
make it to college sports,
I know. It's not. That's not. The point I want to make is way different from that. I promise.
Insanely unfair. If there's
I-
a trans girl who's been on HRT for like 6 months and she gets scouted over a cis girl because her T levels are like 6 times the girls, that would be insane. I agree. All you need to do with this though in scouting is say, hey, we want you to be a really good player, but these are all of the standards you have to meet, which is being on HRT for 2 years, having a body fat percentage, and then we can see. So what's going to most likely happen is less trans women will get scouted because you have to set some sort of regulation and rules about who you're scouting for like female only spaces. Or
I don't
Exactly.
disagree with what you're saying at all, but
Nothing,
I it's like I just have to ask for like just brevity or whatever, or like just because I'm curious. I think a lot of these classifications might also hurt cis women. Like there's already kind of the aspect of like there's like this one cis runner that has like incredibly high T levels just naturally because she is. Do you think that maybe she should not be able to compete against women of like they don't have like the same T levels? Like if a trans woman has less T levels because of like her HRT or whatever, than a cis woman does, like where do we get the line there? And like when do we like
at elite levels, that never happens. It's really hard to get trans women to like,
she's
the
literally an
high
Olympic sprinter.
So you asked, would it be okay if trans women have less than T than cis?
Well, I'm
women?
just saying,
What I'm
like, but they
is,
already
just so
have
that's
T
clear,
limits. I guess my sorry, I'm not being clear. I'm sorry, that's my bad. What I'm asking is like, do you think that having like these very significant like markers could then be, for one, kind of unfairly applied to trans women on top of harming like cis women in ways like I'm talking about with that sprinter who was like, oh well, she can't compete because her T levels are too high, but the reason why that it was implemented was to keep trans women out.
No, because it wouldn't be based on your T levels. Assuming that person is natural.
No, literally it was for her.
It is based on T levels.
Okay,
Yeah.
well, I wouldn't make it based on T levels. If I was the commissioner, I would be like, hey, listen, like if you're not, originally a woman, then you can't compete in women's sports. That's the way I would do it.
Yeah,
think it's-
I know that's what you
You're speaking of one person. How common is that really? How much of an effect does that person really have, right?
But the issue is
Well,
at
how
an
much
elite
effect does that
level,
have?
if you have one person who is able to do this and they dominate every
It sets a
single
precedent.
human
I
player.
get that,
Yeah,
But-
so that's why this matters. This is why fair play matters. I believe in the case of women with
Nina, can I
high T,
talk?
they have to be below a certain level of T threshold anyways. So like the intersex women who typically sit around like 20, I can never remember whether it's
20
I
what?
think it's nanoliters, but it might be
Oh.
I think it's nanoliters. I think it's nanoliters. So the intersex women also had to take certain medications to drop their T level, and they were stripped of certain titles that they achieved while their T was too high. So right now the regulation is you have to be below 5 like nano or milliliters, whatever it is, of T to compete in women's sports. And the issue is that's actually really high. Most women sit around like 2 to 3.
So Kyla, can I ask a really quick question, and then I'll wait to say my point. But would you say that like that whether that T level, whether someone like it passes that T level or not, or is like over that T level, like that's like a deciding factor about like whether or not they should be like able to compete with cis women, right?
Yep.
Like so, like if we have trans women who fall perfectly average within that range of like this ability or this T level or whatever the metric is, like if we have tons of trans women who fall within this area, which I'm not saying we do, but if we did, like what would be the reason to keep them out?
The main reason would be the myocardial muscle memory. So the important part of the nucleus is again the so if you've ever
Okay, so what I'm really trying to get at, because I think all of the things you're describing, I agree with almost everything you're saying about the biological reality of the things you're saying. But the thing that I have a problem with is all of these things are metrics that we're using to describe how physically capable they are. And so in terms of how actually physically capable they are, if they fall perfectly on average within the range of cis women, why should they be kept out of cis women's sports?
Because there's other things they have.
Well, they've had other benefits conferred by their male puberty, specifically
Okay.
the multinucleic cells.
Okay, but if all these benefits are, hang on again, because what I'm trying to move past, what I'm trying to say is what I'm trying to describe is achievement. I'm trying to describe achievement past the point of all of these benefits. The benefits obviously lead to higher achievement. I agree with that, obviously. But what I'm saying is that there are people, tons of people, probably tons of trans people who fall perfectly within the average range of cis women in terms of achievement. Why should those people be kept out of those sports?
I don't want, just to be clear, I disagree with anyone gatekeeping trans people out of sports. I want to maximize everyone being able to compete in sports, but I value fair play. I will not toss away fair play.
Why is it okay? That's the question I'm asking. Why is it unfair for those people who fall within an average?
Right.
Because it would be unfair. So if they fall within the average, but their myocardial balances, as also the main, maybe I need to explain what this nucleus is doing in your muscle.
No. Well,
But if their performance is the same, though, wouldn't it be that they are falling into average?
But what are we going to do? Control?
That's where the science needs to be seen, right?
Hold on. We have to talk about functionality. Whether they're a good athlete, I don't care about that. What matters is, are they accessing fair play to compete at a level that's fair? So if they're competing at a level, but they have a benefit still conferred, so they're slightly out-competing cis women because of like basically a secret advantage, that would be not fair play. And it would be very understandable that people would be frustrating. It's the same thing with like doping. There's a reason why doping is really bad and we punish it really hard in elite sports, because it fucks everything up. Does that make sense?
Hold
on. Even if you're doping at a mid-level, you get like 90th place always. It's still something that gets disqualified. It doesn't matter about the place.
I agree with you. That's how it works. But if you're doping at a level where you're getting like in the 50th percentile, like you're getting right there in the middle, then like I guess I'm less concerned about that. Like I think that's I understand why. Like I think I understand what you're saying, but I feel like that just is less important to me. But maybe I'm.
That now you're basically asking for basically this weird skew of rules where like if you're at the upper level, well now we care if you're doping, but if you're at the lower level, if you're just some like bumfuck random performer, who cares about it? And it's
I think there's bigger problems with the way we're splitting these things up, but I agree with you that is a problem with what I'm saying as well.
At an elite level though, all the athletes need to be entering at fair play at the end of the day, because if you get 50th and you're bumping out a bunch of cis girls who should have had 50th instead, that still isn't fair play, even though we're talking about 50th place instead of first, right?
I'm not sure I agree with that sentence.
There's a position that 99% of Americans
agree with. I feel like they don't deserve
keep
I mean, I agree.
It's a really common sense, like obvious position.
Yeah, and just one thing I wanted to add to that. It's kind of wild because if you think about athletes who are found like guilty of like doping for like 2 months, just 2 months of being on steroids, sometimes it's like super controversial if they can even come back 4 years later. So imagine
that's
that.
a really good point. And that's something I want to ask Alex.
Wait, but taking estrogen makes you weaker.
No, he's talking about steroids. unrelated to this. Like, so say I'm a dude, I'm a cis dude, I've been competing in sports, and I took steroids for 4 years, but it was 6 years ago. Alex, do you think I should be able to compete with other cis men?
Yeah, it's a good question. I have to look into the science on that, but I have heard.
Oh, I see.
I'd say probably not.
I have heard that just
Yeah,
taking
probably not.
steroids once, even if it was a while ago, does change your muscle capacity and gives you an unfair advantage. So I have to look into that. But
My body's different ever since.
if that is the case, then no, I don't think they should be allowed to compete at the elite level.
And to what you were saying, yeah, I think what they're comparing is like the going through the male puberty to that like idea of someone like a male going through taking steroids, right? Like that's kind of what they're analogizing it to. But
Right.
I have one other side to my. It's a kind of a different thing.
I want to wrap up afterwards because we went on.
Okay, yeah, sure, that's fine. This is the last thing I'll say, and I'll mute myself. But like, so one of the things I never hear when people talk about trans people in sports, it's almost always trans women in sports, right? Like, which I think Kyla, I appreciate, was bringing up trans men and the limitations and the issues with trans men in sports. But it's almost always trans women in sports.
Yeah.
And no one ever is talking about what do the women in these sports think. Like, I don't know what the polls, I don't know if there are polls on women. I think it would vary a lot depending on time and place and the sport. I think it would vary a lot, but I think it'd be really interesting to have conversations about those things. And I think most people who talk about this don't give a fuck about that. And that's, I think, is one of the bigger problems with this
I
conversation.
think the vast majority of women who are like competing those levels will not like a trans woman competing there because
Yeah, for good reason. If somebody has an unfair advantage, that's not fair. Well, the issue is, can we scientifically establish fair play? Because if we can, there is no reason to keep trans women out of it. If we can make sure that fair play is maintained, which I'm suggesting can happen.
Yeah, maybe.
Anyway, guys, I want to wrap up. We're going on 4 hours. This was a fun-ass stream.
Oh, jeez.
Tyler, you're wrong about Steven Crowder. Prove me wrong.
Nice to meet you, Erudite. I'm a big fan. Hi.
How are you, Ben?
Crowder was framed. His wife is totally. I could prove it.
God. Self-report. No wonder
That's
you're
the whole
divorced.
topic for another
I'm not
4
divorced,
hours.
Nina.
No wonder you're single.
Nina, I had a great time with you.
Appreciate
You did
y'all.
great. You
Love
won.
y'all.
Nina won.
Good
W.
night. Take it easy.